Hey guys, welcome back to the Open Chest Anime Podcast with me, your host, the Anime Collector, and my co-host, Danjoba Agi.
Tally ho, and let's begin the show. And with us, as always, the ever shocked and amazed FTDM with the amazing addition that he doesn't have of both Star Drivers.
Once again, I made sure to click it back onto you before Agi could show that.
Yeah, I'm sure surprised by the fact that my connection hasn't broken up yet. So hey guys.
Although you are about 1 frame per second. So all right. So we're starting early tonight. Agi's been up since 4. I guess he had to take somebody to the hospital for a routine or a scheduled thing. Anyway, not totally important there. Yeah, well
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, Reese says, getting crunk. So I am a bit under the weather. So I'm going to wait for the actual watch club to get the drinks out. Because I don't want to prolong the... We've got to talk about some very fun stuff. By the way, for 2019, I just want to say, it would be nice if there were some uplifting articles that we could cover. It would be real nice to talk about some nice things on the podcast. So keep an eye out for that. Now, starting off, I want to go ahead and we've got a couple things I just want to do at the opening discussions just to get them out of the way. So let me go ahead and pull up the docket here. Oh boy, the internet connection is real laggy. Hold on. There we go. All right. So do you guys want to split these actually and do half of them after the pickups?
Sure. Even though I don't know what they are, but yeah, sure.
Okay. Well, let's just get started and we'll see how far we get before we want to change. So the first thing, Media Dough acquires My Anime List website. I'm assuming that's Doe and not Do. I don't know. Who cares?
I feel like that was already like a while ago that they were acquired or something. And
it was the day... No, it was 5 days after the last podcast. So when it was posted here, when this was posted. Although we did talk about something else that I actually got confused about this, because I thought we had talked about this before as well. But what we had actually talked about, to my knowledge, was how the rights holders for like Kodansha and Viz or whatever, they were using My Anime List as a new way to distribute digital manga, right? Yeah. So anime database website, My Anime List, and ebook distributor Media Dough, I don't even know, Holdings announced on Tuesday that Media Dough has acquired Anime List from Dina. I'm just going to guess on all these. According to a statement from My Anime List founder and site administrator Garrett Gisler, Dina will continue to operate the site for the next few weeks as a bunch of logistics and legal hurdles are still being worked out. After this, the new team from Media Dough will take over and will have a new vision for the site's future. Media Dough's press release mentions that it plans to enhance My Anime List functions as an overseas ebook distribution and marketing platform. So that's what I was getting at before. I guess that's what led me to think about that. My Anime List launched in 2005, and Dina purchased the site in 2015. The site recently opened a digital original. Well, Dina purchased it in 2015. Now Media Dough Group is purchasing it from Dina.
Never mind.
The site recently launched a digital manga store in partnership with Viz Media and Kodansha Comics last March, which is what we talked about on, I think, podcast 22. I don't know. Maybe it was way after that. Who knows? Anyway, Dina also previously partnered with Anime Consortium Japan, ACJ, to stream anime on My Anime List by embedding videos from ACJ's now defunct Daisuke streaming service. My Anime List later added anime embedded from Hulu and Crunchyroll. And the rest of this is all just going to be about My Anime List. And I'll just say the same thing I'll always say when My Anime List comes out, which is that...
they're only good for the hentai.
Anime Planet did it first. Anyway, do you guys have anything you want to say about this? Or is this pretty much like, who cares? I mean, assuming things move on as business as usual, I don't think it's going to matter.
Literally everything that would have happened has already happened from their previous acquirer. So, yeah.
Yeah, so, Augie?
what I'm wondering, point one, is do they get Mal just to expand their
Marketing?
advertising,
Yeah.
right?
Yep, that's what they did.
And the second one is I'm recalling back in the days of, well, technically you still have it today, but the days of the regular Nintendo and Super Nintendo when they are able to release a set amount but had to stop because they put limits on what companies can release. If this is some weird way of expanding how much they can release through a different subsidy. But that might be a little bit too far-fetched.
I don't think any company actually puts limits on their profits. I mean, maybe if you're a distributor or like a licensor, maybe, but I don't think any company actually says, "Oh no, we can't keep selling those. We're making too much money."
Well, that's not what I meant. Like,
yeah,
you can sell it,
the
but
thing
you're
about
stuck.
Yeah, well, okay, so what they do is they project. Okay, so realistically, this is the gamble we're going to take. We're going to make 100,000 of these, and if we sell like 50,000, then we've recouped our losses. If we sell all 100,000, that's a good profit. But if we made 200,000 and we only sold 50,000, then we'd be in the hole, right? So they kind of gamble on that. With something like this, you can sell. You don't have to make more. You just have to host it on a server, right? So this is a way for them to sell things way longer and not have to actually take the risk of, if I print this and nobody buys it, I'm going to be in the hole. So anyway, should we move on?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to take some vitamins real quick. Hold on 1 second.
The man
Sorry, good.
The man who brought anime to America. Sony Pictures Television's Funimation CEO, Gen Fukunaga.
Yes. All right.
A series profiles of...
Do you want to read the whole thing, or you can? I'll just lock it on me. So.
All right. A series of investors working for the intersection...
Okay, I'm going to read it.
I was going to read it, then some certain FPD&Ms had to type.
Okay, I'm going to read it then. A series of profiles of innovators working at the intersection of consumer behavior and business transformation. Gen Fukunaga, founder and CEO of Funimation, now part of Sony Pictures Television. Anime, the Japanese animation art form, is wildly popular in its country of origin and increasingly big business around the globe. Anime series, films, and character licensing in games and music generated nearly 18 billion, up some 10% over the previous year. In fact, according to Variety, the Japanese anime industry is operating at near capacity through 2020. It's an interesting concept. Anime franchises like Dragon Ball and Pokemon are now household names in the US thanks to one of its most ardent fans turned entrepreneur who brought the art form to America back in 1994. That man is Gen Fukunaga. Fukunaga is the founder and CEO of Funimation, now a wholly owned division of Sony Pictures Television. The company's fortunes waxed and waned, and its future weighed in the balance several times over its nearly 25-year history, which itself could be subject of its own anime saga series. Yet today, the Flower Mound, Texas-headquartered Funimation, has fully blossomed into an American success story, employing more than 200 people. That sounds really low. And generating more than $100 million in annual revenue prior to its acquisition by Sony Pictures Television in 2017. In addition to the United States, Funimation is currently available in Australia. That's interesting. New Zealand and the UK and Ireland, with plans for additional territories as part of its global expansion. Fukunaga expects to introduce new digital offerings on Funimation Now, the company's next generation streaming platform that will not only add revenue streams but also deepen its fan base. To meet the global demand for anime-centric entertainment, Funimation is also exploring original productions. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Well, hold on. We had like two of those that they produced. One was Dimension W, and as well as
sure, producing anime versus High Guardian spicing your anime. It's two different things.
Well, technically, for Funimation, one of their first releases was for Chuck E. Cheese. And that was before they got to the anime game.
Okay. Funimation's story begins with 13-year-old Fukunaga traveling to Japan with his parents, who had immigrated to the U.S., but who brought Gen to Japan. Oh my God, I'm terrible at reading that. Okay, who had immigrated to the U.S., but who brought Gen to Japan to live for a time and spend time with his extended family. Get rid of who. That would have been easier to read. Gen was brought up in Lafayette, Indiana. My dad was in his mid-30s when he came to the U.S. with a couple $100 in his pocket. He actually became a professor at Purdue University after they read some of his papers and they were really impressed with some of the work. I was 6 years old at the time, said Fukunaga. Growing up in Lafayette, Indiana, Gen had never been exposed before to anime. I had lived in Japan in 8th grade, and I was introduced to anime. Back then in the 70s, animation in America was just Daffy Duck and Roadrunner. In Japan, you have space battleships and ninjas and all sorts of cool stuff. I had never seen anything like it before, and I really started to love it, the art form, said Fukunaga. While his time in Japan and his exposure to anime left a huge impression, he moved back to Lafayette and got on with life and focused on his studies. He went on to earn his bachelor's and master's in electrical engineering from Purdue and started working for IBM in Boca Raton designing computers. He went on to earn his MBA from Columbia University and started working as a consultant for Anderson Consulting, now Accenture. He later moved to California to work for Tandem Computers, where he was exposed to Silicon Valley's booming startup culture. Let's see, how much more of this do we have? I guess not that much. Okay. I haven't read this before they I'll talk to us if I'm drunk already. Nope, just sick. I wanted to. No, I can do it. I was just gonna establish, because I didn't say it already, that this is very heavy on his backstory, which we thought would be interesting to set as a base for conversations going forward. I didn't think Tandem was going to make it, which turned out to be true. And I thought, I'm going to either go to a startup or start my own company. I initially assumed it would be in high-tech business, but I just kept remembering my anime experience as there still wasn't anime in America. So I started Funimation in 1994 to change that. Fortunately, my uncle was a well-known producer in Japan, not in anime, but in the live-action side. He actually had directed and produced shows like Power Rangers in Japan, says Fukunaga. That's pretty interesting. While his uncle made the right connections for him, Fukunaga pursued seed capital to purchase the rights to the most successful title coming out of Japan at the time, Dragon Ball Z. I was really fortunate there because the family of a friend of mine, Daniel Kokenoffer, I don't know how to pronounce that, with whom I worked at IBM, had just made a bunch of money investing in a video game, and Dragon Ball is a very popular game as well outside the US, says Fukunaga. They took a chance on another game investment. We started with $2 million total seed capital. That's amazing for 1994, he said. We started with $2 million total seed capital and got the title, and that's how the whole company started, and we literally never took another penny in debt or equity after that initial investment. That's a great way to start a business. I wish I had $2 million to launch mine.
Hey, it's in Forbes for a reason.
The investors from the Kokenoffer family were based in Fort Worth, Texas, so that's where the company was founded. Interesting. The company was sold in 2005 for $120 million to Navar Corporation, a publicly traded company whose primary business was as a distributor for the box software industry. While Funimation's strong growth continued, Navar's overall revenue swiftly deteriorated as the software business turned from shipped boxes to digital downloads. The management at Navar was put under tremendous pressure. They decided to sell us and focus on their core business, and so that turned into a situation where we were able to buy ourselves back at $24 million as an MBO. With the help of my friends Doug Deason and John, God, you have weirdly named friends. John Quelbs, said Fukunaga. In July 2017, Funimation announced that Sony Pictures Television was acquiring 95% stake in the company for only $143 million. Sony Pictures Television completed the acquisition in October later that same year. What's next for Fukunaga and Funimation? I think anime still got a long way to go. I think some important things will happen in the industry that'll make it get there. There'll be more global expansion. I think Hollywood's definitely picking up on it. I think there's going to be, for example, large live-action movie adaptations like Marvel did with comics. There's already been some announcements that there's several projects underway now, says Fukunaga. 2 such live-action movie projects based on anime series are Netflix adaptation of Cowboy Bebop and Warner Brothers adaptation of Attack on Titan. Funimation has distributed both anime series for many years. Mobile gaming is getting huge in this world, and boy, am I.
Don't you guys have phones?
Yeah, mobile gaming is getting huge in this world, and anime is just perfect for it. And it's already happened in China, Japan, and other parts of Asia. So it's just going to come over now into the West. I think there's so many exciting opportunities. Look at what happened with Pokemon Go, says Fukunaga. Yeah, watch that not be recreatable in the future with other properties. Anyway, all right. So that's what we've got for this article. Do you guys have something you want to say? I thought it was good for us to lay that base. So what's up?
So this article corrected me because I thought Gen started out as a producer for Dragon Ball, which was something I've heard from rumor. So glad that was confirmed.
Well, maybe
he's degree.
Maybe he worked in that capacity. Maybe he worked in that capacity, but he didn't actually start as a producer for Dragon Ball.
Fair enough. But yeah, for 94 to get that much.
Yeah, $2 million. That. Remember when Trump got a small loan of $1 million and people lost their minds, and then he turned that into $2 billion. I mean, that really puts into perspective that Gen Fukunaga got $2 million, and what are they worth now? Like $100 million a year. Like that's pretty amazing. That I mean, either way, it's amazing to turn that. I mean, let's scale that down. Let's like getting $2 and turning it into $100. You know what I mean? So it's still pretty amazing, you know. Anyway, so moving on from here, if you guys don't want to talk about this more. Okay, so woman calls Dragon Ball a sexist show, and Bulma's voice actor Monica Rial roasts her with facts, according to the title here. So if you guys didn't know what happened here, I'm just going to give you a quick heads up. This person on Twitter named Pam said, #ban Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball is a misogynist, sexist show. It degrades women. Any man that supports the show, they support sexism and misogyny. That show teaches boys and men to disrespect women. It teaches toxic masculinity. We as women need to unite and ban anime in general.
Providing many examples along the way to prove her points.
Yeah. She went the Anita Sarkeesian route. So Monica Rial chimes in and says, "Oh, honey, have you ever watched Dragon Ball or anime for that matter? Japan has been creating strong female characters long before it became popular here. I would know. I happen to voice one of those strong women in that sexist show." So real quick, I'll just say that Bulma is probably the strongest anime female that has ever been written. To my knowledge, she's crucial to the entire plot. Literally, Goku wouldn't have even gone on his he wouldn't have even gone searching for the Dragon Balls if it wasn't for her. She's the reason they got to Namek. She's the reason that they were able to defeat the androids. I mean, it's obviously she's right. But the thing is, remember when we talked about that article about the Steam artists where it seemed like they were just talking to themselves in DMs?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think that's what's happening here. I'm just saying. It feels to me this happened right before Dragon Ball Super Broly came out into theaters. This seems like a PR stunt.
Some Pam person.
Oh, this isn't anything new.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, that account doesn't exist anymore, and then it came back as according to Monica Rial, she said Pam is back, and this time the name is @NicoleFeminist. I'm a proud feminist. The future is female. Can't wait until men become illegal. Definitely not a troll. My mission is to ban anything that degrades women. Right. So this account popped up later, and I think Monica Rial is joking, but I don't know. It just seems to me that this was a publicity stunt in order to get more people to see Dragon Ball Super Broly. And just like one more nudge to get the name out there, get articles like this written that are now promoting, hey, look, this thing is out. Dragon Ball Super Broly right here. You know what I mean? It just seems like that's what this was.
In other genres, like the horror genre, for example, you'll have people make the same claims, but typically for a lot of these horror movies, there's a female lead that's shown weak, but always tends to survive all this stuff. So I don't know.
I forgot to include this part. Let's not forget the show promotes pedophilia, which is, I guess, in response to Monica Rial's statement here. And then, okay, you're either a bot or a troll. By the way, feminist is the plural form of the word. You are one person, hence you are a feminist. Hey, don't assume her gender. She might be a two-spirit. But if you were truly a feminist, you would understand it's about equality and not being better than or wanting to rid the world of men. So I'm just saying this seems very much to me like this entire thing was orchestrated in order to appease both actual, feminists and also like maybe anti-feminists, and like it just seems like a publicity stunt to me.
I'll just say, stunt or not, I'm much more happy with the way Monica handled it compared to Amanda, what's her face?
Amanda Winley. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, no, and just to clarify, I have nothing but respect for Monica Rial. I think she's a great voice actress. When she took over Bulma, I think she was one of the only people I was actually okay with doing it, because I think that she really
captured
the character.
The spirit.
Yeah, the spirit. There you go. Yeah, so I'd say that I think that it's my wife is dropping truth bombs in the chat. Anyway, so
the more I look at Pam's face, the more it looks like she has like a horse's mouth.
Okay, I don't want to devolve into this. It looks like an entirely different person, by the way. I think this was a joke when she came back, because this person is also named just Pam. I don't know. I'm done talking about this. If everybody else is cool.
Oh, I'm done too.
All right, cool. So the last thing here before we do pickups, this is just gonna be a quick thing here. Hoseda says that they were surprised for an Oscar nomination. Akira Toriyama and Naoki Urasawa are nominated for the Eisner Hall of Fame. And Rumiko Takahashi wins big at the Angoulême Grand Prix with the 2019 prize. So I'm just going to give you my 1-minute version of this and just say... sorry, I keep getting distracted by the chat. So I'm just going to say that award shows, literally all award shows, they exist to make the industry more money. They are funded by the industry. It doesn't matter about the shows that you like. They literally only put them on to make themselves, their own industry, more money. Okay? Look at the video game awards, where literally the entire fucking thing is just advertisements for future games that are coming out. That's all that shit is. It's the same thing with Hollywood and the Golden Globes and the Oscars and the Academy Award. All of that is just to get more and more prestige on themselves, and the studios funding, these extravagant, TV events that get talked about time and time again in late night talk shows and news and all that stuff is exclusively to make them more money. This whole thing about this, they're throwing you a bone. Okay? All they're doing is throwing you a bone. Because this is the same thing as #Oscars so white. That was a stunt. Truthfully, the Oscar nominations actually were representative of the demographic of, how many, let's say the demographics of the United States, for example, of percentage of white people, percentage of Asian people, percentage of whatever. So that was actually accurate before that. And then the next Academy Awards or whatever, it was just like a landslide for, they're throwing you a bone. It's all it is. I don't think you should want anime in this mess, because I don't think it means anything. that's my spiel. If you guys have another opinion, you're welcome to voice it.
If it's the format, they chose it because it fit the format. You're better off just finding something else to watch than watch the awards because they're just highlighting what they want to highlight.
I didn't see Mirai, but there were much better movies, I imagine, that came out. I think Liz and the Bluebird probably would be a more just based on Hosoda's other work. Based on Hosoda's other work, like not necessarily the Digimon movie, but like Summer Wars and whatnot. I feel like Liz and the Bluebird would have more benefited from or been recognized as, I don't necessarily want to say Oscar worthy, but I feel like the statement they were making was less safe, and it seems like it fits that, Hollywood climate a little bit more. So I'm a little bit surprised at that. But it is just a nomination here. I don't know. We'll see. They're probably going to give it to Boss Baby 2. We'll see. Anyway, moving on.
Boss Baby 3.
Are they already on the third one?
I'm just making that up, but who knows?
Just reading the chat here.
Yeah, right. I didn't know your wife was so hip and cool with the kids, with SUP and calling things cancer.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
All right. Oh, you're going to leave during the time when I need to. Okay, so I guess I'll do the...
What are you talking about? I can go on for hours with my pickup.
I know. I have to do my pickup first. So first of all, I'll just do my actual pickup. I got Spice and Wolf, or as my friend calls it, Spice and Yif, because it's kind of similar to Kino's Journey, and I thought, hey, might as well finally check it out. And then I went to, because we're doing Dagashi Kashi Season 2 and Takunomi, I went to the store
to get Dagashi.
Well, I didn't want to get Dagashi because I didn't really want to eat a bunch of candy again like we did last podcast. But they had that one Dagashi that was about like it was a type of ramen, right? That it was like and you could like use half the packet or the whole packet for whatever. And I went to look at it, and I thought just because I also just want to eat it, I bought some spicy chicken and sriracha chicken flavor, which I'm going to go make while FDDM's doing his pickups. But while I was there, I also happened to see the Jump Force cup noodles.
Edition.
Yeah, so I'll eat this one later, but I'm going to make these ones right now. And I'm going to let you guys go while I do that. And I also bought an alcohol. I was going to just get my normal favorite alcohol, but I found out they had a Japanese whiskey, and it turned out to be a featured whiskey in the show. So I'll get that when the time comes, because I want to wait till the Watch Club to actually start popping that out. Anyway, who wants to go first on pickups?
Let him go first. I need to take care of something briefly.
Okay.
All right. I'll man the stage.
You have the floor. You're talking to yourself in the chat. I'm going to be in the other room for a minute.
I'll be back. I'm locked on.
You're locked on. I'm going to mute my mic so that I can come back in here without, or so that when I leave, it doesn't do feedback looping.
Okay, got it.
All right. I'll be right back. Go ahead.
Okay, so starting off, this is going to be a long one, but here's the manga pickups. We got Yamada-kun. I got this exclusively because it was a 2-in-1 volume when they were doing singles, but as you can see, it has this little separation as if it's 2 volumes in one, so it will look nice in your collection instead of like, oh, this is a lopsided volume. Anyway, on to the pickups that'll take forever. We got Outbreak Company, Adam the Beginning, which was on sale. Oh yeah, by the way, my Sentai sale came in, but we got to get moving along. Then we got Atelier Escha something. This has a game. I bought the first game, played like 2 seconds of it. Then we got Amagi SS or Amagami SS, the complete collection. Then we got Girls Beyond the Wasteland, which I believe is made by the same people that made the visual novel for Majikoyo Samurai Girls. Then we got Madaka Box, the complete, that has both seasons in it. Then we got Maoyu, which is, for some reason people compare this to Spice and Wolf. I don't think there's any actual connection to both of them, but who knows? I haven't done any research into it. Then we got whatever this is, Typhoon Noruda, which is like 26 minutes, I realized, but it was cheap enough. Then we got Fantasy Star Online 2, the animation. I have no idea what that's about. It's based on a game that I never played. Then we got Pet Girl Sakurasu. I thought it was okay, but it was kind of dumb how that one girl got all the attention even though she did nothing. Then we got Tawanakwan, which is a movie series. Kind of interested into watching it. Then we got Shining Hearts. No idea what that is. Then we got Humanity Has Declined. And then we got Horizon in the Middle of Nowhere, seasons 1 and 2. And season 2, the main character is basically naked the entire time. I don't know how they pulled that off, but they did. It was kind of interesting, but went nowhere. Then we got Invaders of the Roku Jioma. Did all the research and pronounced that. Then we got Camp Fur. The, what is it? Gender Bender? I don't know. I thought that one...
That one.
I got really... like, not attached to it, but, like, I got into it, but kind of got pissed off as a result of, you know, where it was heading.
That was a nice moon.
A nice moon?
That was a very nice moon. Come on.
I don't remember what you're talking about specifically. But then we got My Mental Choices Are Completely Interfering with My Teen Romantic Comedy, the shortest name ever for anime. And I watched this twice, and it wasn't as good the second time, but I don't know. I kind of really enjoyed the neat concept. Oh, Otaku says, take 100 shots since Footnum is lagging as hell. Well, whatever. I don't care. I need to get this moving on. You hear my audio. Audio podcast listeners only. And then we got Majestic Prince Complete Collection, which is the same character designer that did Fafnir. Is that Fafnir? Then Gundam Seed Destiny, that stuff. Oh crap, I'm into the Girlsoon Panzer, which I got all 4 of, which you're going to see a flash of, which is going to be super blurry, and then you won't see the rest of it, but that's okay. I'm literally tossing all of these on the floor right now because I have nowhere to put them, and I don't have like a table.
Take time to stack them. Be a decent person. Have your own Nakazomi tower. Then
we got Space Brothers, all 8 of them on Blu-ray. Actually, the first one I already had, but I just brought it. And then we got Rinne Collection 1 and 2, and then we got Season 2 and 3, because the first season is split up into 2 parts, and then they decide, let's do full seasons and not waste people's money and time, which I thought was a nice little thing that they did. Then we got Shamanic Princess. I don't even remember why I got this. I think because the Amazon listing said, oh, for fans of Clamp. It could also be because I think we said something about Watch Club, but maybe not. And then we got
Watch Club.
Okay, so that's probably why I got. And it was cheap. Then we got Valerian and Laureline, the complete series, which is not the terrible action movie. I was about to say it isn't the terrible live action movie. I watched like 2 episodes of it. It's kind of neat. I like the concept. Then we got Ray, which I bought because apart from it being cheap and my stack falling over, this is apparently related to, what is that called? Blackjack, that medical anime type thing.
Yeah, it's supposed to be somewhat in the same universe, last I heard.
I think he literally is in the first and last episode from what I looked up. Then we got Some Days Dreamers 2, so I finally have all of that. That's sub only though, and not dubbed like the first season. Got Kimi Kiss, the complete collection. It's got a nice thick spine. Maybe not nice thick. I don't really like those cases when they're stack packs. Cross Ange. I literally only know this for that one GIF that was really etchy or whatever and suggestive, but I'm like, whatever, I'll just watch it. A lot of people say it was bad, but I don't care. It looks interesting, and I like the character designs.
I like it. I need to finish it.
Then we got and it's dubbed Golgo 13, which I didn't know for the longest time that this was 50 episodes, and it's all dubbed as well, so that's kind of neat. To go with my Queen Bee. Then we got Golden Time. I made it halfway through the series, and I hated where it was going, and I think it probably ends up in that way like I think it is, but whatever. I'll have to.
Henry, wasn't it?
What was that?
It was Ghost Bannery who ruined it, wasn't it?
I mean, that was part of it, I think, but it was just...
there you go.
it was stupid how it's like, yeah, I'm dating this girl, and then it's like, oh, but this girl, I like this girl. It's like, what's the point of dragging me in two different directions? Like, anyway.
No, romance.
Ninja Scroll, the re-release that has the slipcase. I don't know what the difference was between the releases, but I got, because it had a slipcase. Then for the other slipcase, Sentai's got Short Piece, which is like an anthology. I'm not sure why Mr. Nice Guy hasn't... like, has he done that yet? He should if he hasn't. And then Devil Survivor 2, the animation, the slipcover. I think the slipcover is a bit damaged, but honestly, I can't be bothered to deal with Sentai importation anymore. Actually, that's a lie. I just had a really bad experience this time. Then we got Kashan, or Kashan, whatever. I need the Cash. No, this is Kashan. Kashan.
The title is spelt that way, but it's Kashern is the show, because it's in Japanese. It's written Ka, Sha, and then there's a dash, which implies there's going to be an R there, and then Kashan. So anyway,
okay. I mean, I'd call it Kashern to match the Funimation, but it's spelled
right.
that way.
So I'm curious.
I'm watching a live action movie. It is terrible.
Nothing wrong with the live action movie. It's just not Kashern.
Whatever.
So what were you saying about Mr. Nice Guy? Was there an anthology that you were going through?
Has he done Short Piece?
I don't think so.
Well, he's missing out because he kind of ran out of anthologies or something. So then we got...
Not like he's just not searching, but that's his own hell to worry about.
No, he just has to keep up in the ante is the thing, and there aren't any that are bigger than... I
only got 500 pickups left. Don't worry.
Oh, good, because I've got my noodles here that I'm trying to...
I think this is the only pickup that people have been able to process at 1 frame a second. I got Naruto, the OVA Lost Story, because I didn't know it had an OVA release thing. And it was cheap at the... Like, it was the only cheap listing left. So might as well get that done. Super Robot Wars. I'm not going to explain the anomaly that this possibly is. But anyway... Then we got more Sentai. We got Alice and Lilia, the complete extra thick edition, which you can't get on the site anymore. It's unavailable, and it's like expensive on Amazon. So I'm glad I got it when I did. Then we got Blue Drop, the
I would love to do a watch club of Allison and Lilia sometime. Just saying.
I wouldn't mind either. Blue Drop, the dubbed collection. Then we got Sin, the movie, which I have zero expectations for, but was just too cheap to not buy. Then I got Hanakyo Maid Team, which has an art box that I need to get. And I think this is actually the second season, and we never got the first season.
Hanakyo Maid Team La Verite?
Yeah.
It's the first season.
Well, I looked on Wikipedia, and it says there was a 2001 12-episode series, and then La Verite, which came out in 2003 or something. I don't know. I just hope they don't have a connection, so I'm not missing anything. Then we got
the short.
Yep. Okay, I'll just continue. Then we got Mask of the Guy, because that's on the list, I think, of things we need for watch club, potential watch clubs. And Brad, for you, well, not for you, but I got Munto Volume 2 because this was the only cheap one available. And because it said, oh, what's that show with the ridiculously high frame rate? I popped it in, and it looks no different than any other anime was. And then we got Chaika Coffin Princess, which I've talked about before, how I've only heard good things about it. I have not heard a single person complain about it. So I'm excited to watch that. Then we got...
That was my first review.
Okay, yes, Brad? Are you muted?
He's muted. He's frozen.
Hanakyo Maid Team La Verite. It's also the Genie on release.
Yeah.
Is La Verite, just so you know.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. So then we got Glass. What is this? Glass Mask, the original 1980s or whenever it was series. Because I did pre-order it, but then I canceled it. And thankfully I did, because that was heavily discounted. Batum is out of print, I think. And it was actually a pretty decent show. It just kind of didn't go anywhere. And then we got Comet Lucifer. Then we go, God, my tower's falling again. Then we got Sunday Without God. Then we got my replacement for Place to Place, because I had the DVD and I need
how much more time do I have before you're done?
I can get it done quickly.
Oh no, I'm asking because I gotta go pour out the water.
Oh, you can go ahead.
You would just interrupt me.
I can stall or hand it off to Augie. Wait, no.
Keep going.
So then we got Saba Gebu, which Brad says is like really great, I think. And then we got Heaven's Memo Pad, which has a 48-minute episode 1, which is kind of neat. I haven't actually watched any of it. And then you said I got this earlier, Augie, but I didn't. But now I have it. It's all of Hayate Combat Butler on Blu-ray, which is kind of neat that you can get so many episodes of it that way. And oh god, I just need to grab the other box. So then we got Love Live, the complete series, or at least season 1 and 2, and the movie. Then we got Hunter x Hunter set 5. So I'm still up to date. That's like up to episode 99. Then we got JoJo's Bizarre Adventure limited edition Battle in Egypt arc. Then I decided to order Hells. And then One Piece, the special. This is the only non-bootleg One Piece I happen to own, because apparently those black collection box sets I have are bootleg. I got Alder Minion on the Sky because I had to watch Tanya the Evil recently, and I thought that was a pretty painful experience. But then there was this as a trailer, and it looked way better as a military anime, even though it probably isn't particularly great, but it just, I don't know. I was thinking, I just need to watch that and see how much better it is. Then we got Overlord Season 2, the limited edition, and this is my replacement that doesn't have the UPC slash that accidentally happened in shipping. And then I have, ooh, that sounded good. Then we got Black Clover, the art box that's it's actually like really thick, because I think it has room for an art book in addition to the 5 volumes. And it's pretty nice, actually. Then we got Ghost in the Shell Arise, Brad's favorite Ghost in the Shell entry. And then we got Arise, the movie that has no slipcase. My theory is because Canada doesn't have the UV digital copy version. It doesn't even say it on the back. So they probably just scrapped the slipcase altogether. Like, I've already gotten a second replacement, no slipcase. Now, leading into the imports, I got all of Ghost in the Shell SAC on Blu-ray, and it's like, I don't know, it's reasonably priced, 60-ish bucks after conversion, and it's all not the, I'm hearing an echo, but yeah, just a bit. I don't know whose side it is, but
I got my headphones in, and he's got his muted, so
yeah. So Ghost in the Shell is like the US release. They have the Japanese audio cutting into the dub track and stuff like that. So I'm imagining this one's completely fine. Then in other important news, I got all of Blue Exorcist Season 1 because it's like way cheaper than the Aniplex set. And I also got Silent Voice, which literally today got announced that there's going to be a Blu-ray.
I don't think that was today.
Okay, literally yesterday. Close enough. And then probably my favorite pickup from the day is the Persona 3 art box that houses all four of the movies. It's actually like really nice. It's shiny too.
So I went to dump out the water because I was going to put the sauce packets in, and then I remembered that cup noodle doesn't have sauce packets. That all the stuff is already in there, so I just dumped out the flavoring. So I'm going to put in the most Arizona thing I have, which is scorpion pepper sauce with a little hat on it for the lid. Anyway, continue. I just had to get that out there so I can start eating before Augie goes.
I have literally one pickup left, which is my bootleg. Because, I contacted the seller saying, yeah, dude, this is bootleg. And he's like, oh, how about I give you 50% not discount, refund? And I said, no, I shouldn't be penalized 50% because I decide to buy from you.
Yeah.
So I got my refund back without having to return. Anyway, Augie's turn, I guess.
All right, switching over to Augie. By the way, your camera's still off, Augie.
I know that.
And I got a huge cleanup. I literally have a pile of DVDs, Blu-rays down there.
Am I locked on, Scotty?
You are. FDM, you should go ahead and clean those up now so that you don't accidentally roll your chair over them.
Yeah.
All right. So, as I was cut off because some people thought I was going to show the same thing again, I have both volumes of Star Driver, Biff, Bam, Boom, and yes, this is super fabulous. One thing I'll mention for this, at the time, a lot of people did not enjoy the transfer of this and also the translation. However, or at least my social groups kept bragging a lot about the subgroup Kogals. So I believe that's when Kogals got a decent start for what they do for fans translating. But now I'm ever closer to completing the Bandai Entertainment catalog. Up next, we're going to go through the Funimation goal that I have with Riddle Story of the Devil or Aka or Akuma no Riddle in the good old save editions. Look at that green. Looks limey.
Every time Augie gets a save edition, that could be another thing for the OCA podcast drinking game.
Up next is In Another World is my smartphone. Ooh.
The Konosuba ripoff.
I think it's In Another World with my smartphone.
An oldie, but something I need to get. Dot Hex Sign Quantum. Because I keep getting Tales of Vesperia confused with it. Because they're released on the same day.
Congratulations on getting one that wasn't mangled on the bottom.
I know. Oh my god. Up next are two Case Closed movies. The Time Bomb Skyscraper and The Last Wizard of the Century. Apparently, it's like you'll have one Case Closed movie that's just a mystery, and another one is some sort of bomb thriller. Still hoping that Discotheque will get more of that show. And the next one I'm going to show, technically it's super common, but everyone wants to jack the price up on it. But I finally got Kenshi, the Mightiest Disciple.
Kenichi.
So it's a good thing we didn't actually do the drinking game where we drink every time Augie mispronounces the title, because we would not be getting through the rest of this podcast.
Oh yeah, and I'll add a rule: take a long sip when AC rants with a political figure involved. You don't mind suffocate. All right, before I get to more DVDs, let's get something out of the way. I got this VHS series, which was it's an OVA. It's an OVA series. Tezuka Osama created this character.
Osama bin Laden? Osamu. Osamu. Tezuka.
Osama. Okay. And if you've seen one of those very totally lame anime panels. This is the one with the dog who barks terribly, and it's Ambassador Magma. Volume 1, Volume 2, Volume 3, and another Ambassador Magma, and another Ambassador Magma, Sunbleached, and the 6th volume of Ambassador Magma. All which should be released by, well, that went out of order. All that should have been released by Discotheque sometime soon, but who knows when that'll happen. I got 4 and 5 mixed up in there. So,
oh, nice. Shane says he picked up all 10 box sets of Urusei. That's pretty cool. The actual box sets. Good work.
Oh, wow. Kudos for you. Dang. I hope you thrift well with that. So up next, completing in all tracks, is Sailor Moon Super C Part 1, Sailor Moon Super S Part 2.
That first one was just S.
And S, the movie. No, it has supers like right there.
No, the first one.
The first one.
The first one is
the
just
first
S.
one's S.
You said
Yeah,
super.
the first one's just S. This one's super.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So, woo. And for some reason, I'm off. Once again, I'm off a volume. And with my winning hand, I finally have all 5 DVD cases of Exodia, the Forbidden One. Then I flip it around, see Yugi ready to duel. I went with this one because I had the first 2 volumes for that other box set, which
The complete.
according to AC is like a lot of people keep reprinting and bootlegging those. So,
Yeah, there's a 1-to-1 copy of that other box set.
So I'm also kind of glad to complete this because it's one of those that you can complete an image, just like with Matchless Ryo.
Raijin.
It's also the only Yugi series that's
It's up
complete over
there. Well, except for season 0.
What do you mean, except season 0? Literally only the classic is
He's saying on DVD.
Oh.
and just dubbed in general, because like GX and 5Ds aren't completely dubbed.
Didn't know that for 5 Ds. I'm surprised. Also, Yu-Gi-Oh! The first movie. Ooh, I'm getting with the times.
Mine's slashed.
And just like FTDM said, I'm starting with season 1 of GX, which I hate to hear that it didn't get dubbed all the way because it was getting really good.
Yeah.
My wife has alerted me that my clicking of the bowl has been quite loud. So I apologize.
Yeah, she hears it in the other room.
Well, she hears it twice. Once on the other room, and then once again 30 seconds later.
I hope that background will stop because that was the heating unit
I was checking on earlier.
Also, this 2 days ago, I went to a Final Fantasy concert and got this as the soundtrack to the first 2 games because everything else was sold out.
Right on.
So I had a really good time with that. And we're done with Adventure Kid.
Okay, so
Back to
before we
you,
move
AC.
on, so something I hadn't brought up yet. You guys might notice I'm wearing an interesting shirt here. I had this brilliant idea of making shirts that were supposed to be like the Ralph Lauren polos with the little guy playing polo on the horse, but instead it's got JoJo poses on it. So I got this made. That's Dio, obviously. And I was thinking I have a much greater venture in mind, but I wanted to have it done. I sort of briefly talked about this in the last podcast. I wanted to have it up and running today, but I'm still waiting on my logo guy to help me finish some stuff. So the website's not up yet, but I'm just giving you guys a quick sneak peek that I'm actually going to be launching a store that'll be priced. The pricing for the shirts, I'm actually curious what you guys think shirts in general are worth. Like what would you actually pay for a shirt? But I actually have like a minimum threshold that I have to charge because I'm doing it through a drop shipping thing where like you make the order. No, not like Soulja Boy. Because mine are actually designs that I made, so they're not like where his thing was just an AliExpress thing or whatever that he just slapped his name on. Yeah, but basically when you place the order, they're going to actually make the shirt and then send it to you. So there's a price point that I have to cover for their manufacturing costs. Okay, I'm just good.
I hope Soulja Boy's embarrassed about that.
I don't think he's capable of being embarrassed. It wasn't Soulja Boy the one who said
crank that.
No, he's the one who said it was a comeback, and he's like, oh, so you were down and out for a while? I was like, no, I've always been good. he like wanted the title of a comeback without accepting the what that meant. Anyway, good to know. I'm going to try to keep the prices really low, except for shirts that I actually designed from scratch, like stuff that's like for the channel / podcast specific, little memes and stuff. Those I'll probably charge a little bit more for because they're things that I actually made. But the premise for the whole site is going to be it's going to be stealthweeb.com. And the idea behind it is kind of that idea of when you're a kid and you have the underwear with like your favorite superhero on the butt. And it's like when you wear those as a kid, nobody else sees them, but you know you're wearing them. And that's kind of what matters, you know? It's kind of the same thing as the idea that I'm going to be creating shirts that are going to be like in a one-off episode of an anime where a character is wearing a shirt that's not their school uniform kind of thing. Like I'm going to recreate those and put them on the site because it doesn't cost me anything to make them. I mean, it cost me my time to replicate them, but that way I can just put them up there, have a real low margin of profit, and just pay for the hosting for it. And then I'll actually put some actual designs on it that'll be stuff that we created that are sort of memed around the whole podcast and everything as well. But that's kind of what I'm thinking of doing. And I'm just curious what you guys thought about that. This came out a little bit bigger than I had put it on the like preview thing when I submitted the design, but I don't think I can make it much smaller because I think that they actually scaled it up for fidelity's sake, because you can actually see his fingers and stuff in here. If it went much smaller, I just don't know that it would work or read. It would look like a funky like country or something, like just on its own, and people would ask, what country is that as you're wearing the shirt? So anyway, yeah, so I just want to bring that to you guys' attention, and we can go ahead and start the articles now, but we're going to be starting with Kickstarter stuff. I found something that it's actually a game. There's a couple of things I found Kickstarter wise, but none of them had DVDs, so I didn't bother to share them. Anyway, so going back to Blader. No, I guess we're not going back to Blader. Come on, don't do this to me. There we go. Going back to Blader. Again with this. I talked about this in the previous podcast. It's not going to make it. It's not going to make it, is all I'm saying, all right? And then Bless the Demon Puppets. This is a game, a Japanese game that's getting made. If you're into horror games or whatever, I thought you might be interested in this. Yeah, it's quite interesting. Am I screen sharing? I am good. All right. Anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and move on to... Here we've got some information for Implosion 0 Day. And I put the whole text here from the email. You can read if you want, but I'm just going to note the stuff I bolded here. So the Implosion 0 Day animated movie was unable to be completed by 2018. And I think I got this in like 2015. They've had a lot of time to do this. We sincerely apologize to our backers and have compiled a collector's edition package, including the complete shooting script, production art, and Implosion 0 Day hoodie and t-shirt designed around the battlesuit. A digital rewards package containing the Implosion game OST, Implosion Obelisk comic books, currently completed issues, and collector's edition wallpaper will accompany these packages. They would also like to offer optional refunds to any backers who wish to opt out at this time. Any backers who choose this option will still receive all the collector's edition rewards they are eligible for. based on their tier. For example, all backers of the Warmech second pilot and above will be eligible for a complete collector's edition package in March 2019, regardless of requesting a refund or not. We will not give up and will continue until we have attained the final quality our fans expect from us. And then this is weird. As of this moment, despite our amazing settings, production, animation, and overall designs, we have not reached our Rayark, that's the company name, quality standard, and will continue to revise all elements in Implosion Zero Day until it is worthy of view in the world stage. So it sounds to me like they're saying that they basically finished it, but they're going to do the whole thing over again. Doesn't it?
Yeah, I guess.
And then there's a little bit more information here regarding tiers and all that stuff. So if you guys want to look into, if you already have you have to be a backer to have this.
All the tiers of the backers who aren't getting a product. I mean, what?
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you wanted to look into the stuff about what you would get for the collector's edition,
I'm making
it
a bad
seems like,
pun.
yeah, but it seems like they're just to clarify for people, it seems like they're making a care package even if you leave, is what they're saying, which I think is a bad idea because they've obviously already been hemorrhaging money for the fact that they've had to pay this staff all this time and they still aren't done yet.
I should pretend that I had that package and that I'm leaving. Give me the care package.
All right. So, suspect arrested after Anime LA arson leaves 7 vehicles scorched. An arson case that took place during this weekend's Anime Los Angeles convention ended up spreading from a single car to 7, leading to scorched vehicles in the Azure Hotel and Suites parking lot. Video surveillance supposedly showed a man dumping 2 cans of gasoline on the first car, failing to set it ablaze with a cigarette. I love how they just kept this in this detail in there, and then finally getting the job done with his lighter, because it totally gives you the type of person who did this, trying to look cool while they do it. Ontario, California police have since arrested the suspect, a 27-year-old man named Matthew Masumi Toyotome, on suspicion of arson. Toyotome apparently knew the owner of the car he initially targeted, and convention attendee Julia Moreno Jenkins later confirmed this on Instagram. Jenkins describes the arsonist as an obsessed stalker who targeted and attacked her vehicle specifically. Here's the post, which also links to a GoFundMe page to help recuperate costs. So this is what happened to the vehicle. Go ahead.
Makes you wonder for this situation if the first off, there's no reason to ever do something like that unless if it's your own property or it's not someone else's.
Realistically, there's pretty much never a reason to do it, even if it is your own property.
I know, but there's people who want to rip up their own stuff for no reason, and I can't.
Unless you're the U.S. government pulling out of like Afghanistan and you torch all your stuff so it doesn't get into enemy hands, you don't have to take it home. That's like the only reason that I can see why you would do this. But
I'm wondering who caused the drama first. Would it be the stalker or did
so she's a cosplayer? I'm gonna assume
so.
I'm assuming it was the stalker because she's a cosplayer, and it just seems like a common occurrence where people who are cosplayers and whatnot, that they get stalked all the time. They get those creepy fans. The guy's name is Matthew Masumi Toyotome. He's a Japanese guy. For whatever reason, they're obsessed with idols. I don't know. It's weird, but it just seems like very likely that was the case. So,
maybe.
Yeah,
so.
Otakuso says so. There's a city in California called Ontario. I was surprised about that as well, but it is California, especially considering it's called Anime Los Angeles. And apparently it's in Ontario, California.
Well, it's more confusing when you're buying Monogatari from this guy who's from Ontario, CA, and you're like, yeah, so the shipping should be cheap, right? And then he's like, what? I'm from Ontario, California.
Yeah. So perhaps the stalker lives in Ontario, California, and went to Anime Los Angeles to perform the deed, and that's why the local police got him. That's why they arrested him. So I don't know. But if you guys are good with moving on, I'd be happy to.
Yeah.
I just thought
Move on. It's already been tested.
Crunchyroll Expo to host horror manga artist Junji Ito. That's basically all I'm going to say about this.
Yes, thank you. He's finally coming over to the States.
Organizers say Comiket is no place for hate speech after anti-Korean and Chinese stickers were discovered at a Dojin booth. So I think Otakuso had to share this. I'm just going to summarize it here. There was a sticker on a booth that said no Chinese or Koreans allowed, as in they were only going to sell it to the Japanese. And apparently Comiket at first distanced themselves from it, saying, well, it's nothing we can do about it. They were alerted about it after the event was already over, but then they later came in and said, we will advise against it in the future. And in 2016, Japan's National Diet enacted a hate speech act in order to comply with the United Nations International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination. However, the law does not contain penalties for perpetrators of hate speech. So anyway, well, this is it. Let's say it's not supposed to be a law due to the fact that United Nations shouldn't be able to legislate on a sovereign nation. But it's the Hate Speech Act, which was enacted by Japan's Diet Bureau or whatever, their legislative government. So interesting to see that maybe we are going to start seeing a lot more of what we've sort of been getting hinted at due to this particular legislation taking effect. So abusers list.
What I don't get is if you don't like the other race, in general, if you don't like another race, why would you not want to get their money?
No, seriously, I was going to say that, like, you have to really hate somebody as an entrepreneur. You got to really hate someone to say no to their money.
Yeah.
You know? Anyway, abuser list spread through anime cons. So, before I scroll down, to any YouTube employees watching, the girl in this picture is wearing a one-piece bathing suit. Okay? Anyway, a spreadsheet containing the names of various harassers and abusers is being circulated by the organizers of various Western anime conventions, being likened to the usual suspects of the hashtag #MeToo movement. The 34 names on the list include those who, quote, prey on minors, and those accused of taking upskirt photos of cosplayers, though the list itself was not leaked. Kotaku did apparently meet with the person responsible for the spreadsheet, who decided to remain anonymous, who claimed they have no intention of punishing people. They said, quote, conventions can punish, law enforcement can punish, I am not here to punish. I am here to equip people who are likely to be victimized to arm themselves and be suspicious because fear keeps us safe in these situations. So I'm going to just say that it seems to me that this list must contain names of industry people, not average congoers. Otherwise, what would it do you any good to have the list, right? It's got to be recognizable names. In what could be an attempt to try and defend themselves in a worst case scenario, for example, that all the accusations in the document are false, a disclaimer was present at the top of the spreadsheet saying, disclaimer, this document is only a collection of misconduct allegations. Please use it to spot red flags and reduce victimization, not for vigilantism. Con attendees had a great fear of exclusion, and this prevented supposed victims speaking up, it is said. Again, so this leads me to believe that the people on the list are specifically industry professionals and not average congoers. Because again, what would it matter if the average congoer is doing it? They'd be the one getting excluded, expulsion from the convention, right? The list maker also makes mention of making sure the language is consistent before placing entries in the spreadsheet, revealing what types of individuals are already on it. A lot of cases of people referring to all sex with minors as pedophilia, and that's not technically correct. Also, a lot of people put in the descriptions of something that was grooming, but not used the word grooming. I wanted to use as accurate language as possible. So real quick, I'm going to disagree with this statement, but also agree with it because from a technical sense, yeah, not all sex with minors is pedophilia, because if you're both minors, it's technically not pedophilia, right? but I don't think that you're putting minors on the list. So I have to say, I'll disagree with this statement. whether any concrete evidence beyond anonymous reports to the effect that guy over there is a creep is required to wind up on such a list seems doubtful. There is already a case of a person being falsely placed on a list. And look who it is, our old pal Justin Sevakis.
I read that.
Okay, so this is why we're talking about this. So would you guys
For
like
the
me to
beginning
read this or just
Please no. Can we just sum
I'll
it
just
up?
break it down.
It's
I'm
really
gonna sum it
long.
up. Okay, so so basically there is a woman named Emma Bowers that has been harassing Justin Sevakis for many years. And he basically said that he took over the Hey Answer Man segment from another person. Emma was that other person's significant other or whatever, their girlfriend. And she didn't take it well. She's very unstable, according to a lot of people who know her. And apparently, it all boils down to an incident happened where Justin Sevakis was talking to somebody who ran a local CrossFit gym that was called CrossFit Ganbate, which is Japanese for do your best or whatever. I'm pretty sure that's what it was called. And he had mentioned, because he had known through some other people who work at Anime News Network, that Emma Bowers goes to that gym. He said, "I'm sorry, I can't go to your gym." When they asked why, he told them the story about this girl who has a lot of problems with him, and he just thinks it would be better to distance himself from her, right? And they brought it up to the girl. And she got him put on the list for triangulating her position. And let me see if it's in the first thing here. Escalated an online conflict by stalking the target and using triangulation to discredit her to her real life non-fandom acquaintances, right? So she's obviously, everybody views the situation from their own viewpoint and their own perspective. But he paints himself in a pretty, I think, innocent light here. And according to all the corroborating evidence from her friends saying, you know, like, I know this girl, she's absolutely insane. I'm glad I didn't get roped up in any of this. But basically he says, more than anything, I just want all this to be over. I have effing work to do. Justin Sevakis, and he posted this on January 17th. Shane says, this is why you don't gather a list of abusers from Twitter. Yeah, I mean, like I said, a lot of these people are probably innocent. You know, it's all based on allegations. And this is one of the things I'll say about the Me Too movement is that almost nobody has actually been hanged for their crimes. You know, like they're all like coming back or operating, you know, kind of in the shadows, like Weinstein and everybody. And because of the influx of people, now people aren't even like, let me put it this way. If you're a big name person like Harvey Weinstein, sure, the Me Too movement is at least drawing attention to that. But all the people who are finally verbalizing their abuse, nobody cares about those, the millions upon millions upon millions of little people shouting out their abuse, you know, because the movement is about the big people now. Like, it's like the little names don't matter anymore. Anyway, the falsely accused man noted that a person, by the way, also, I'll just say this, Justin Sevakis is gay.
I was going to say.
Even further, just so, since it wasn't brought up, I don't think the people at Sankaku Complex actually know who Justin Sevakis is. Also, in case you guys don't know, even though I'm sure you do, he authors most of the DVDs for Discotek and other companies. Okay, and he has for many, many years. So, the falsely accused man noted that a person who had been bullying him for years was responsible for putting his name on the list. Kotaku reached out to this person. When I asked her over email whether, by the way, Kotaku is the original place this was linked, the original article. This is on Sankaku Complex, but it was originally on Kotaku. That's why it says Kotaku reached out. When I asked her over email whether by including him in the spreadsheet, she was accusing Sevakis of being an abuser or a predator, she said no, but added that speaking about her to her gym coach was, quote, was a highly invasive and inappropriate action that showed a pattern of poor behavior in the anime community being overlooked, and felt this action warranted being put on the list. So just so you guys know, something else that he goes into saying here is that due to his connections to Anime News Network and people who work at Anime News Network, they were able to speak up on his behalf, and his name so far has been removed from the list. Also, when it was put on the list, it was spelled incorrectly. So I don't know. You know, I'm just saying, like, there's a lot of stuff there. Anyway, when asked if there could be more false accusations, the creator of the list dodged the question by stating just 2 to 8% of reported rape accusations are false, because no one, especially not women, would lie about such matters. Again, Soundcracker Complex editorializes quite a bit. They have a bit of a charged way of talking, but I think that this is worth bringing up just in case. I don't know if this list will ever get made public. I think the list is for convention holders to say, like, hey, don't let Stu Levy from Tokyo pop in here because he takes advantage of young artists or whatever they claimed about him, right? I think that's what it's for. Is just for convention hosting places, not convention attendees. But I don't know. I think it's worth bringing up. Anyway,
at the beginning, I know that a lot of conventions don't. They have to save money in order. Typically, for a convention, they don't have that much of a resource, or for a lot of the smaller ones. When you brought up the beginning stuff, like the list, how they should word the list and all that, this is when you would need a lawyer to sit down and either proofread or, I think the word I want to use is notarize.
Well, the person who made the list is just some person who's trying to do a public service. It's not some legal document documenting their charges and crimes and stuff. It's all based on allegation. They were just saying, like, hey, and this seems like a sort of a witch hunt thing, like, don't let these people into your convention. But I don't know. Can't speak to that. Haven't seen the list. Don't know anybody else's name on it.
Just like you pointed out with that one clause with pedophilia, how how that just didn't seem straightforward, but kind of circled and can be taken in different ways. That's when you need a lawyer.
It seems apologetic to the quote minor attracted persons. So it's I'm going to guess that the person who wrote this is an ally to the cause of the expanded LGBT community that includes, according to their own desires, the pedophiles. So I'm just saying it seems like it's charged. It seems like it's a deliberate attempt. And it's interesting that of all the people to get roped up in this, it was Justin Sevakis. Because like I said, the guy is gay. I know he's not sexually harassing this girl. Probably could not care less that this girl is out there, but that she's actually harassing him, So
in short, for my point, you want to keep something not as vague. That way there's less questions about how to interpret it.
So just to clarify why the language thing was because people submitted the things. She opened I'm assuming it's a woman. I don't know who it is. The person who did this opened up submissions for people like, hey, do you have like a hashtag Me Too case against somebody at this company or whatever related to anime conventions? Send it to me and I'll put it in this big list that I'm going to send to all conventions. That's what it seems like was going on. So the changing of the language was probably to make it fit in the list as just an easily readable thing rather than a paragraph text of story about what happened, right? So I'm going to play devil's advocate here and say that that's why they were changing the language of things, but it's it's up to everybody else's interpretation.
You got anything to say, FD, on this topic?
It's pretty cut and dry. It's like, yeah, of course she's crazy. I don't really have any reason to believe that anything she is alleging is true, based on, like Brad was saying, that he's gay, so he would be into her, and B, because he's presented himself as a reasonable guy as far as I can tell, and there's been many people on Twitter who have backed up his claims that she's insane.
I'm probably the only one out of the three that the gay part, I'm not even considering that. It's all the other stuff that's kind of backing him and supporting him that's making the case false.
I only brought that up to let people know that, like, there's the first of all, the claim is not about sexual abuse. The claim is about
no, I'm not trying to. I wasn't. Yeah,
I'm just clarifying why I brought it up. The claim is not actually about sexual abuse. Many of the people on the list are being accused of it, but the claim was that he was harassing her by, quote, triangulating her position and all that stuff, right, to discredit her to her real life non-Phantom acquaintances, right? So that's what the accusation is about. I just brought up the fact that he's gay because the way the article is written, they keep talking about sexual harassment, and I'm just saying, by the way, at his own admission, Justin Sevakis is gay, and it's not like this would actually be something that he would do regarding this other stuff. So just to clarify that. All right. And also, if you guys want to, I linked the actual tweet here. If you want to give him some words of encouragement or whatever, I've got it linked underneath right here, Justin's tweet. Okay.
Also, if you browse his page a little bit, he finally gives like a small tour of what devices he uses to encode and authorize.
Yeah, that was neat. His voice doesn't sound anything like I predicted it to.
I thought he would sound much more tropical than what he sounds.
Tropical.
Does he have a really deep voice?
It's kind of like Mike Toola's, I think.
Sorry,
that's what I thought of.
I couldn't tell you what Michael Toole sounds like.
He did the commentary on Arcadia of My Youth.
Well, I'm blocked from his Twitter. So yeah, I'm just scrolling through real quick so you guys can see. Here's him. Here, I'll listen to his voice. Yeah. Okay. So what Augie means is he didn't expect him to have like a somewhat thick American type accent. Not necessarily like.
I thought he would be a tenor.
It's just he's got an interesting. Anyway, so moving on to topics here. So first of all, we're in live action news. More live action Pokemon movies have been rumored. People are, according to a site's trusted sources, just saying there's supposedly 2 spin-off movies in the works. One will involve Mewtwo, and the other will be an adaptation of the first 2 Pokemon games, Red and Blue. I don't know what to say about that. Just pointing it out there. I don't think Detective Pikachu looks good at all. I'm gonna see it, but I don't think I could sit through more than that. So I don't know. It's gonna be interesting to see how it goes. I just saw this article too. Or did you want to say something about that? Sure, I should have let you guys.
As long as they don't overdo the British actors in the Pokemon live action Pokemon movies, I'll be fine.
You're the only one that bothers.
That's because for some reason it's saturated right now.
If they don't do what?
If
for some reason
he doesn't like it when they have British accents.
No, there's more to it than that. I hate it when they overdo a British accent in almost every movie released for some reason.
No British or Germans allowed. Anyway, Netflix producing Resident Evil TV series. So Netflix, who is also Amazon's doing the Lord of the Rings TV series. Yeah, so it's interesting. They say they're doing a TV series, but is it a TV series? I just saw this article. Sorry, I always crack up at the way Sankaku Complex writes their articles. Woke streaming service Netflix is set to produce a TV series based on Resident Evil franchise, bound to have its fans shuddering at the thought of the changes that will probably blaspheme their favorite horror series. Deadline Hollywood reporting Netflix TV. So they're saying it's a TV series, but I imagine it's not. It's just going to be a web series, right? And we talked about Constantin Film, which produced the commercially popular critically game. Yeah, involved in the show, according to Deadline TV adaptation.
2 or 4 podcasts ago, you mentioned that there was going to be a Resident Evil reboot with this one particular director that you weren't fond of.
No, he just didn't do anything interesting. Like, he had not done anything. So Constantin Films, this is why it came up, is because they were the ones who produced the original Resident Evil films. That's why the name was familiar. The drama series will explore the dark. So I'm going to just assume it's going to be an online thing. It's not going to be an actual, quote, TV series. It's not going to be on TV.
Well, if it's made by Netflix, there's no way they're not putting it on Netflix.
Well, yeah, obviously. Sailor Moon fan film Vanquishes Evil. So I saw this right before the podcast went live. And I just wanted to share this fan film because I thought it was quite funny. That like ugly Fabio shows up. The effects are astounding. Some of these images didn't load the first time I scrolled through it.
Well, at least it's real hair and not rubber foam.
And then good old Tuxedo Kamen.
It's just as Sevakis.
That's definitely the heartthrob. All right, and then I'm excited for this one. Japanese version of 24 in production, set to air in 2020. So I'm a big fan of 24 with Kiefer Sutherland. I'm a big fan of the original 24, although they have destroyed it with the recent series. They've just been so bad. But
the recent series.
Well, there was 24, then there was 24 came back with Jack Bauer, and it was only 12 hours. It was a half season, so it only took place over 12 hours instead of 24 hours. And then they brought a new show that doesn't have Jack Bauer in it that I didn't even watch. But the reason I thought this is interesting is because there was actually a very, 24 was huge in Japan. And there was a really big marketing campaign for Calorie Mate where they had Kiefer Sutherland in Japanese commercials diffusing bombs and stuff. And his assistant would hand him Calorie Mate and put it in his mouth while he's diffusing the bombs and stuff. So there was a big phenomenon in Japan about it. And I thought it was interesting because this was an interesting sight into Japanese opinions about it. What's with all the remakes? Stupidity. I lost interest the moment I heard Japanese version. There are no guns or torture in Japan, so this will be a boring 24. I can see the lame, cheaply produced CGI explosions already. I can't imagine how a 24 taking place in Japan won't look ridiculous. Someone running down the street shouting at terrorists in Japan? They're going to get some idol to play Chloe. Jack has to be a balding, grizzled-looking guy. So Ken Watanabe? Female prime minister, I smell a love story. So they're actually redoing the first season of the original 24, where the actor from the Allstate commercials was president. He was running for president, and there was an assassination plot against him. So they're going to do that, but they don't think there's going to be a black president, prime minister in Japan. It just doesn't make a lot of sense. So they're going to probably do a female prime minister instead. Anyway, moving on from here. Here's some streaming news. How do you spell this? Or how do you pronounce this? Alicization?
Alicization? I don't know.
Alicization? Because one of the characters in Sword Art Online is named Alice, right?
Well, maybe they eyes her.
Anyway, so Sword Art Online Alicization premieres on Toonami on February 9th. So I'll have to wait and hear Stephen J. Bloom talk about it as Tom the robot. And Crunchyroll says, stop what you're doing. There's Godzilla on Verve. So you can watch Godzilla on Verve. Basically what that's all about.
I've been planning to buy all of the Godzilla films for the longest time, but never got to it.
I don't have all of them, but I got a chunk of them. So Netflix says Fortnite is a more formidable competition than HBO. So basically, they're saying that they're having a harder time getting kids to watch. They're having a harder time getting kids to actually watch Netflix instead of playing Fortnite than they are to get people to watch Netflix instead of watching HBO. And that seems obvious to me because HBO barely has anything that people haven't already seen year to year, whereas Netflix has a whole bunch of stuff that just by nature of how big their catalog is, people haven't already seen. So
I'm so surprised that HBO has Sesame Street of all things.
Why would HBO have Sesame Street?
They made Fraggle Rock on HBO.
Okay, but Sesame Street's like a PBS public broadcasting thing where our tax dollars. I just think it's weird.
Hey, I support PBS.
Should do it voluntarily so my taxes don't have to do it. Netflix raises subscription prices in the U.S. and 40 Latin American countries. So I think it's really funny that we just go from an article where they're like, oh man, we can't get kids to stop playing Fortnite and watch our shit. We're going to jack up the prices. That'll teach them. Subscription plans now cost $16.
Give grants to people to get degrees. Continue.
Netflix
With
announced.
PBS,
Go ahead.
with PBS, one of the things I like about it is that yes, it's supported with our tax money. However, in return, it gives more people opportunities and grants to do either research or get a degree than to get it filled.
Good for them. Good for them, but they shouldn't be able to steal money from the average person just to be able to do that.
They're going to steal money anyway. It's nice to see where it goes.
Well, that's like a false nirvana fallacy right there. I don't think you understand. Netflix announced on Wednesday that it has raised the price of its subscription plans in the United States as well as in 40 Latin American countries. The service's most popular plan, which allows users to stream in HD, raised its price from $11 to $13 per month. The service's most expensive plan, which allows users to stream in 4K on up to 4 separate devices, raised from $14 to $16 per month. The basic plan, which does not allow HD streams, increased from $8 to $9 per month. The new prices will roll out to existing subscribers over the next 3 months, but has already taken effect for new subscribers. The price increase is the first time the service has increased prices for all of its subscription plans. It had previously not raised the price of its $8 basic subscription. The service last increased subscription prices in the United States in 2017. So I have to wonder why do you think that they need to raise the prices? Is it to pay for more? I mean, it doesn't seem like it's because they're getting more and more customers, you know?
It could just be a supply demand and they can get away with it.
They could be just getting to the point where pretty much they're not getting any more well, they're obviously getting more customers, but they're kind of peaked because everyone has internet, and everyone has whatever subscription to Netflix now, so they're not really getting a lot of new blood, so they have to increase the price.
But it doesn't matter because they're getting a monthly fee from everybody. They should have built their business model upon user base, right? So I have to wonder if they're losing users because of decisions they made with a lot of their creepy programming they've been putting out lately. But I don't know. I don't pay for the Netflix subscription I use. I just use my in-laws. So
fair enough. Another way to look at it is, even though it's funded, it could just be a price adjustment after every so often, kind of like in comparison with admission to Disney World, as it continues to raise over the years. Could just be a natural cause of that, or it could be that their investments aren't doing so well, as one of us previously stated.
Yeah, I think it's probably that. Well, you know what? This is probably because of net neutrality. That actually makes a lot of sense, because the whole thing about net neutrality is the proponents who wanted to keep it were people like Netflix, who wanted to keep it because it actually forced the ISPs to charge people rather than Netflix having to charge people more, because they were basically given carte blanche to use up, like, I think they were like 90% of the bandwidth in the entire internet usage was Netflix and YouTube, right? So those companies didn't want to have to pay for the fact that they were using up so much of the bandwidth, and whatnot. So net neutrality actually made it so that they were held accountable rather than the internet service providers. So that's actually probably what this is that they have to up their costs, their prices, because their costs have gone up significantly now that they're being held accountable for that.
What if a future plan for Netflix is to have their own, when I say service, I mean their own internet providing service that's just them only? I guess technically that would be just cable at that point. But
well, that's what net neutrality being repealed is allowing ISPs to do, is they can offer plans that don't include Netflix, so you don't have to pay more for it. You can get cheap plans if you're a household that doesn't use Netflix or doesn't use this or that, or you're not into internet streaming. Maybe you only have internet for email and that's it. Then you shouldn't have to pay $100 a month like I do, because I use all these streaming things and use YouTube like 100% of the time, all the time, whatever. So that's what that was all about. So anyway, Psycho Pass SS anime film trilogy to have 4D screenings in Japan.
Ooh.
They'll explode your head in the theater.
Yeah.
Come on, FTN. They don't explode in your head in theater. They pretty much have this device that kicks you in the back and throw you off the seat.
Theater chain list Konosuba film with July 12th opening. I think this was for U.S. theaters. Aeon Cinema.
Birthday.
Speaking of which, has the dub come out yet? It should have.
It should have. Last podcast we announced it was supposed to be released on the 15th.
We announced the the voice actors for it.
I think the article said it was like in 4 days though that it was posted.
Yeah, English dub for the first season on January 15th. So Crunchyroll added it already. I could have sworn, I don't remember if I read that this was.
Oh, here it is.
So this is probably a Japanese one. I don't know.
If you click announce, where would that take you?
Reese says it's
there's a
for the
previous
Japanese
article.
premiere.
Okay. Oops.
So anyway,
I remember that article.
Yeah, for the Japanese premiere. Okay. Lelouch of the Resurrection sequel film's advance ticket bundles a DVD of the film's opening scenes. So there's a collector's item for you. If you get an advance ticket, they give you a DVD with part of the film on it.
With just the opening.
And a talk with the director and cast, as well as a recap narrated by Jun Fukuyama.
I'm sure that it won't have that in the special edition complete set.
This is kind of crazy. The film will open on February 9th in 120 theaters in Japan. Keep this number in mind as we go on to some of the next things we're going to talk about.
Okay.
Well,
so
how many theaters are in Japan?
How many theaters? What? Yeah, no, I'm just saying that we'll get to that. So I saw this. Apparently, they've like reconstructed the sets from Battle Angel Alita and made a giant board game where you are the game pieces. And James Cameron here is announcing it like it's this great thing, even though I'm sure that he would probably prefer to not be associated with this project anymore. But who knows? I think it's kind of similar to the escape room that they did with JoJo's Bizarre Adventure escape room thing.
Yeah.
But it's just kind of interesting, and it would be fun to film and do a video at if I was in LA right now, but I'm not.
But
if I was in Ontario, LA.
It's only available in big cities, not across other places.
Yeah, because it probably cost an arm and a leg to make.
But they have the money to do that, to expand it more, to make more money. What about Nashville? What about these other places?
You are just so bitter about your lot in life. You know, you could make money and move to another place. First Made in Abyss compilation film gets U.S. premiere on March 15th. So we're going to have this available in March. Although I don't know if I want to sit down and do a first impressions for a compilation thing, because
I was going to say don't.
Yeah.
Just watch the actual series and do a video on that.
Second Fate Stay Night Heaven's Feel film opens in the U.S. on March 14th. So the day prior. The day prior to the other one. Now, here's the interesting bit. Dragon Ball Super Broly film earns an estimated $7 million on opening day in the U.S. The film opened on 1,440 screens. The Lelouch of the Resurrection was opening on 120 in Japan. So that's kind of big news, you know. And this is going to be sort of a big thing we're going to be sort of discussing on the podcast tonight about Japan is starting to recognize there's a overseas market, and they're starting to change what they make for their own people for that overseas market.
Right.
And that's going to be something. And now there's already been China. China's already been a thing. We already know that. But China is a little bit different in that a lot of the stuff just won't even be able to be broadcast over there. their sentiments are similar enough to the Japanese that they can kind of get away with stuff. But we'll talk about some other stuff here. Now, there's other stuff. They also ranked number 4, the number 4 movie in the U.S. weekend box office, right? So they had 9.8 million, which is kind of crazy to think that they went from estimated 7 million day one. Which, what day was that? I think that was a Wednesday. So I'm pretty sure they opened it on a Wednesday. And then by the weekend, they had only earned like a couple million more. So everybody, that just says that everybody went to see it the first weekend, right? And it is already the number 3 all-time anime in the U.S. with 21 million behind the 1999 and 2000 Pokemon films, right?
One of the things I'm about with this release is we know day one, that's the biggest one. Then it kind of gained a 2 million more, according to that article. So how many theaters showed it on day one, then more after than just a burst on day one? That's the information we're not going to get, but I know that's the case in some other times.
Well, they only had the IMAX on day one, and it only opened in 180 IMAX.
Okay.
So I think it continued to show at 1,440 theaters. And yes, Japan is smaller than America. I know that. I'm not claiming they show the same amount. It just seems like a much smaller number. You know, it's not even a tenth of what this is. You know,
it could also just be. Oh wait, no, that's the Resurrection, wasn't it? I was gonna say maybe it's because it's just a compilation film, so there's not a whole lot of dispersed.
For the Lelouch one. Yeah, that was for Resurrection. Yeah. Sorry, I thought you were talking about Resurrection F here. No. Yeah. But yeah, so over here we've got Box Office Mojo. Now, I don't know if this domestic total. I thought this was for because it says distributor Funimation Films and stuff. I thought this was for U.S., but I wonder if that's actually Japan. If it's considered domestic to Japan, I don't know. But
so what is Box Office Mojo?
Just a site that tracks the money brought in. So if I look at the daily chart here, they've got the 7 million, then 3 million the next day, 2 million the day after. So they should have already been past 10 million by the weekend.
Yeah.
I don't know where they got that number from.
Reese says box
okay, so Reese says box
is just the US.
All right, so that means that they've already made 24 million just on in the US alone, and the movie itself has grossed 100 million? No, 91 million so far.
Dang.
Anyway, so I got to tell you guys, and I recorded a first impressions for this video, and I saw it in IMAX, and I'm just going to recommend that you guys never, ever, 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 ever go to an IMAX anime.
Unless they make like 8K a mass.
No, you know what? It just was. It took me out of the movie so much, and it's not something that could be fixed by higher resolution, although that was a problem. The line art looked really bad in particular, but one of the major issues was that stuff you see on your TV at home when you watch Dragon Ball Super, like less details on shots where the character's a little bit farther away, when those characters are bigger than you are on screen and they don't have a face, and Goku's little patch doesn't have the Japanese symbol in it, right? It is so distracting. So if you do try to give a future movie a chance in IMAX that's an anime, sit in the very back row, because you will have a better time not seeing it in IMAX. There was so much going on in this movie, it ruined our experience. And I think that we actually rated the movie a little bit worse in our first impressions than we would have, just simply because it wasn't easy to follow. Because we were every second was distraction. So it was really hard to get immersed in the story. I mean, the story is very straightforward. I don't mean it was hard to follow as in we didn't know what was going on. It's just that because the action scenes were constantly moving and everything, and there was so much crap that was really distracting, it was hard to get immersed and enjoy, right? Anyway. You saw it as well. Do you have anything?
I did. You did really. I'll go to my 2 cents, but in your video, the clip that you released, you have duo in there, It could just be how he smiled, but was he doing dip while in that scene, or was that just how he smiles?
No, he has like a side of his face is, it's, I don't want to say it looked like he's had a stroke, but his facial expression sort of resembles that, where it's like part of he smiles with only one side of his face, you know. So he has like a thing with his muscular structure where it kind of gives off that look, but it doesn't, like if you actually are interacting with him, it doesn't come across that way. But on camera, for some reason, it looks like he had a stroke, which he obviously didn't, you know. But
I was going to say stroke. Some people,
but it's smile, just I think it's the easiest way to describe it, because he smiles with his mouth kind of open.
Fair enough. My 2 cents with the cinematography, they kind of took if you've seen this movie, they kind of took a Creed approach, where they went a very experimental. Some of it really works, some of it really stands off. I really enjoyed the movie. It's kind of like a roller coaster ride when the long fight scene happens.
Too long.
We can probably talk about this for hours.
Yeah, let's not get too much into it. I'll just say that the movie was pandering to fans, and I think that the hype of this is going to die down eventually. And I think that Toei has sort of shot themselves in the foot in this movie, because they gave the fans too much of what they wanted, in the sense that in a future movie, you know, if you wanted to bring Goku's mom in, which they do for a scene, and canonize her from the manga that they had done, where she showed up, you could have done that in a future movie and given fans, you could have thrown the breadcrumbs to the fans a little bit slower over time. But instead, they just tried to cram too much into this movie that was just like a giant circle jerk to the fans kind of thing, which I personally thought was a little bit heavy-handed and obvious. But again, we could talk about this for a long time, and I've got a video that'll be coming out about it.
For me, I enjoyed what I saw. There were some creative things that were very different from the other Broly movies. Like, there's some things you would expect, but it doesn't happen. If anything, I'm more psyched up to see more Dragon Ball Super TV episodes, which they did announce.
I'm hoping that they do an arc where they do like they did with Battle of Gods and Resurrection F, where they retell the story over longer episodes. Because I think that one complaint I definitely had is that this movie, unlike every other Dragon Ball movie, like there's scenes with some tension and weight to it, right? That don't involve the main characters. That's actually my biggest problem with the series anymore, is that this is something that happens with movies. You saw this with The Hobbit after Lord of the Rings. The success of Lord of the Rings, people misunderstand what fans like about movies, because fans aren't good at articulating why scenes are good. Right. So somebody did a video essay on The Hobbit, and he described how in Lord of the Rings, there's a scene when they're in the Fellowship of the Ring where they're trying to escape the Mines of Moria. And there's that place where they have to jump because the staircase is broken. And then Gimli's like, nobody throws a dwarf, and he like jumps over and he lands on the other side, but then it like breaks, and every time somebody goes over there, like more and more of it's breaking, so the distance is getting further and further, and then all of a sudden arrows start coming over from the goblins all the way over there. They're getting closer and closer, and it's causing all this tension. And it's like, it's not a lot of action, but it's a lot of tension, and that's what makes the action scene good. Right. And then what ends up happening is that the thing actually breaks. They start leaning forward, and then they jump off of the platform as it gets closer. And there's all this tension. And then it gets to the Balrog and all this other stuff. Right. And then the guy doing the video essay equated that to, now let's look at The Hobbit and the Goblin King, and how ridiculously over the top and stupid this is. There's no tension. The characters are never in any danger. It's just constantly all this stuff happening. And then these characters that we just saw together now meet up with each other, even though they never actually left each other. And it's poorly choreographed, all this bad stuff, right? So the idea is that you hit gold once, and then you try to recreate it, but you miss what made it gold the first time. And I think tension is missing in this movie. But there are other scenes in the beginning, as I was trying to get to, about Paragus, which is Broly's dad. There's tension between him and King Vegeta. So there are scenes in this that are a lot heavier than any other Dragon Ball Z movie or whatever. And then there are a bunch of scenes where they're like speeding through the process to just like there's nothing. There's all this time given in the setup, and then there's just like get everything down, keep moving, and that's I think where the movie sort of fails. But let's get off this topic and move on to some of the
movie is what it advertises.
Yeah, I don't think I mean, you're definitely going to get what you paid for it. Here, Reese just sent me
a D pic.
I can't open it. Hold on. Wow, he sent me a picture of Japan superimposed on top of the United States to show me the size difference. And it's like, I get that, but I'm just saying, I didn't expect it to be that different, because 1,440 theaters sounded to me originally like that wasn't a lot, but compared to Japan, like that's a full theatrical release for this. And I'm like, wow, that's seems like a much bigger number now. Anyway, Bean Bandit Episode 0 Anime Project reveals cast and more staff. So is there anything interesting here to bring up?
I'll say this on the side. I didn't get an email stating this news.
I was going to say I didn't either.
Okay. So I just see it, but
I'm going to assume it's probably a lot of the same original cast, although a lot of these people look way too young to have been voicing in the original. Why is the girl voicing Rally look significantly younger than the girl voicing Minnie May?
It might be.
They need to swap the actors.
Oh yeah, it could be. It wouldn't be the first time that. Well, no, because these are actual images, so they would have had to really screw that up. But I was gonna say it wouldn't be the first time that Anime News Network has got that wrong. Anyway, Lupin III also gets a new film in winter 2019. Gohan. Wow, Lupin has a black jacket, which we talked about in the past already. I don't think there's anything new here, other than just like, yeah, it's happening and all that. But Reese, go ahead.
At least we got a date and down to the specific hours.
Yeah. Well, Reese and I are both itching for we've had Goemon. He had his special. We have Jigen special. We have Fujiko special. We're waiting for the Inspector Zenigata special.
I believe TMS on Twitter. I could be wrong on where this was, but there was a survey asking what the next special should be.
Yeah,
I voted for Zenigata. Like 67%.
Well, I don't think Zenigata was an option. I think that in that Reese was commenting like, "Please, a Zenigata special" or whatever.
But, well, what I voted on was a certain poll, but it could be the same.
Maybe
thing
I missed it. Could be. Sentiment is there regardless. High school girls dialogueless manga Joshi Kausei gets a TV anime in April 2019. So I'm bringing this up. I
read this manga because it was silent manga. It's just a typical slice of life. Like, think of it a bit like a 4-koma.
So apparently there's voice actors in it.
There's voice actors go,
okay.
But
so it's
a silent manga or silent anime. The thing is,
you know what? Remind me when this comes out to recut the first episode with sounds from Simcopter.
Like I saw this on Crunchyroll. The manga was on Crunchyroll. I'm like, silent manga? What is this like? I was literally only going to look at it, but then I accidentally read like the entire thing in like less than 30 minutes.
Oh, because there's nothing to read. Because you're just scrolling. Anyway,
essentially. So
yeah, I want to see where this goes. I think it'll be interesting to keep tabs on. All manga is silent FDDM. Kimono Michi manga by Konosuba's Akatsuki gets anime. So
I'm assuming Akatsuki is the alias of the guy who made Konosuba?
I'm going to have to assume it's not the Naruto group. I think Otakaso or Agi had me share this.
Either way, that's kind of neat.
If I did, then the person the mangaka who made Konosuba or is related to that project is doing his own stuff. So if anything, either the mangaka is doing more or more of the staff's getting more of an opportunity to produce their own stuff. How come I'm echoing?
You're not echoing on my end. Otakuso says me, so it must have been them who shared it.
Yeah.
Devilman Crybaby voice actor drops the beat with B Rapper's Street. So, you know the rapping in Dragon Ball, or God damn, Devilman Crybaby.
Kinda.
Boy, there's so many shirt ideas popping out of my head right now from all my own misspeaking in this episode. So first of all, this is what the guy looks like. This is the guy who was rapping in Devilman Crybaby, and I guess they're making. I didn't check if it was an actual new children's series with a rap and hip hop theme. Wow, you're about 30 years too late.
Parappa the Rapper, or whatever it's called.
It's gonna be funny if all of a sudden Japan gets into the rap craze that the 90s were. Remember when
They did have craze.
Rockefeller Skank was in the Digimon movie? When I think Koromon was like latched onto Ty's face or whatever, and the Funk Soul Brother song starts playing.
Oh, that God.
And then the Did You Rap at the beginning? Yeah, so I'm just saying, like, oh, that mecha guy just got back from Dragon Ball Super Broly. You just missed our discussion on it. Let me ask you, did you enjoy it? It's going to be interesting. I just want to keep tabs on this thing. It'd be fun to check out at least one episode of. And then Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas band bassist K passes away. So this was the band that did the music for Baki the Grappler.
And Brynhilde in the Darkness opening, I think.
Yeah.
And Parasite opening.
Performed theme songs for Baki, Brunhilde in the Darkness, Gaku and Basara Samurai High School.
Wait, what? Oh, I gotta watch the opening.
Hunter, Parasite, The Maxim, Sengoku Basara. Anyway, so in other news, My First Story performs the OP theme for Kengan Ashura, because you can't get far from Baki without talking about Kengan Ashura, if you're me. That mecha guy says they enjoy the animation for Dragon Ball Super Broly. So I'm bringing this up because I still don't have a date for when Kengan Ashura is coming out. It's obviously just marketed as beginning of 2019, but who knows when. So still waiting for a date on that, because I've got a video to edit that I really want to get out, because this is my last Anime Expo video. Well, it's my last first impressions from Anime Expo video for that year. Boogiepop and Others gets a 2-hour special for the 6th novel story. I want to ask you guys, when this comes out on Blu-ray, would you be interested in doing another podcast on Boogiepop to go through this series?
I have to watch the first one.
Of course, I'm on board for it. You know, it has 18 episodes.
Well, I'd like
that
to.
Last sentence the picture says 18 episodes. So I don't know
like
where
to,
this.
I'd like to rewatch the first one with the commentary and go back into this one and have another discussion on it at some point. So I'll just bring that up there. And just because official English cast was revealed, I think Otaku's shows, I don't remember. I don't particularly know why we're going through casting on this, but here's Just Because.
I don't particularly know anything about Just Because.
Neither do I. This was requested.
School.
Lucy Christian. There's a name I recognize.
I haven't heard of Blake Shepard.
Blake Shepard, he did Akito in Air Gear as like his first role, and he also did like.
I think I see 2 pseudonym names. One is Andrew
he did
Love.
Samaki Kinjiro. Kinjiro. Sakamachi Kinjiro. That's right.
Reese says it was posted just because. Anyway, manga. We've got here. Pop Team Epic manga publishes final chapter.
So 2 things. A
collective
I thought
sigh of relief from me and everybody else.
I thought this already ended because like literally years ago, it's like, yeah, Pop Team Epic has a troll ending, and it just has like the two flipping them off with those giant hands or whatever. But so that's my first comment. Second is that I actually finished the anime recently. It's half an anime, like I thought. Anyway, moving on.
School Live manga also ends in 12th volume.
Kind of surprised it's lasted.
Yeah. School Live.
Surprised that one lasted so long. I thought it finished because, well, it's a zombie apocalypse, but
and there's already an anime for it and a live action movie coming out for it. It does seem weird that they were still working on it when those things already got released. Yeah. Like, I mean, maybe they had to finish it because they got stuck in the same problem as Walking Dead, where they're like, well, what else do we do? Just keep killing off characters.
But if it's still as popular as it was, I wonder if they're either going to A, do a reboot, or B, do some sort of maybe compilation movie or a second season. I'm not sure how the anime ended. So,
Reese, did you just post? Yes, you did. Pop Team Epic manga launches season 4 with Boys Love manga. Of course they do. All right, hold on. Oh God.
So it's a song that never ends.
Why are people are watching this ironically? It's like, this is why they won't stop making it.
Hey, they're drawn normally.
As
it's fine because
boys,
at the end of like every episode, they have a preview for the next episode, except it's with a real anime, like concept wise and everything. And you're like, oh, I can't wait for that next episode. Then nothing happens. Then there's a new preview at the end of the episode for the next events. It's like, I'd rather be watching that than whatever this is.
So the Sound Euphonium author's new novel is about high school canoeing team. So I think it'll be called Splash Canoeing, or I don't know. Is that really what it's called? Rowing with you.
I mean, I guess we don't have any canoeing mangas or anime.
Yeah, I mean, at least that's unique. And I think that with any good story, it's not about the setting. It's about the characters. And I think that the Sound Euphonium author is pretty good at making that work and using the setting as a vessel. So it'll be interesting to see.
All I'm saying is that the vessel itself is intriguing.
Unique. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. Hopefully Pony Canyon doesn't release it.
They will. Don't worry.
Outside of the anime, I've noticed in my area, probably because of this whole Tennessee River thing, I noticed a lot of canoeing stores and mountain outfitters. What I don't get is why in the world are they like charging ridiculous prices just to go outside and get wet and climb a mountain? When I say ridiculous, I'm talking about getting sandals that should cost about $30. If you want to pay a little more, $60 would make more sense. These stores want to charge like $250 for a pair of sandals. I don't get this current craze right now, but if it's coming from
general,
probably. But if it's coming from this mangaka, hopefully he learned his lesson from Sound Euphonium and not have the band director interrupt everything. So
yeah, I really don't think the band director is going to show up in the middle of their canoeing trip and interrupt everything.
Interrupt the rowing. They're not at the right tempo. Go back and start again.
City Hunter film novelization is on the way. I wonder if it'll get over in the U.S. before movie release.
Oh, we got a pre-order page.
Say what?
There's two links. There's one that takes you to the website below. Then there's a pre-order page.
Yeah, but I think it was for the Japanese Takuma.jp. This is going to be text in Japanese.
All I think of when
watching it kind of relieves the curiosity, at least.
Yeah, I mean, I've never understood why Hollywood movies get a novelization. Like, is the market for people who would rather read than go see a movie so great that that's necessary? You know what I mean? Like,
I know what you mean. Sometimes with the people I watch anime with who only strictly want dubs, it's almost as if they rather read than watch the animation for some of these extreme people. But you know what kind of crowd I'm talking about?
Yeah, I know. People, sub-elitists and whatnot.
Yeah.
All I think of when I hear City Hunter getting novelization is like those mangas that Viz released.
Oh god, those were so awful. And they weighed a ton because they had all the ink.
They take
you pretty much paid for the ink.
They take screenshots of the movie and then add the subtitles, and it's like
as a speech bubble, yeah. Oh, that was so bad.
One of those volumes of Animanga and just put it in water. Leave it for an hour. I wonder if you pick it up and it'll still have the pictures in it, or you pick it up and you only have the book binding because of how much ink's involved in that.
If you left that in water for an hour, you wouldn't even have anything that resembled a book anymore. It would come apart. All the binding.
Come apart. Would it come apart as paper pulp, or would it come apart as, well, it was paper at one point.
Why don't you do a science experiment for us and film it?
Yeah, I don't want to do that. That's a waste of time.
Ready to play the anime? Watch the new trailer for Steins Gate Elite, a fully animated and remastered version of Steins Gate. So they basically took the cutscenes and made them actual animated scenes.
This already got released, didn't it? Wow.
It's available for pre-purchase and pre-order. This is for Steins Gate Elite.
No, I know. That's what I specifically mean. I think this is probably just because North America, so you can get the Steins Gate Elite for North America.
I brought this one up for you, FDM. Artist imagines Persona 5 game or as a Game Boy Advance game. So, thought you might dig this.
Oh god, it's swapped over to Augie while you're scrolling.
That reminds me of Mother 3. That last picture definitely reminds me of Mother 3.
Got Igor, the twins, and you got all that.
This is Joker?
Joker, yeah.
I never even played the game, but I reckon. Yeah, this is definitely based off the Mother series with the type of, the psychedelic background and all that. This is pretty breathtaking pixel art here. This is for Nier Automata. Yeah. Just a pixel artist, but a darn
look how detailed those pixels are.
And Stan Lee has been immortalized as a World of Warcraft NPC named Stanley. To which I would have to say, I wonder how he would feel about this.
I mean, Cannibal Corpse's vocalist is NPC in World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
Sweet.
But it's just like, I'd roll over in my grave if this happened to me.
Well, while Stanley was alive, he did make a cameo in the Teen Titans Go movie, so
yeah,
I think he would be fine with just about anything at that point.
Yeah, and Teen Titans is a DC property. That's what you're getting at?
Yeah.
So Valve bans and delays more anime games with no explanation. I'm not going to read this, but it's just more of the same.
Well, the headline kind of speaks for itself.
Yeah. Well, games that have... There are some games... So basically, there are some games in here that have...
Life.
Yeah, there are some games in here. This is actually a Chinese game. There are some games in here that have, things you would say, okay, I can understand why. And there are other games in here that literally have nothing wrong with them. But the fact that the characters are in school puts them underage, and Steam's just like, no, like you can't play it at all, and they're sort of getting all up in arms about it. So, because the presence of schoolgirls, both are touchy subjects that Valve has taken issue with in their games. The original Bowsette creator was awarded a trophy
for being terrible.
So Nico and Pixiv sent a nice glass trophy for the Bowsette trend from last year. And it arrived on the launch date of New Super Mario Bros. U. So kind of interesting. Deluxe. Anyway. Japanese government to investigate gaming disorder. The Japanese government is set to investigate the effects of, quote, gaming disorder, perhaps as a result of its classification by the World Health Organization. The Japanese Ministry of Health, Labor, and Welfare is planning to begin an investigation into the effects of gaming disorder due to concerns that addiction to video games is causing difficulty in some young people's lives. These concerns have been compounded by the fact that the World Health Organization is recognizing gaming disorder, in which games are heavily prioritized over real life, as a genuine illness. To which I will just say, this is something that shouldn't be the job of Japan's government or World Health Organization, but the parents who buy the games for their kids or provide the electricity or any number of things that parents have in the long line of things that keep kids from playing their games.
Hold on a sec. Let me read this.
The ministry plans to send surveys to 6,000 randomly chosen people in their teens and 20s in order to gather more information about how gaming affects them. The ministry adds that the study is likely to be world first and that it will look at both preventative and therapeutic measures in order to destroy the scourge of gaming addiction.
Probably world first for this type of sampling, but there has been studies of this.
I think it's, I don't know. Ministry. I think this is Japan's ministry. This is to look at for preventative and therapeutic measures is, I guess, the world first. I don't know.
There's a gaming disorder, then there's a television watching disorder. If you want to go that far.
Well, the thing about games, and let's be real about this. This is not about games. It's about people have addictive personalities.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Anything that you're addicted to can be a detriment to your life. I mean, people claim they have sex addiction and they lost their job because they're looking at porn all day because they literally can't help it, whatever. There's all sorts of stuff like that. Okay. So
comes down to self-control.
Yeah, I think the issue is that people need to be held accountable to their own self-control. It needs to be something that is brought up as more of a virtue, but we have this consumerism type culture where it's all about getting the newest game and logging in all the hours and look how many hours I logged in this game. It's all that kind of crap. So it just becomes same with anime is like, places like Anime Planet, My Anime List have the time spent watch on anime and all that. I think that people need to recognize real life is kind of a priority over other things, but we'll just see how this goes. When we'll be able to talk about this in the future when the data comes in.
No, when I say this, I mentioned this before in a few articles way back when, sort of regarding the whole transgender stuff. Another way to look at this while doing the sample on the flip side, this could just be another excuse to try to help those in this field to try to either get a doctorate or get more work within it. There's probably better ways to go about it than just a random sample like this, but that could be another way to get people either interested in the field or just a quick buck so they can get to the next job.
Who can say? Hold on, I'm gonna wipe. There's dust on my computer. How's the I'll just wipe it anyway. I was gonna ask about the webcam glare. All right.
You don't know yet.
I know. I'm using my hand to wipe the screen, so I can't exactly turn off the screen share. All right. Much better. Moving on. Bandai Namco establishes a company for pachinko and similar game entertainment.
Next.
Yeah, so that's all I got to say about that. Why is there a line in the D? I thought that was on my screen for a second. Like, did I not wipe it enough?
I don't see what you're talking about. Oh. Yeah, it could just be a copy paste there. Kingdom Hearts Orchestra concert tour gets new run in 7 U.S. Canadian cities.
U.S. Canadian cities, wow.
If you scroll down, one that's local to me is going to be the one in Atlanta. I think it's going to hit your area twice, AC.
My area?
Once. Orlando's another option I can go to.
It vaguely hits my area in Toronto, except the thing I have about things like Kingdom Hearts and Final Fantasy concerts is that you're not like getting the individual live playing. It's kind of the equivalent of seeing someone playing a cover of another band live.
Yeah, because it's the orchestra.
Yeah.
Well, I just been to one 2 days ago, so.
Personally, I don't like live music, so I wouldn't go to it.
I used to play an instrument, so to me, it's like seeing people play the technique, and you can feel a different audio quality. Yes, you can just sit down and watch it on YouTube to get the same experience, but for me, I'm kind of I feel like I'm a different crowd for this.
Yeah, I mean, I can agree that there is definitely a market for it, and there are definitely people who'd want to go do it. And if you're a super mega ultra fan who has like this heart symbol on the back of your car, then yeah, I mean, totally go for it. But it's not my cup of tea. I played the first 2 games, thought they were kind of boring, and then the gummy ship in the second game was like the only part of it that I actually liked by the end of it, and I actually didn't want to keep playing the game because I was having too much fun building custom ships.
Wow, I thought that was the boring part of the second game.
Reese, I'm sure that was fun.
I'm sure it was too, and that's because you're in Iowa, where they originated from, right?
Yeah. Also because it's frickin' Slipknot, which has insane shows.
Yeah. When I went to when I was a kid, I went to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame when I was visiting my grandmother in Ohio or something, like Cincinnati, Ohio. And just so happened the day that I went there, the live music playing was Disturbed. Young me enjoyed that. So this is Seven Seas is doing entertainment surveys, and they're doing them every month. So we're getting into like sort of release news and whatnot. So you may only fill out this survey once, and multiple entries from the same person will be deleted and disqualified. List any desired license only once, or we might need to remove that license from the survey due to bad data. Thank you. For more details on this survey and how we use it, please use fact. So basically, you can request. This winter, a lot of books are getting new anime adaptations. Which anime are you most excited about? Choose as many answers as you like. Boogiepop, blah, 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 right?
I'm going to fill that out right now.
If you'd like to receive our 7 Seas email, you can answer your email. Which newest book series are you most excited about? Space Battle, Ship Motto, blah, 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 blah. So I remember reading, I think they said they're going to do these once every month.
This survey is now closed, damn it. Actually, yeah, I got a newsletter for them, I think, at one point, and I filled it out like twice, but I haven't been keeping up.
Then they're asking, they're just trying to get data on who they're like. It's basically market research, voluntary market research they want to do right here. So anyway, that's there in the docket if you want to check it out. Otakuso said this is a good anime. Sentai licensed Koku anime plans in English dub. So
cool.
We'll see about that.
The artwork reminds me of Kite or whatever it's called. I think we'll see it in the Right Stuff pre-orders anyway.
Yeah, but while I'm here, I want to check out and see who's behind it, because that might not be a...
Well, it did highlight it was the person.
Oh,
one of them
Yasuo Umetsu. That's the creator of Kite, doing the character design. Yeah. I'm pretty sure. Hold on, let me double check. H.I.J. Kite. Yeah, director, script, storyboard, episode director, original creator. Yeah, you are correct. And to your chagrin, Silent Voice Blu-ray DVD release date currently listed as April 2nd.
I'm sorry, literally just bought.
I love this comment. It's been 84 years.
I'm glad that the topic, the header of that gives a date, because as this person just points out there, it doesn't list it on Right Stuff, or at least last time I checked today.
Well, it says it's subject to change. I think they got that data from Best Buy or another one of these before they put it up into the Right Stuff one.
So I wonder why it's delayed. Is for demand or what exactly?
Well, they delayed it because they put it back in the theaters. They're trying to milk more money out of that sweet theater revenue. Now that Naoko Yamada's A Silent Voice has gone in and out of theaters, they want to milk more and more of it.
I don't agree with calling it hers, because the mangaka behind it did the bulk of what actually made it good.
Sure,
yeah.
But I'm saying that because people are, especially UFO Twitter or whatever they call it, are so like obsessed with Liz and the Bluebird and because Naoki Yamada also directed A Silent Voice, I think that was a decision made to sort of capitalize on the fandom for Naoki Yamada's other property in order to get a little bit more milking out of this before they brought it to DVD. And it'd be really funny if it actually is written on the DVD as A Silent Voice.
Fun fact, A Silent Voice, obviously I ordered it from amazon.co.uk, and I went to recheck the price afterwards, like a day or two later, and it said only available for Prime members. So I'm like, okay, I guess I'm the last person to import from the UK. So maybe it coincided with this. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe.
Briefly before we swap over, Reese says Augie obviously hasn't been shopping for the $1 child beater flip-flops you can buy at 7-Eleven. Two things. One, I sadly don't have 7-Elevens here. We have Circle K's over here. The second one is, yes, I would gladly pay $1 for those type of flip-flops. The only reason I point out the stupid stores that do it is because I also get bored and want to walk around and notice this stuff, and it's kind of hard not to notice stupid when it comes across.
Media
Media
Blasters relicenses the Phoenix anime for Blu-ray and DVD release.
DVD release. And there's a later article. I don't know later here, but there was another article that announced that someone's taken over the Phoenix manga and continuing it.
Ooh. Yeah, because that was like the perpetual manga that never got finished from Osamu before he died or whatever.
Yeah.
Well, I know we talked about how they had like re-released some of his manga with added stuff that they had found in his home after he died, like sketches and stuff.
Thought you were talking about Shin-chan.
No, I don't think that was
probably
Shin-chan.
true for that too.
Well, yeah, I mean, I know they continue Shin-chan because of the similar reasons, but I brought up Shin-chan when we were talking about the thing about Tezuka, how they found.
I was gonna say, I looked up Shin-chan after you mentioned that, like a day later, and I don't know, the mangaka who made Shin-chan is still alive.
What?
I don't know.
I read that he fell and died in a climbing accident.
Shin-chan.
Oh, hopefully for Media Blasters with this re-release.
Date of death, 2009-09-11. Died on 9/11.
Did I click the wrong thing? I don't know. Whatever I clicked on before, he was still alive.
All right. What were you saying, Augie?
So I'm hoping if Media Blasters gets this and it does well, they can probably get another series to release. Hopefully we can see them release more this year than maybe the few regular anime than a slew of hentai.
Yeah. Sci-Fi Puppets Come Home as Discotek Media licenses X-Bomber.
Thunderbolt Fantasy.
This
is from guy.
I'm digging. So this guy looks like an Ashitano Joe character.
Everyday Joe.
For this one, made by Gona Guy. For this release, it has both tracks on it, so that's why you see the
X-Bomber and Starfleet
49 episodes, because it has the Japanese pilot, the 24 episodes in both languages, and yes, the X-Bomber.
And also Beyblade Grevolution.
Yeah, Grevel.
Finally, they're letting it rip. I wonder when the movie's going to come out.
How many seasons did they have with these original characters?
Oh, it's still going. With the original, this might be the last with the original characters.
Okay. I did not know
there's a
there was that
movie,
much.
but I mean, AC can click on the Beyblade encyclopedia entry and we can learn more or continue on to the next.
That's Crunchyroll. There's no encyclopedia entry.
Okay.
I'm going to write stuff right now. So am I sorting by pre-orders or hot pre-orders? Because I don't know what
Pre-order.
the difference is. No, there's a thing that says hot pre-orders. It's really just pre-orders, but they're hyping it up a little bit more. Hide all adult, show Blu-ray and DVD only.
Show only adult.
While we're taking a brief break, the whole reason I have the headphones with the ears is because kitty ears. Because one, the other set of headphones I think were going bad. Two, these were $10, so why not? I'm kind of
so they're not the Ariana Grande ones.
I don't know what that means.
There was a controversy where she had somebody designed headphones for FLCL, and then Ariana Grande came out with headphones that literally ripped off her design and claimed she designed them herself or whatever.
Oh no. Oh no. That starts a cat fight there. This is from Polaroid.
Okay. So it's from an old camera company.
Yeah.
So Dragon Ball Super Broly is already available for pre-order.
Doesn't have a date, but yes.
Yeah.
So grab that Golden Kamuy.
Yep.
Yeah.
There should be a DXD and the Gatchaman. Is it wrong to expect Girls in Hot Spring real quick?
I've got adult titles turned off, but I guess Doreku is not an adult title.
No, it's not. When it aired, this is recent.
It's about human slaves.
People talked about how
sex
when
slaves, maybe.
This was one of the first dubcasts that Sentai did, and every comment on Twitter was like, "Wow, they'll have some interesting lines" or something like that. And I was like, "What are they talking about?"
Next fan service February, after the one where we're doing Keijo, we should watch this and Ghost Talker's Daydream.
Ghost Talker's Daydream?
Well, for the previous one that we were at, the whole reason I wanted to point it out is it seems, aside from the cover, reading the description, it seemed like an edgy show that hopefully is either a thriller or very action-packed.
What if it's just the synopsis for 50 Shades of Grey, but with the character's name changed to Doreku?
Reese says it's not even fan service.
Okay, then we'll just watch it sooner. Yeah, so...
I mean, we've seen speed graphers, so...
Yeah, true. All right, so is it wrong to expect a hot spring in a dungeon?
Oh.
Wow.
I thought we were
very suggestive there.
I thought we were gonna get
She's
the other
waited
stuff
so
first,
long,
but
her clothes have rotted.
So do you know why there's another?
She pulled her undies down.
Do you know why there's a new pre-order for Is It Wrong to Hot Spring thing?
I don't know. I haven't watched any of them.
Because look at what's in my hand. So, are you wondering yet why there is a pre-order?
That's a good question.
It's censored?
Well, because this comes with the soundtrack of season 1, is what I'm assuming. And I didn't even notice this because if you go to the old listing, it's now changed to limited edition, apparently. And you can see right there, it does say limited edition. So I was completely unaware that this is limited edition.
Yeah.
Okay. Well.
So just keep that in mind. Anyone who was looking for this limited edition version
has the exact same freaking cover.
They literally just scrubbed out the limited edition part. Yeah, grab the DXD.
Oh, finally, we got more Soul Hunter, or the reboot of
Hakio Hoshin Engi.
Yeah.
You mean the what's it called? The Killua hippo thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What is Grunty from
Oh, did you two finally watch the show?
No, I just
we're calling back previous podcasts.
Well, I
Okay.
saw the poster for it because I'm like, what the hell is this show? And noticed that it was a full 26er in a release for some reason. And then I looked it up on Mal, and there was that Kilo poster. Oh yeah, I forgot about Basilisk's new season that came out. And Basilisk first original seems to be out of print.
The Oka Ninja Scrolls now instead of the Koga Ninja Scrolls.
Yeah. Well, I think that's supposed to be the new season of it.
Hey, Record of Grand Quest War is finally
Record of Incest War.
Pokemon the movie The Power of Us.
Then Gun-Gale.
Oh, goody.
Are you sure? Because it's not limited and it's still like
It's right stuff
69.
exclusive.
That's all. They have the partnership with Aniplex or
And
whatever.
Rampant is, well, Mazinger Z was last time.
Yeah, so I think we're into okay, here's what I've pulled up. Yeah, this very much looks like the kite
Art style.
moment by moment. So interesting. I'll keep the tabs on that, even though I'll probably forget about it.
Got the
Consistent
two.
limited edition.
Yeah, bravo
God.
for that at least.
At least it's not a super limited edition, which is that box, then a poster, then a cloth poster, then tissue packs. I wish I was joking about that.
I got a Steins Gate tissue pack when I got the Fate Stay Night visual novel from J-List or wherever.
Okay.
Huh. Interesting.
Well, yeah, I thought you would say Jazz, not J-List. Yeah, well. All
They're
right.
the same
Finally.
company.
The main guy looks like Utawari Rumana.
I don't know what that is. Oh.
Or the
well,
mask guy, anyway. I don't know, it's just a glance.
No, it doesn't look anything like the guy from Utawari Ramona.
No.
Definitely doesn't. The mask on that is the top of the face,
No, if
not
you
the side of the
said-
face.
Now, if you said Kano fused with Zex from Gundam Wing, sure, I'll give you that. But
And he's got the giant
Finally.
ass freaking shoes from Kingdom Hearts.
Oh my god, I hate the obnoxious shoes.
Yes, me too.
It's 23 episodes and dubbed. I kind of want just for that fact. Oh, and there's the kilo on the spine.
I kind of wish it just didn't have the blue thing, because the outline itself makes it look, to me, it looks pretty neat. But they have to make sure it's declared Blu-ray.
Am I not? I need to log
You
in.
could have previewed this art if you went to amazon.co.uk because they had a listing for their release earlier than this.
You mean of this?
No, of Dragon Ball Super.
Yeah, I only opened this because I wanted to make sure I'd already pre-ordered it, but I have to log in real quick, so just give me a second. Talk amongst yourselves. Read the chat.
I'm still waiting on that the inevitable Dragon Ball Super double, what is it, the 26 episode packs.
You know what? I think if I pre-ordered it, I probably did it on Amazon. Because I probably want to have to send it back numerous times to get one without a busted up slip cover. So I'll have to double check that on my own time. Moving on. Here's the Oka Ninja Scrolls. This is going to look so nice next to my other set that is like limited edition and
A
whatnot.
wooden box.
You got the collector's
No,
box.
I don't have the wooden box. I have the box set that has the like texture on it, like a snake
Okay.
or whatever. I think.
I didn't think this one had a wooden box set. Oh well.
I don't know.
But
Is there a
So-
Blu-ray DVD digital version of the other season? Because that would
There's
look
the
way better.
Blu-ray version, but it's
all
out of
digital.
print.
Well, it's still easy to find. I'm sure.
surely
Um,
it's been overprinted.
Yeah.
My point is, it's not cheap and stuff to acquire.
Well, we'll see. I'm really not in any hurry to get this, so I don't care. I'm going to move on to Grand Quest. So this is definitely the final image with nothing written on it for sure.
Yeah. What does
It's
it
only
come?
$120.
Hold on, scroll down a bit. Record of Grand Quest War Volume 1 contains 1 through 12 episodes directed by Mamoru, plus booklet held in a deluxe rigid box.
I'll give them that it's a complete 12 instead of just 6, but it's still pretty pricey.
And it's
Can you
$10
click,
per episode.
Can you click the see more, please? Below special features. Okay, special features, web previews, English subtitles, Texas opening and ending. Hopefully they subtitled the openings and endings for it to matter. Bonus content subject to change.
And it can't be shipped to Japan. Sword Art Online. Yeah, I want to get this, but I also don't want to start it because I don't have any of the other Sword Art Onlines.
Wait, hold on a sec. Go down.
How
many episodes? Because I think it's 24 episodes. Okay, so you're getting
1
4
through
of
6. So it's and episode 5.5. They're throwing you a bone here.
Yeah. Well, at least it's cheaper than other releases, but still you have 2 boxes.
You do have to get. No, you get 5. You need 4 boxes to complete it.
4 boxes. Oh joy!
Banking on UK.
All right. So, moving on to random merch.
I stand corrected by Reese. It's only 12 episodes.
This giant Final Fantasy Moogle bed could be yours and doesn't cost a single yen. I'm guessing it's a sweepstakes or something. Yeah, I thought this was quite the bed. It's got like a beach ball head thing.
Actually, funny you bring this article up because recently in Monster Hunter, I unlocked a Moogle outfit for my Palico, which is my cat companion thing. So he looks like a Moogle.
I wonder how you'd wash that. Would it be a zipper over big sumo beanbag?
Probably or hand wash.
And what item are they selling? Is it macaroons, fries?
Japanese convenience stores are awesome pretty much all the time, but right now they've got even more reason than usual to stop by branches of Lawson. Currently, the chain is selling Final Fantasy flavored fried chicken. I wonder how that works. And not, I mean, are you eating chocobo? Fried chocobo?
Only if there's Cactar Ranch involved.
I also have a cactar in my room in Monster Hunter.
As you can see in our video here. Okay, so anyway, it says sensation taste. Lawson's offering a more permanent Final Fantasy treasure with what it calls the extra large, soft, and fluffy Moogle cushion. Anyway. Man arrested for selling modified Love Live character figure. Police in Inashiki, Ibaraki arrested 39-year-old male suspect on Thursday under suspicion of modifying and selling Love Live character figures without permission. The man is a resident of Yachio, Chiba, and self-described as a member of the sales industry. The suspect reportedly admitted to the charges and said the figure sales helped cover living expenses.
Do you think he tapped into the figure's source code and removed the clothing?
No, I think, as the picture implies, he took the head off of this Love Live character and put it on this Girls in Panzer character to make this. So
I was going to make a comment about, I wonder what Toy Fair would say about this, but they went out of publication in 2011.
Well, he sold them for only about $27, which I find astounding. Like, where does he even get the money to buy 2 figures to sell the 1 figure for the price that arguably is less than you would have spent on the 2 figures?
Probably China. Bootleg versions.
I mean, it gotta be, right? I'm just surprised this
But-
guy's getting like jail time for this.
Me too. I mean, I know if you recall the Media Blasters booth, they also have a figure modification and
the
their
guy
own
who
custom
runs
figures.
the guy who runs the booth sells his own custom figures that he takes figures and makes, like, he puts them in like a parfait, he does all these different things to make them look real fancy and artistic and whatnot, and he sells those for a pretty penny. But that's the US. This is Japan, which is something we'll talk about later with they're signed on to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. So if you guys don't have anything else to say here, we can...
Nope.
Okay. Daimaru Shinsaibashi Department Store holds exhibit for nostalgic anime. I think, Augie, you shared this. And if you want this cell of May playing on Totoro's stomach, you can get it for only $24,972.
I wouldn't have shared. I don't recall sharing this.
Somebody shared it. I don't know. I didn't pay attention to this podcast. Stylish Pokemon shirts let you catch them all during your daily grind.
Stealthweeb.com.
Yeah.
Oh my god. I hope this becomes local.
What's funny is that, I mean, it wouldn't be legal for me to do this, but because they provided me the artwork here, I could literally do a sublimation print and give you a t-shirt with this design on it. So, I mean, this is kind of an interesting, funny thing about them in the snow, but then you've got like the Magic Carps.
I can go into business meetings with this and get away with it.
I like this one with the guy climbing the Geodudes or whatever.
That's stealthweeb.com/OCA podcast for 50% off.
Tokyo's new real-life Mario Karts make it ridiculously clear that they're unrelated to Nintendo. Either a double dose of caution or passive aggressiveness against Nintendo has Mario Karts go-karts looking weirder than ever. So basically, this thing that they've had all this time, they had to Nintendo or whoever made them disassociate.
Yeah, we've covered an article or two of them stopping them. So
Secret Otaku certification test. Can you see the perfect anime cosplay hidden in this H&M ad?
I mean, I guess that kind of works. Stealthotaku.com.
There you go.
There's a Kingdom Hearts hotel room with functioning Keyblade coming to Tokyo Disneyland. So who cares about this? But actually, the key to the get-in is an actual Keyblade, which it's got to actually have like an RFID chip or something in there because they all look the same, I imagine.
Hopefully the card part's at the key teeth end.
Well, obviously. I mean, I'm saying you put it in and then it reads it and then you pull it back out,
Looks like it's made like silicone or something.
But I bet you nobody returns these keys. They've got to all keep them. It's got to. The prior owners of the Keiunkan Ryokan, the world's oldest hotel, liquidate the company. The Hot Spring Inn, founded in 704, has fallen on hard times. Now, I'll just say, I think it's pretty crazy that, for instance, America bailed out all the banks, and then this 1,000-year-old business can't even get a GoFundMe to keep it going.
Makes you wonder if they really pissed off the locals, because something like that, you don't shut down without hearing a huge uproar.
I don't think locals actually go to an inn. I think that the tourism is where it's at.
Probably so, but that's kind of unheard of. You have this, like you said, this piece of country history at this point, and they just let it go. Maybe I'm thinking.
It says here prior owner. I imagine it's gone. It's probably traded hands quite a few times.
No, the original owners,
Yeah, the 1,000-year-old vampires that run this place.
They're the inspiration for Shiki. Yeah, that was probably too silly.
So they've had
beautiful.
Takeda Shingen, the samurai warlord who ruled Yamanashi in the 16th century. They've got this enormous list of people who have stayed here that are historical figures and whatnot.
I'm just getting flashbacks to Sengoku, but I want to do Takeda Shingen.
Well,
If this would have been in America,
good.
if this were to be in America, I would, or at least know in a few states, what they would do is if they decide to stop doing business, some states would buy the property and have
And
that
turn it
as
into a historical landmark.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
I'm hoping that that's what happens here. Anyway, 2 men accused of fraud related to Odaiba Gundam. So basically, 2 former Bandai employees are being charged with fraud for allegedly asking contractors who built the giant Gundam out here to charge 200 million yen more than 10 million yen, or basically $100,000 more to Bandai than it was actually costing, and then supposedly they pocketed the overages. And apparently they suspect that they had skimmed more than 1.8 million US dollars or 200 million yen off of Bandai doing this. To which I have to say, the only reason that this is really a big deal is because it was employees of Bandai, whereas the contractors could have just charged more for their service. And if Bandai's willing to pay it, it's like, well, shit, it's on you, Bandai. But it's the fact that I guess it was the Bandai employees who pocketed it. Apparently, one of them, the 44-year-old, admitted to the charges. 66-year-old denied the allegations.
I don't blame him. He wants to retire. What I don't get is, if you try to get that much money, why don't you try to take the money and leave the country? Then again, I won't be committing these crimes, so I don't have that same. I would not know what to do. So,
well, it just seems like if you were to get 1.8 million US dollars, I mean, granted, that's a drop in the bucket over the course of a long time, in terms of like everybody's going to earn that in their lifetime kind of thing. It's just going to be a matter of time before you do. And your expenses and whatnot, if you have a family and everything, are going to, be up there. But it just seems like if you got that much money, especially relative, well, maybe it would draw more attention to it if you just ditched and left the country, and you got to find a place that has non-extradition laws or whatever. But
yeah.
Miscellaneous news. Okay, so the first thing we're going to be talking about here, Otakuso had requested that we share regarding the choking Sasuke memes. And in fact, I should probably pull up Otakuso's latest tweet just as a way to finish this off. Just give me 1 second.
What's
Tweet a lot,
story
don't you?
about
About the what? Otakuso.
Okay, what's the story behind the Kenshin doll right behind you?
There's no story behind it. I took it away from my kids.
Oh.
Japanese internet confused and intrigued by a sudden influx of choking Sasuke memes. So basically the meme is that on Twitter, if you post 2 images side by side, they can connect to look like one image. So they have this image of Sasuke getting choked by Itachi, and they're posting all these things. Like here's Marie Kondo from Tidying Up with Marie Kondo, who, by the way, Twitter has had a major falling out with over the episode where she said you should have no more than 30 books. And people really took that out of context.
Wrong hand.
Yeah, wrong hand.
Not
wrong
even
hand
placed
again.
correctly.
Yeah, no, it's completely uncreative, and I don't like this meme at all.
Well, it was funny the first time.
Yeah, I like how they recolored this one.
Yeah, when they really remix it and then get different poses and stuff, that's when it's.
There's a Doctor Strange one.
Yeah, I'm getting to that one. So I'm going to just go through the ones here on Crunchyroll's one because they're a lot funnier.
I like the ones that are like really ridiculous. Like you have this really large proportion thing with this tiny arm.
Well, some of them are funny because they have the text here, like, "Hey, like not bad, Sasuke man. You made me use 10% of my power," or confessed to your crime, stale end piece of white bread. That's Ariana Grande, by the way, the one I was talking about, who had that thing with the hair or the cat ears.
I mean, when you binge all of these memes back to back, it's
not funny. Yeah, I agree. Although I do like this person's username, Friedrich Nietzsche Joe.
I'm not gonna lie, I've ended up the past couple of days just hiding these because they keep popping up too much.
Yeah, I'm gonna click on mute so that people can at least see them. And we're almost there. This is a good one.
Are you to the final Shaggy one?
There's this one which you're supposed to click on to see it full screen. So you see the right. And then this one did again. And then here's the one Otaka recently shared with Doctor Strange.
Oh my god.
Anyway. Then there was this amazing work of art where this guy dressed up as a Gundam and went snowboarding. And he had his pals dressed up as Zaka.
Oh my gosh. Wow, this is like the combat of Tanya the Evil. Except they're actually snowboarding instead of, skiing in the middle of air. But anyway.
So yeah, this isn't worth actually reading, but looking at the pictures is quick and easy. So, China quality window kills Hong Kong tourist. Now, I gotta say, I hope this is a staged photo because this is in such bad taste.
Yeah.
To just stand over this girl. I'm not even going to bother to read that one. China TV censoring lobes of male stars who have earrings. Worshipped male celebrities in China have strangely had their earlobes censored on TV, with the supposed ban leaving just as many individuals confused as idol fans are upset. The earring ban is yet another hampering restriction imposed by authorities on Chinese male idols who appear on TV, as they have also been banned from singing hip-hop, possessing tattoos, dyeing their hair, and acting in a sissy way. All in the name of stopping the spread of alternative cultures.
I'd like to see their list of what qualifies as a sissy way.
I don't want to know. All I know is it's ironic that they want to censor earrings since it used to be a symbol of slavery back in like the Bible days.
Spotted by a blogger on Chinese social media site Weibo, their post made mention of male celebrities being told not to wear ear studs, otherwise they would be censored via pixelation. Some images of male celebrities who have had their ears censored.
Is it like earrings that are in the shape of a cross, or is it literally?
It's earrings in general. Well, no, it gets weirder. So, while no policy has been put in place to stop males from wearing earrings, the concept has been described as being spread by word of mouth. An insider working at Chinese TV station mentioned that programs were instructed to blur particularly large ear accessories in close-up shots. Internet programs will supposedly also be affected. The censorious actions taken by China's television watchdog, done to cease the spread of alternative culture by way of TV, including telling males not to have ponytails and placing a large graphic over the head of one individual due to their hairstyle. All right, you guys ready for this? Let me click it so it's stuck on me.
I'd like to see a Chinese documentary of the African tribes with huge spacers.
I'm just wondering what they're going to do if they decide to
do you see this guy's graphic?
Yeah.
The thing I find funny about this is there's a guy with a man bun that
and
isn't
that's completely
censored.
Fine.
But this guy has this ladybug graphic over him. Anyway,
I wonder if they would censor someone that's playing a historical role like I forgot what you call it. It's a Chinese royal advisor that's castrated, but he has like the long ears. Yeah, thank you.
I think that there's plenty of Chinese dramas that have men with these long, flowy black hair with ponytail type. It seems like such a weird thing.
Yeah.
It's not sissy as long as you're wearing traditional Chinese garb and fighting kung fu. But if you're an idol, they're already sissy enough.
Yeah.
Did you see these guys? Look at them all in their suspenders. I mean, they're what are these called? Overalls. Anyway, so I haven't read this article yet. I just glanced over it before the podcast started. China app detects nearby debtors and encourages snitching. An app developed in China allows users to tell when they are nearby a person who is in debt, an absurdly invasive system that works alongside China's social credit system, which will soon be used to keep its citizens in line and prevent wrongthink. Known as the Map of Deadbeat Debtors, the app became available in China's Hebei province via instant messaging platform WeChat and issues users an alert should they come within 500-meter radius of a no-good, dirty debtor. It displays the debtor's precise location through its though it is unknown whether or not it displays additional information such as their name or how much money they owe and to who. The app apparently also encourages to be on the lookout for such individuals, as it will allow users to whistleblow on those who look capable of paying their debts. The app is part of China's new social credit system that will be implemented come 2020 that judges a citizen's ability to be responsible, such as not being late to pay back loans, not playing video games for too long, not buying too much alcohol, and not criticizing the government. Emphasis on the latter. The full system is currently not in effect, with parts of it run by city councils and by private tech platforms like Alibaba and Tencent. Again, private tech platforms, Alibaba and Tencent. Thank you, private sector, for selling out to the government interests, who have access to personal data. The experimental blacklist already exists, and at least 6,000 individuals have been punished for things such as failing to pay taxes or misbehaving on public transport by preventing them from riding planes and trains. So, amazing. I just want to really emphasize the sort of lifestyle or the governmental style sort of stuff of China, because more and more, we're seeing our entertainment skewed, and I'm talking Japanese and Western entertainment skewed to this market. And as this overreach from the government gets stricter and stricter, so will the entertainment we get to enjoy. So we are by proxy dealing with this sort of stuff through the fact that they're a large market that our entertainment industry and the Japanese entertainment industry and stuff have been spoiled by large profits that include the Chinese base to the point where they're not going to go backward. You know what I mean? And it's just going to keep getting like the content's just going to get worse and worse as time goes on. My prediction. If you guys have anything to say about it, go ahead. Apparently Rika is hungry for cash here. Or giving up cash. I don't know what's happening here. Anyway,
like
you guys
usual,
have
I'm wondering when the people of China is going to finally rebel against this, but who knows?
I think one of the reasons why that hasn't happened is because, like, for instance, the reason we see that in France, but we don't see that in China, is because in China China's so much bigger. First of all, it's compartmentalized into different regions, mainland China and all that, there's all these different groups that are not organized, and they also grossly control their Twitter. An article I decided not to share because I just thought it's like, we don't need to talk about China this much, was about Chinese netizens, as they call them, being thrown in jail for tweeting and stuff, because China's not supposed to have Twitter, and they're using like VPNs and whatnot to get around it. I think it's because they prevent them from being able to organize in China due to not giving them access to. That's one of the reasons why. What is the thing called? That's like WhatsApp, I think it's called. It's like the messaging service that is like super popular in places like China. No, it's called WhatsApp. WeChat is a different thing that I think we were just talking about in here, but I'm just saying it's harder to organize, especially also because of the language barrier for Mandarin and Cantonese and whatever that other one they have is that's very sparsely talked about. Yeah, I think that they're an easy people to control. largely. The government has got it figured out. And to quote Augie, those people are dumb. I think a lot of them are simple. Because you have to understand the thing about China is that it rapidly became capitalist, or to a degree. I mean, it's still very much communist. But what I mean is that it went from rice paddies and whatnot to modern, what you would consider, skyscraper mega cities, in what you could consider like a blink of an eye. And I don't think that the majority of the population has evolved with the infrastructure, to the point where they're not really able to. Well,
along with that, the country, when I say that, it's not really their fault. The whole country limits what's available to everyone because of what we're talking about here, and B, because of the different social structure altogether, and that whole they don't have basic human rights for the most part.
Yeah, another thing about that's kind of a problem is that the books by like John Locke and people about, let's say, liberty and freedom and understanding individual liberty, they're not translated into Chinese. There are certain languages that those books just aren't widely available in a language, and those places don't adopt what you would consider, constitutional republic, democracy type things. They stay under these monarchy, oligarchical type systems. So, but I think that, again, I just want to keep tabs on as things devolve, because I think we are going to see this affect tremendously the anime industry over time. So I'm going to continue here.
Did you say, were you about to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say, like usual, when it comes to articles like this about China, it kind of speaks for itself.
Yeah. Well, I think that Sankaku Complex, the whoever wrote this particular article, they just sort of, because they sort of editorialize and spice up things, they kind of say it as they're writing it, but yeah, for anything we read on Sankaku Complex about China does seem to speak for itself. But now some good news. Only 20,598 people killed themselves last year in Japan. Japanese suicides are now... Say what?
What was the number to be compared by?
Well, I'll read it. Japanese suicides declined in 2018. Only 20,598 people killed themselves. The number of suicides in Japan has fallen to its lowest point in decades, with fewer than 21,000 people choosing to end their lives in 2018. Japan's famously high suicide rates have been decreasing, with 2018 seeing the lowest number of suicides for several decades. Only 20,598 people killed themselves last year. Suicide rates have been gradually decreasing for 9 years in a row, although this is the first time in 37 years that they have fallen below 21,000 a year. Reese says that's just over 3 times the population of his town. So his town is 7,000 people?
Wow, your town times 3, all dead.
Right.
Kanagawa Prefecture saw the largest decrease in suicides, with a drop of 14% from previous year's figure of 1,119. Tokyo saw suicides increase by almost 5%. Male suicides remain much more common than female suicides, with men killing themselves 2.2 times more often than women. However, this disparity is lower than that of many Western countries, such as Great Britain or the United States, where male suicides outnumber female ones by a ratio of 3 to 1. So I'm going to give you my take on why suicide rates have declined. I think Logan Paul is responsible for this, because nobody wants to show up in one of his videos, and they're like, well, shit, now I can't kill myself. That's what I think. Go ahead.
Or they're just going to be like, yeah, the suicide force, Logan Paul's been there. Maybe I won't do it after all.
This is the worst thing to laugh about.
I don't know. Augie had something to say.
Augie, do you have something?
He's doing something else.
He's muted. You're muted. You're muted, Augles.
I don't know. He might be off doing something or something.
Yeah, I think he stepped away. Anyway, we're going to continue here.
7-Eleven, a store I've never seen before.
7-Eleven Japan wants to stop selling adult magazines, cites concern for foreigners and female customers. Company cites desire to avoid giving Japan a bad reputation as visitors from overseas come to the Tokyo Olympics. Japanese convenience stores have an amazing selection of products. And then here we go with, let's promote our other articles. They supplied us with such wonders as beautiful water crystal desserts, loaves of Russian roulette bread, and robot-cooked fried chicken. However, something that's about to get much harder to find in Japanese convenience stores is adult magazines. 7-Eleven Japan has announced that it is planning to phase out sales of porno mags at its roughly 20,000 locations across Japan. The company has given 2 reasons for the change. With roughly half of its customers being women, it has said it wants to create a more inviting shopping environment for female customers as well as children. In addition, 7-Eleven is concerned that selling pornography in its stores will make foreign customers, including overseas visitors to Japan, feel uncomfortable or offended, thus damaging Japan's image internationally, particularly with the surge in foreign travelers expected during the 2020 Tokyo Olympics and Paralympics. So real quick, I'll just say that when I went to Europe, there was not only porn on television, but when you would go to make a phone call at the freaking phone booth, there was like pornographic images posted all over the freaking phone booth. So I don't know what they're getting on about here, because I'm pretty sure you can buy this kind of stuff in all these other countries pretty much, other than maybe they're worried about, like, I don't know, like Middle Eastern people coming over to Japan for the Olympics or something. I don't know. It just doesn't seem like they need to worry about many of the foreigners, because you can get that stuff in their own place, right?
Now, what I have to say about this is that you need to make the porn magazines cater to the women. So make them all like sexy men magazines.
Yeah, that's the other option to go to.
And the other thing is, do people actually like go into the store and they're like, here, I would like to buy this magazine? Like,
well, if I've seen any anime that can shed some light on this, I think I've seen it plenty of times where the guy like kind of sneaks it in. He sneaks it into his purchase. Like, oh, just don't bother putting it back. I'll just take it too. Yeah, go ahead. And then he runs out of the store, real embarrassed.
Yeah, but the other thing,
in Dagashi Kashi, that was one of the things about the guy, Hotaru's brother, with the store across the street, trying to bribe him with porn magazines.
Actually, thinking about it now, what is it? So on the other hand, I don't see this as a bad thing, because once, like, as I just said, who actually goes in and buys a magazine? Like, can't they literally just go online and not have a magazine that's probably censored?
Yeah, Reese says if they want to cater to us foreigners, they should just sell them uncensored.
They'll be deterred because it's like, oh, this is censored. I'm not going to buy this.
The Japanese genitals sure look blocky. On January 21st, 7-Eleven notified publishers that it has reached a decision to stop recommending its stores stock adult magazines. While the ultimate decision whether or not to sell pornography will be left up to the individual franchise owners, without support from 7-Eleven's main office, it's expected that most will adopt the company's stance, and that by the end of August, the vast majority of 7-Eleven branches will no longer stock adult magazines, which currently account for less than 1% of the chain's total annual sales revenue. Although the one store that continues to sell it is going to get all the traffic from the nearby places of the people who used to get 1% of their sales from it. So that place is going to get like 2 or 3% of their sales through it. For purposes of the new policy, adult magazines are described as those whose sale is restricted to buyers aged 18 or older. As such, manga anthologies and men's interest magazines with sexy but not nude bikini photo spreads are likely to be unaffected. On the same day that 7-Eleven made the new policy known, rival chain Lawson also issued a statement that although we have left the decision of whether or not to stock adult magazines up to individual stores up until now, our central office has decided to cease recommending their sale. In addition, Family Mart, the remaining member of the group of Japanese 3 largest convenience store chains, which had already halted sales of adult magazines at 2,000 of its branches last April, announced on January 22nd that it will be phasing out sales in all of its branches by the end of August 2019, again, citing the feelings of female, juvenile, and foreign visitors to the store. So if your store is called Family Mart, you probably shouldn't be selling porn. Just saying. So I'll just say, like, I don't think this is a big deal because another industry will pop up that will cater to that 1% of sales, because 1% of convenience store sales is still probably a hell of a lot of money. So it'd be really funny. It'd be so funny if another guy started to buy up all the shops located directly right next to a 7-Eleven or a Lawson's or a Family Mart and put up porn shops. Or like he just opens up like a pop-up stand right outside, like you see in New York and all the movies where they buy something from like the newspaper stand, but it's just all porn magazines. So I'm going to read a quick thing here on this other article here. They had mentioned, the spokesman also mentioned Osaka's successful bid to host the World Expo in 2025, indicating that the magazines may not return once Olympics wrap up. So just Reese says Fappy Mart. So what I'm getting at here is that they had initially said it's because of the Olympics, right? And then it's like, well, probably not. It's probably actually going to be a continuous thing going forward. And then I got a couple. What's going on? Is Augie back?
Yes, he is. I think Fappily Mark would work better. But yeah.
What's stranging me out about all this, they're censoring the porn side, but you would think with the Olympics coming, they would try to promote more sports anime or be more
sports porn,
more sport themed in their festivals than usual.
Why would this article need to cover that though? like who says that's not happening?
Yeah, that's true too.
So I don't know. I'm just saying, like, who knows? I mean, there's another Free movie coming out, and I decided not to share that article because I didn't think anybody would care. So anyway,
yeah, we don't have that many females in the audience.
I swim, but
Cutie Honey 30 is the only. Well, I've seen the first episode. It's not a bad show from what I saw. Although I will say, I was rewatching a part of Haikyuu to grab a clip for a certain video I've been editing. That's one of the manliest shows I've ever seen, if you think about it. Like, if you really think about the quote-unquote toxic masculinity, but it, like, just if you use the real terminology of just masculinity, that show's very masculine in a lot of ways.
All the testosterone in the atmosphere.
No, but I mean like the way men bond through competition.
I guess so.
That would make sense.
All right. So you guys remember the cup noodles I have here from the company? I almost stopped the broadcast. From the company Nishin?
Yeah.
Well, these bigots are in trouble.
Uh-oh. What'd they do?
Nishin on whitewashing ad. Will pay more attention to diversity. So, do you guys remember the controversy with Serena Williams that happened at the last U.S. Open? Where she went totally apeshit because she was competing against Naomi Osaka here. And that this half Haitian, half Japanese girl was beating the pants off of her, and she just totally lost it and was getting in. She like in tennis, you get fouled for like foul language or something. Like there's all this stuff that happens that you actually get docked points for being a poor sport, and she was the poorest of sports. And then she had this huge beef about it because this girl was beating the pants off of her. So
about what though?
About the fact that she was losing the match.
Oh, that was it.
Serena Williams was losing the match, and she was throwing a huge fit because she was getting points taken away because she was like cursing or whatever. Like there are things you're not supposed to be allowed to do during a match that you actually get docked points for. She was doing them, was getting docked points, and then was claiming it was sexist, even though the judge or the ref was, I think, a woman, like all this crap. She was just grasping at straws because she was losing. And it was a really huge, embarrassing moment for any fan of Serena Williams.
Well, shame on her. That's not that often someone gets
paid a lot of money to play a sport that they enjoy. But,
well, a commercial depicting Haitian Japanese tennis player Naomi Osaka has been bombarded with hatred from her many crazed fans as it lightened her skin tone and gave her a different hairstyle, with many labeling the changes as, quote, whitewashing. Part of Cup Noodle Giant Nishin's Hungry to Win campaign, the commercial featured Naomi Osaka and Japanese tennis player Kei Nishikori defying the odds in a seemingly unwinnable game. Those online, however, were quick to lambaste the commercial as it lightened Naomi Osaka's skin and changed her hairstyle. Now, I gotta say, her hairstyle is the same. I don't know what you people are getting all up in arms about.
It's just because there's no details.
Look at it. They're details. It looks disgusting. You know, like the drawing style of the Prince of Tennis thing looks totally disgusting, but they're there, right?
Yeah.
Well, you say hair, I see snakes in that picture above.
So a Nishin spokesperson apologized for the confusion and discomfort caused, mentioning that the characters were created in line with Takeshi Konomi, the artist who created the commercial, and anime series. Takeshi Konomi's anime series, which is Prince of Tennis, and he's also the artist who created the art for the commercial. A quote from the spokesman. We'll get to it. You'll see it. I've saved a couple articles here to show you. There is no intention of whitewashing. We accept that we are not sensitive enough and will pay more attention to the diversity issue in the future.
No, what I was going to say, I was going to
see the angry comments.
I was going to say, let's show a picture of her with her face in the shade so she looks even darker.
Oh, you're talking about this one?
Yeah.
So I'm going to get to that in a minute. So these are all just a bunch of what I would call virtue signaling angry people who are just like, "Ah, you racist," blah, blah, blah. Right? And the reason I'll say that now, first of all, I'll just say her skin is pretty light in the thing. I'm not going to say that it's not. I think that they're grasping at straws with the hair. If her skin were dark, nobody would have complained about the hair. You know what I mean? They're just grasping for more things. But there was. I don't know why I shared this one. So basically, in the article, she hasn't commented. The Naomi Osaka has not commented on it, but here we go. In this one, you can actually see, right? So they look pretty light, right? Especially when you see her here. But I would argue that even though she's half Haitian, half Japanese, she is still fairly light-skinned. And from the other pictures we see here, you can kind of see, it looks like she tans, right? This is a tan. You can kind of see her skin underneath, and perhaps when they met with her or the photos provided to them for her, just playing devil's advocate here, perhaps she was lighter skinned. And also, the Japanese they see her as a Japanese person, and they portray themselves as white in anime, right? Now, here's the other thing. Granted, there is a half black, half Japanese character, Richard Sakata, in the anime, who looks to be just full black, basically, in terms of skin color, right? But here's the thing. These characters are full Japanese. They are much lighter than these two characters. Right? You can kind of tell that they're definitely darker. Yeah. Am I wrong?
No.
Now,
they look a bit more peach. I don't know, but lighter.
Otakuso actually shared the ad for us. So if you want to click the link in there, you can actually watch the ad that got pulled. And something else that the reason I brought so many articles into this is because this one, they have another ad here, and I'll just point out, I don't know what, so this guy over here, does he look super tan? Or does he look normal Japanese to you?
I can't tell because it's a bit, like, dark, the lighting.
It's not, the lighting's not great, but do you think that he looks roughly the same skin tone as her, or do you think he's normal Japanese-ish?
Maybe he looks a bit lighter.
Okay, because here's what I'm going to point out here. In this ad, what the heck? In this ad, do they look to be the same skin tone to you?
Just slightly lighter.
Now, granted, it's in black and white. I'm just saying. But I'm just saying that.
So, yeah.
I'm just saying that maybe she looked tanner when people became fans of her because she had tanned up playing, right? And check out this ad. I don't think anybody would question.
Oh my gosh, they're white facing her.
Well, I don't think anybody would question
face,
design-wise that she looks very much. You know, like it's a good depiction of her, and this is obviously not standard anime style, obviously, but
right.
But I think I just think that this is selective outrage, and that's the thing is that you can't misstep at all as a company because, first of all, you can't please everybody all the time. You just can't, and to try to do so is stupid, and you're just gonna find yourself in a world of hurt, you know. But I think that they clearly were, quote unquote, culturally sensitive to her. I mean, you could just say that it's only because they were trying to depict somebody who actually looked like her rather than a typical anime style here. But I think that let me simplify it this way. Let me walk the middle of the road as much as possible. I think that she's definitely light. Like she's definitely probably too light considering how dark she actually looks, and considering that there are tan characters in anime, they could have darkened her a little bit. It would have been more accurate. Although I will say this looks nothing like this guy. Am I wrong?
Yeah, no.
Right?
But you know what they could have done? Taken the color drop tool in Photoshop and sampled her skin. Like seriously.
But seriously, this would have taken like 10 seconds to fix, you know, in post. Like I could probably, I mean, if I had their comps, I could have done this in like under 3 minutes. But to do it myself would probably take like, you know, an hour and a half. But it's such a not that big of a deal thing that they could have fixed. They should have just re-uploaded it with a fixed skin tone thing.
So for me, the bottom line that you point out is you can't please everybody.
Yeah.
And that's fine.
I feel like after a certain
the situation is you have this uproar, but the athlete herself, aside from she's not commenting,
she hasn't commented.
It appears to be that she's not making a fuss over it because it's not offending her, possibly.
Yeah, I don't think it was, and again, I think that the Japanese think of themselves as Japanese first, right?
Yeah,
right.
She was raised in Japan, as far as I know. I believe. Forget actually, but they see her as a Japanese treasure, not a half Haitian treasure, right? And this was a Japanese production, not some Haitian cartoon, right? So I think that that's just how they view it. I think that again, they should have made her slightly darker, to say the least. But I think that the outrage, as we see constantly, is a bit much. You know, I think people are really overreaching here.
Mm-hmm.
As we've seen the sample picture from the commercial and the A picture of her holding some sort of plush seal, I don't really think they're that off on the skin tone, but that's just me.
Well, like I said, that's why I pointed out here that these characters that are actually full Japanese are much lighter than her and the guy, right?
I think it's just the tone because they look more peachy on the right. Otherwise,
yeah. So it could have been different, but I'm just saying that like when this was created, I'm sure there's some one person dropped the ball and then it went into the production and they ended up doing, you know, all the animation to the character design. And the character design also.
Did we just completely gap the whole how, you know, it's made in Japan, so why would they be whitewashing? Like,
because this was the sketch for the Prince of Tennis artist and all that. She did respond. Can you link me to that, Otakuso?
But seriously, why are they accusing Japanese people of whitewashing? Like, you'd expect this from white company.
The thing is that Asian, particularly Japanese Asian, is now white. According no, I'm not even kidding. According to the rhetoric of people like this, you're white if you're Japanese. That's the reason why if you apply for college and you're Asian, they like take you down a peg on your like SAT scores and whatnot because you're too privileged, right?
I thought it was also because Asians are smarter and stuff. But yeah.
Well, more
no,
groomed. Academia.
Hold on. So Otakuso just sent me a thing, but it's a video. She's saying, "I'm tan." It's quite obvious. It's pretty obvious. Yeah. So they're asking her about it. She doesn't even care. They're prodding her to talk about it. I'm sharing it here if you guys want to check it out.
That echo's definitely on your end because I can hear the audio from that video vaguely.
Excuse me. Damn.
Yeah, that was. It doesn't change how I feel about it. But Reese sent me something too. Japan theater numbers. Yeah. Okay. So it was just about the. Okay. Let me get back to our. Before I screen share again, let me get back to the actual podcast doc.
Four more arts to go.
So the thing is, if they actually did go ahead and recomposition her skin a different color, what I would do is I'd make another version where she has like green skin, and then another version where she has a different color.
That's literally what's going on with in a separate way. You know that thing about the Native American guy who claimed those kids from that Catholic school were harassing him? And there was that whole big controversy that blew up, and then it turned out video evidence showed that he actually approached them and all that stuff. So rather than apologize for all the death threats, they're claiming that school routinely participates in blackface by showing images of them supporting a basketball game where the entire crowd is wearing all black and their faces are painted black and everything, and completely neglecting to show that they also have photos of them where the school spirit color was blue. Everybody's dressed in blue with the blue face and red face, and just like this is the exact same sort of thing, but sort of in reverse there.
Yeah, you do this marketing, make like 1,000 different versions where everyone has different skin colors, and just make a huge joke out of it. So at that point, it's like it's not even.
No, I think you're digging yourself in a deeper hole at that point. I just don't think you should apologize for it. It's like, hey, wasn't intended. You can be upset about it if you want, but I'm not going to waste my energy over your being upset over something that was clearly not intended. Anyway, Japan's public broadcaster films a science experiment at the country's most famous porn location. Instead of booking just a pool to film at, NHK booked the pool. So apparently, this pool here I guess this is the recognizable aspect of it. So basically, imagine Sesame Street goes to the casting couch to film an episode. Is basically what's going on here, right? So apparently, lots of it's just an iconic location for adult Japanese films and pictures and stuff. And they ended up booking this pool for some educational program, and everybody was too like they made a statement here. They're like, I imagine people on the set probably recognized it when they got there to film it, but no one wanted to be the one to say, hey, I recognize this place from the last lonely night when I did the laundry by hand. All right. Otakuso says I've seen that pool before. Anyway.
So wait, is it like an actual public pool, or is it like literally the porn studio's personal?
No, I think it's a location that gets rented out for stuff. I don't know actually. I think it's the top of hold on.
Just
I mean, the article's there if you want to read about it. I forget if they said rooftop location. I'm not sure.
I'm not sure if they want to swim in that pool.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to.
Chlorine will kill anything.
I'm sure they want to be in a lot of other people's various fluids that have been chlorinized.
Yeah, I think
that's how you get the chlorine smell in
the pool. Sword Art Online author Reki Kawahara says female characters should not be treated as trophies. So my friend Dan shared this article with me.
I find this article article's title to be offensive. There are wallflowers that want to be treated as trophies out there, and that disregards them. That's the only opposite I can think of for this.
Wow. So Otakuso knows the actual location. It's 1 Chome, 1910 Shinjuku, Tokyo.
Sounds like he's been there. Toured it. And Reese says that he thinks it was in an.
It was in Akiba's trip. Yeah.
I actually saw the pool episode, so now I'm just thinking, you know what? It did kind of look that shape that was in that picture. So funny. It probably was. Maybe that's why I recognize the pool.
Pool and like Tiger and Bunny.
All right. Well, I'm gonna read this real quick. I just want to state I've got another article here. I'm not going to read this one. It's like the most charged article in terms of how they like to write it. Sonic Complex, but the actual interview is here. Is why I'm sharing this as well. But I'm going to just read this one and we can talk about it real quick. So, in an interview posted on Dengeki Online on Friday, Sword Art Online author Reki Kawahara sat down with Bloom Into You manga artist Neo Nakatani and voice actor Ai Kayano, who voices Alice in Sword Art Online and Sayaka in Bloom Into You, in order to discuss their thoughts on each other's work. Kawahara and Nakatani professed admiration for each other's work. Nakatani remarked that she enjoyed how the female characters in Sword Art Online are strong. Kawahara responded that the female characters are going to get more active in the story from now on. When Kayano asked what sparked this decision, Kawahara shared insight into his evolving mindset as an author. He said that when he went to overseas events, he received feedback for his writing, and he came to the conclusion that he should write stories with, quote, political correctness in mind to a degree. For this reason, he is trying to give his female characters more agency. Kuwahara said that the gender-neutral words protagonist and antagonist are used overseas instead of gendered words hero and heroine. That's not exactly what he said, but whatever. He said that he agreed that a character's gender shouldn't determine their role in the story, and that it is wrong to treat female characters as trophies. I mean, isn't Gun Gale Online have female protagonists? Is that not something he wrote?
Yeah, I thought that was written by someone else.
Is it? Okay.
Please call me if I'm wrong. If I am, it's fine.
At this point, there was some discussion about how the word heroine is used in Japan. Nagatani said that she believes that the word heroine is used to refer to the female characters who function as motivations for the protagonist.
Oh, like a visual novel?
Kawahara said that one thing he admires about Yuri manga is that both characters in a Yuri couple take on the role of protagonist and motivate each other, instead of one female character being relegated to the role of heroine.
Well, they're simultaneously both protagonists and heroines.
I was like, spice it up more.
I know, but they're like dishing it off as they're not heroines. No, they're both.
The thing I love about this is that Reki Kawahara is coming across like a total white knight, but at the same time he's professing his love for like Yuri smut. You know?
Yeah.
So although he's been trying to give his female characters more agency, Kawahara emphasized that he would not be downplaying Kirito's presence in the story. He just wants to include more parts where the female characters live their own lives separately from Kirito. Well, if Kirito is the protagonist, who gives a shit? Okay, I haven't watched any Sword Art Online. I don't know. Maybe the characters are worth following, but I'm just saying. Also, aren't they video game characters? Am I wrong about this?
No, I'm pretty sure they're all VR headset stuck in world characters.
First two seasons, it was human stuff. Sort of like Dot Hack Sign. People are stuck in that world. He does have a virtual daughter, but that's something else entirely.
Okay.
Honestly,
Nakatani remarked that she thinks that the female characters already display a lot of agency, and that there wouldn't be a problem with them as long as, quote, damsel in again, this is not what they said according to the other article, as long as damsel in distress parts were removed.
So Asuna season 1.
Kawahara insisted that when he first started writing Sword Art Online, he had not been keeping such issues in mind. Because of that, the girls around Kirito kept increasing without thought. I should have read the other article. Because of that, the girls around Kirito kept increasing without thought about what role they would play. In the same interview, Kawahara also revealed that he is a big fan of the Yuri manga, Bloom Into You. A big fan of Yuri manga, and Bloom Into You in particular. He said that the closest he has ever come to writing Yuri is Yuki and Asuna's relationship in the Mother's Rosario arc, although he doesn't count it because the relationship was platonic. Kawahara said that he would like to write a romantic story between girls one day. It just comes across as so creepy. Yeah. Kawahara has previously spoken out about his perceived flaws in his early writings. In December last year, he apologized to the voice actors of these characters
for acting too good.
For rough experiences they had voicing victims of sexual assault. He also explained that the overabundance of sexual assault as a plot device in his writing was due to his early influences as an author, and that he would rather not use rape to express catharsis nowadays. First of all, I got to ask, if this is all taking place in a video game, did they really program the ability to sexually assault people, or is this like the girl gamer thing where you say mean words? It is outside? Okay.
If it's like season 2, it's outside of the game, because there was a stalker that was the bad guy in season 2.
Yeah, continue.
My problem with the first 2 seasons of Sword Art is you have episodes that are high quality, then episodes that are like mediocre to low quality. It's never consistent quality throughout the show. Well, the highlights of it are the female characters. I'll admit that, but not all of them are. Except Asuna in season 2, not all of them are damsels in distress. To me, Kirito is probably the most boring part of the show because he doesn't really say much. He's more like he walks around, looks at something, and things happen around him.
Badass is what he becomes, right?
I wouldn't even call him a badass.
No, that's the intent. He obviously doesn't come off as badass. But you're obviously talking.
Well, you're saying he's silent. You're saying his silent persona is supposed to be badass.
No, he just specifically goes up and gets attacked by 1,000 guys, even though just to show off. Even though he could have died theoretically if they were actually strong, but he has to show off how badass he is, right?
Okay.
But yeah, what I was going to say is...
Can I read the last article here?
Okay,
the last
fine.
paragraph. Kawahara first began writing Sword Art Online as a web novel in 2001. The novels were later edited and published as light novels by Dengeki Bunko. From 2009 onward, the Sword Art Online novels entered a new Unital Ring arc in 2017. This marks the first brand new Sword Art Online novel arc written after Kawahara's debut as a professional author. Okay, good.
So if he's apologizing to these voice actresses for, like, I don't even remember a part of any of these articles saying that the voice actresses had a problem. It was just that, I apologize that you had to do that scene. Just imagine all of the
he was embarrassed. It was like, it's imagine writing a porn script and then or a softcore porn script and then people actually acted out the fantasy you wrote down. He's just embarrassed about it.
Because I was about to say, just imagine all the hentai voice actresses that had to get apologized to for, you voiced that rape. I'm sorry, I cut out.
Yeah, you cut out.
I was finished my point anyway, that, sorry I had to do all that rape voice acting. It's so horrible. But yeah, that's all I had to say.
I do agree with the AC. It is funny. He's saying he wants to censor it, but he really wants to make the lewd scenes more lewder in another way. I know lewder's not
it just comes across as like he's trying to pretend it's not, like he's an ally, but it comes across like he just wants to write some hot girl on girl action, Right. But I'll just say this. Good.
Now, if he wants to try to censor, because he has a story laid out and it's already written, my 2 cents, continue the story as it is. If you want to write something in a lesser tone, I say take a lesson from the guy who created Gantz. have your story, have the original story as it is, then create something else that accommodates with your new viewpoint.
So here's what I've got to say. I'm gonna use a lot of buzzwords here that I wish I didn't have to use, but I think they are an accurate portrayal. And I want to clarify first, just because I don't think a lot of people have the full context of what the term means. But you guys know what Mary Sue means?
Yeah,
that's
I
what
forget
they
already.
So Mary Sue comes from a Star Trek fan fiction where they had like Lieutenant Mary Sue or whatever was her name. It's basically this concept that non-professional authors have a tendency to write like fan fiction where their own character gets inserted into the story and doesn't have any problems, is immediately liked by everybody, saves the day, saves the main characters, all this stuff. And that's the Mary Sue character. It's a character that's immediately good at everything, can't be hurt, has no flaws, maybe has a tragic backstory, but that's it. That's all they have, right? And there's no substance to the character because there's no character growth, right? So a problem that's been observed lately is the idea that, for instance, Marvel Comics is having problems where they keep replacing, like Spider-Man. Peter Parker is now, they've got the Miles Morales Spider-Man. And then Iron Man, I think, got replaced with someone like Riri Williams or something. And to be fair, a lot of fans liked Miles Morales, but they hate Riri Williams. And the reason why is because people are putting in these, let's call them SJW type characters, and they can't give them interesting stories. Because if you, for instance, look what happened with X-Men Apocalypse when the poster showed the villain holding the character by the throat, and they got just excoriated over doing that because this is violence to women and stuff. It's the bad guy. No fucking duh. Like the bad guy is meant to be willing to do these immoral things that you object to because he's the fucking bad guy.
This is
right?
Goblin Slayer all over again. It's, oh my
Goblin
God, rape
Slayer,
is terrible.
yes.
That's the point.
Yes. So the thing is that the problem, people, in order to walk on the eggshells of this SJW culture, people are getting a more narrow, even more narrower realm of which they can write. And they're writing terrible stories because look at the remake of Ghostbusters. Look at any, like Ocean's 8. Look at any of these things. They're uninteresting because the people cannot write the characters into actual conflict. They have to immediately be good at everything. That you can't question them. All this stuff is contributing to poor writing. And I think that the reason my friend shared this with me is he's concerned that that's what we're going to start seeing from anime. And I think to a degree we have already, but mostly from localization and the translation changes. I mean, this article on Anime News Network, which I would say is kind of a SJW lefty type publication, they're formatting the language from the interview to suit their narrative, right? That's why I included that other link that supposedly has a direct, this person said this person said this, and then a little editorializing, but they took it farther than I was comfortable with using because it just seems so incredibly one-sided on Sankaku Complex, which is actually why I try to keep articles from opposing viewpoints, if you will, left wing, right wing, maybe, is because I think it's valid to come in between and find out what's actually going through once you sift through all the ideologue crap, right?
If you narrow the writing to a point, you're going to end up, it's obviously going to hurt the content, but if you keep everything the same, or keep everything narrow, you're going to end up with the same content.
Yeah, and that's the problem is that
it has happened in Hollywood for a lot of years.
Yeah,
and
that's the issue. This is one of the reasons why I stopped consuming Hollywood content, why I stopped going to the movies, is because I didn't enjoy any of the movies I saw. And movies and things are only interesting when you have, like, the thing is that is so hilarious about this is exactly what I was just talking about how that scene in Lord of the Rings has all this tension and the scene in The Hobbit is crap, right? Is because it's about conflict, right? That's what makes the story interesting. So what's funny about this is that the only group that you're allowed to still pile on conflict and everything on is the straight white male, which is the group that a lot of these people absolutely hate, death to white men, blah, 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 all that crap that they want to spew out all day. And so they want to have the rise of the woman or the rise of the minority. And then those characters are never interesting because if you write them the wrong way, according to the SJW view of they can do no wrong, you know, then you get raked over the coals for giving them a scene where they were less than a stellar human being. You know, whereas if you watch, you know, the white characters, ironically, still end up getting written with flaws, which make them human, and they become more relatable as the story goes on.
That's
so
hilarious.
in the face of, go ahead.
As you described that, what's going to be the weird trend is they abide by what they complain about. They see it. They still have problems with it because it is what they want, but they can still. They're going to, it will turn into the thing that they hate, even though they wanted it to change that way.
Well, I think the thing is that this is, again, kind of going back to why I didn't think Dragon Ball Super was all that great, is because people don't actually know what they want. They think they want bigger fight scenes, you know, but what they actually want is you know, a more meaningful story. They want a fight scene that actually means something rather than just fighting for the sake of fighting. You know what I mean? Like, if you can't get bound to it behind the story, then what does it matter to just throw fight scene after fight scene after fight scene and 90-minute long fight, you know, with no breaks in between? It doesn't mean anything unless there's stakes involved. And I think that, to my point on Dragon Ball Super Broly, is that there aren't any stakes anymore because we saw in Resurrection F that Whis can just turn back time at any moment, you know? So
they keep on reinventing the Dragon Balls by like having this new factor that can help and reverse things, or
it is just getting worse from what I've seen. And I think that's why so much of Dragon Ball Super is just a tournament arc, because at least if it's a tournament, it's a competition, and you don't have to worry about the fate of the world.
That's actually
you can
what
still enjoy it.
The thing I liked about the original Dragon Ball more than Dragon Ball Z is how it was based on their skill and their methodical whatever instead of power level and all that stuff, because it was the martial arts tournaments all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. FDD and some of the episodes in Dragon Ball, you'll see half the episode Goku struggled, then the writer decides in the later half Goku has to win. Then you see like this huge shift, and the guy is easily beaten.
Goku doesn't often win in the tournaments, though. He lost against Tien.
Not
he
the
lost
tournaments,
against,
but like random mug filler episode, you'll see that happen.
well,
Technically, look at Dragon Ball, it's really a sports anime.
The way you worded that sound like I haven't seen Dragon Ball.
all right.
Which
well,
I have.
I think the points are made, though. Like I said, I just think that there is, you have to walk a fine line, and this is the thing I find so irritating about this is it's kind of going back to the Dragon Ball is sexist kind of thing, or for instance, probably in the West, the greatest writer of female roles is probably the author of Song of Ice and Fire, which got turned into Game of Thrones. Incredible characters in that that approach things from a female perspective with female goals and you know priorities to their family and their kids especially and whatnot, and even he gets like written off as like, oh, your story's a bit of a sausage fest. There aren't any women doing this, and it's like, it's historical fiction. Women didn't fight in wars that often. It very rarely happened. You know, get over trying to rewrite history just because you want little girls to be able to fight in wars. That's called fantasy. What I'm doing is historical fiction, you know, with fantasy.
You just brought up trauma from Tanya the Evil.
So anyway, I'm done. I'm done talking about
speeding.
I'm done. Sorry, say that again.
Well, if you want to look at it from that perspective, yes, the men fight the wars, but guess who feeds everyone back in the village? That seems to be a bigger societal.
Well, make us an anime about the ladies making food and stuff.
Go ahead and get Hillary Clinton to write us a story about how women are the biggest victims of war because they lose their husbands and their sons rather than the men who actually lost their lives.
That's a good jump, but okay.
Well, do you really like? I can't wait to watch that new anime where that war is happening and we keep hearing about the war, but all we're watching is somebody making bread.
Oh, you mean Little Women?
So the TPP copyright laws come into effect in Japan and allows breaches to be charged without initiation from the rights holders. The Trans-Pacific Partnership, TPP, revised copyright laws came into effect in Japan on December 31st. The laws have also been changed to allow copyright breaches to be prosecuted without a complaint from the rights holder. Previously, the rights holder would have been required to file the copyright breach before legal action could be taken. The revision was made as part of an ongoing effort to combat piracy. The law revisions also include an extension of copyright duration from 50 years to 70 years after the death of the rights holder for all works, a duration which previously only applied to cinematographic, I guess. They mean movies, like to cinematographic work. Well, yeah, but they mean cinematographic. They're using it as an adjective here. Cinematographic works. These measures were taken to bring Japan in line with other countries participating in the TPP. Although the developments may sound intimidating for anime fans, Negima and UQ holder manga artist Ken Akamatsu assured doujinshi creators on Twitter that this won't affect how Comiket operates. The doujinshi at Comiket are exempt due to a compromise worked out between government and those involved. For doujin creators to be charged, the rights holder will still need to file a complaint first, which means that it can still happen. They just need to actually do it themselves rather than the government saying, we can't be bothered with all 1,000 different doujins being sold there. So you can keep doing what you do.
A brief bit about Ken Atsumura. Aside from Ken Akamatsu. Aside from him being the creator of Negima and Love Hina, also on the side, he's one of the few people that are getting manga and trying to preserve them. So he's one of the bigger figures in that regard. So that's why his name kind of holds a bit in that statement.
Okay.
Okay.
But if the rights holder says it's not okay, then it's not okay. Akamatsu also clarified what kinds of Gridman fan works are allowed to be sold after doujinshi retailer Melon Books pulled all Gridman works from their stock. It's okay to distribute them at Comiket, but they can't be sold at doujinshi stores. They can tolerate fan activity as long as it's restricted to a few days, i.e. Comiket. But they believe that unrestricted sales through stores is a cause for bother. You must follow those guidelines. In fact, the doujin mark follows this format too. I just love how that's phrased. Like, they can tolerate fan activity as long as it's only a couple days, I guess. The Gridman anime website posted official guidelines for fan works in November last year, stating that any doujinshi that is deemed to exceed the category of fan activities, such as production and distribution for commercial purposes, may have its sales suspended. Akamatsu has previously spoken out against the TPP's proposed changes to Japan's copyright laws out of concern that this would have detrimental effects on Japanese otaku culture. As a means of protecting fan activities in post-TPP legal environments, he supported the, quote, Doujin Mark initiative developed by Creative Commons Japan, which allows an author to express direct permission to fans to create doujinshi based on their work to sell at limited time events like Comiket. So, just so you guys know, hold on, I want to read this here. The writer of Game of Thrones was asked how he wrote such good female characters. He replied that he wrote them as real people. What he said was, the thing about women is I've always viewed them as people. He had a great response to that. He's handled the gotcha interviews about his quote unquote sexism very well. Yeah. So the thing about the TPP, first of all, I want to remind you guys that literally day one of his presidency, Trump tanked TPP in the United States. So we have that to thank Trump for. What the TPP was, or is still, it's just that luckily I like to say was because we don't have to, or at least right now, we're not dealing with it in the United States. What it is literally kind of like how the United Nations is a unilateral agreement that basically gets to force sovereign nations to do things or put pressure on them, and it's used to do sanctions and all that shit to basically force people. But the TPP is basically a consortium of delegates who are put in place by corporations to operate on behalf of corporations in legal matters in order to circumvent countries' governments. So if your country signs onto the TPP, they literally just sold out the citizenry to corporations in order to take legal action against you that they otherwise couldn't have, because your constitution or your local laws protected you in things like free speech. So, for example, if the United States had signed on, then things like, we couldn't sell, I couldn't do weebshirts.com for sure. I absolutely couldn't do that. But there'd be all sorts of things like, forget Artist Alley, forget any, online store. It's like your fan activities are just fan activities. You still have to have a day job. You can't do fan art and your own art and make money. You have to do just the couple days at Anime Expo or this convention or that convention or whatever. So it's very good that this has been struck down over here, and hopefully more countries will start to, over time, start to suspend themselves from it or not sign on to it in the first place. I'm really surprised Japan actually did this. It seems like a very dumb idea. But and I was telling Augie before this. Go ahead.
Okay, I found a page. So what's the difference in what I just found and what you just said? Do you want me to share it in our private chat or with the audience?
I don't care. Just send it some way, and so I can open it.
Okay, I'll send it private.
So this is the Office of the United States Trade Representative. So I think this is just it's the government's. What is the TPP deal? I don't think this has anything to do with. This is like the proposed thing. Last I checked, we were not a part of it, and I, to this day, do not think we are.
Where are you
I'm pretty
saying
sure
we
this is just
for?
the proposed. Yeah, you're already part of it, I believe.
In other related topics to this, there have been some years when Funimation will go to an artist alley and try to do the same thing.
Oh yeah. Oh, what horrible! Just
there, and they have. And there's ANN articles on this. I'm not familiar with the other sources.
Yeah.
Well, FD&M finally realized what I was talking about with Toei. Oh my God! Do not let them know what you do if you have one of their properties. It's almost people are just going to ignore what they have up as their I guess mission statement or strategy, but kind of goes back to other articles that we've highlighted before, as with YouTube reviewers, they don't want people to share the stuff.
So to answer what you sent me, just to clarify, Obama did sign us into the TPP, but it wasn't ratified and it was struck down by Trump.
Okay.
Because Obama actually, so
now this
in the
is
TPP, just a little advice, little extra information here. Back in like 2015, because of the people involved in it, including countries that had slave labor, Obama pushed to get it rewritten. And when I say Obama, I'm actually talking like Obama administration, government during that time, pushed to get it rewritten in order to exempt slave trading as part of it, so that could still have like Malaysia and all these people involved in it.
I'm not doubting you when you say that, but I think that's too much of an extreme to say slave trading, but that might be what was
slave labor. Slave labor was what it was specifically. And the thing is that Obama actually tried to rush it through towards the end back in 2016, but then in 2017, when Trump came into office in January, it's like literally day one, it was like, put that in the shredder, was what it wanted. And because Trump's thing is all about one-on-one, not joining these giant conglomerate type, consortium groups like that are meant to have power over sovereign nations. His thing is to instead have individual deals to work out the best deal with each country, rather than just join this giant thing where things are switched on a whim and benefit, in this case, the conglomerate corporations that are funding its existence and putting the figureheads in place and whatnot in order to vote on these legal matters that are basically just giant power grabs by corporations. And
Okay, I see what you're saying now.
Instead to give it to the actual like United States v Japan, it's like, what's the way we can set this up for the best mutually beneficial deal that doesn't need to involve Korea and China and Germany and France, and instead we will each individual person, we want to see what they can bring to the table, because that's how we get the best deal, and that's how everybody comes out on top in the long run.
All right, so in regard, if you want to look at something, we're talking about an outdated article as we speak. If you want the specific event that AC's talking about is when Trump got into office and he signed a book and showed the book off. That's the document that he was saying.
Memed?
Yes, that one.
Memed all over.
Yes.
Right.
So, FD, do you have anything to say about this?
It's more about the Japan's thing there, and again, this is just, I'm bringing this up so that we can see how this plays out going forward.
Well, I really can't add to anything you guys have already said.
Okay. Reese just sent me this regarding the Phoenix manga. The sequel manga. It is going to be
in novel form.
The author of Gosek and Fuse Memoirs of a Huntress, Kazuki Sakuraba. So, okay, I just saw it. You didn't just send it to me. Gotcha. All right. Sorry, I'll make that clarification. Like 2 hours ago. Great.
Okay, can we?
Anyway, so we're gonna jump into Dagashi, Kashi, and Takunomi talk.
Boom.
Real quick,
but I need to go grab that whiskey.
I mean, this is probably obvious, but is Dagashi essentially just a switch of the word candy?
Probably.
Why? Wait, why do you ask that? You mean Shikata Dagashi, the store?
No, literally the name Dagashi, because they're like, oh, that's another Dagashi, and that's like cup noodles compared to like sugar paste, like
Dagashi is just like treats. Yeah.
Okay. I figured
treats like at a convenience store in America, you'll buy like a candy bar, but these are like cheap little trinkets that like kids, because kids in Japan used to like walk the street and carry their own money and stuff like before we got all sheltered as globally our culture of our kids, where it become unsafe all of a sudden for kids to walk down the street. So kids used to walk the streets in Japan with money, and they would spend it and learn the value of the money they had and saving it and whatnot, and they would go to these Dagashi stores and buy stuff for like 25 cents and get like a piece of candy or a Super Ball or whatever. I'm gonna run and grab that drink real quick. I'll be right back.
I think most of it.
I say yes, when AC mentioned the store is I have a point later on that regards that name. But what were you going to say, AC?
Hold on, I'm going to turn off the mic so that you guys don't get an echo when I walk away.
I was going to say that. Damn it, he distracted me. I was going to say that I think part of the reason why we don't have that type of system, well, not system, but that culture anymore that has kids coming around is simply because how much money are you going to get from selling like 5 pieces of 25-cent candies nowadays? Not a whole lot. So
you have dollars still around.
Actually, you know what? This anime, I'm not gonna say it hit home or anything like that because I essentially work at a convenience store. So I kind of like understood the perspective from the guy selling it, because I get kids in all the time. Except the thing is, they're buying full like chocolate bars and stuff that cost like $3 or whatever, or something like that. And a lot of the time I get these kids who are like, yeah, they want all this stuff, and they're like, how much is this? And they can't afford it, or they have all the stuff that they already brought up, and it's like, okay, that's $10, and it's like, oh, they're like gathering all their money. Yeah, I don't have enough.
That's the process of them learning the value of money.
I know, but before it's like, oh, I only have 25 cents, or sorry, 25 cents. I can get like whatever, like this virtually no value thing. Like the cheapest thing we sell is like a 45-cent like airhead, and that's it.
Airheads cost 45 cents where you are.
How much are they where you guys are?
25.
Yeah, I wonder what that.
Yeah, but you've got Canadian money for which $1 US is like $1 billion euro.
Let's see.
So I'm going to be drinking Suntory whiskey Toki, or maybe it's Suntory. I actually don't know because they wrote it kind of in an Englishy way, like how that the Mazda, the car company Mazda, is actually Matsuda. There's a bunch of stuff where they sort of romanize it for people when it came over here. But I noticed in the show it was also written that way. When I was little, they still had penny candy. No way, old man. You are old. For 50 cents, a little both pockets of candy.
I really don't like how people will say, back in my day, $1 used to be a lot of money, or something like, oh, this used to be worth like 5 cents back in the day. Yeah, no, but you also made like $5 a day. Yeah, so 5 cents is a lot more.
Yeah.
What makes me happy is a few years ago, the Nickaway for candy factory went out of business. Hooray.
So I'm going to be using whiskey rocks instead of ice because I don't like watered down whiskey. These are frozen stones, which I just pulled out of a thread from the bag. I almost put that in my drink.
Wow, I didn't take you for such a serious drinker.
Well, the entire reason my friend gave me the thing is because I have like all these accessories to drink whiskey with. I'm not really a piece of the stone broke off. Maybe I shouldn't have done that. I wouldn't recommend whiskey rocks to anybody who's getting into drinking, like when they just turned 21, because if you get drunk and you accidentally swallow those, they're not going to melt like an ice cube.
That's a good point. Another thing, though, is that, like, I don't drink, but at one point I'm like, hey, Mom, can you get me some, like, some reusable ice cube type things that won't water down my drink? And they weren't that cold. They didn't cool the drink all that much.
These are very cold compared. This is probably the coldest they've been. Maybe they just need to stay in for a long time because these have been in my freezer like for like 3
ages,
years.
Obviously, because you don't drink really.
I really don't. So that's a nice scent for as far as whiskey goes. I'm gonna just put a little in there, and then real quick, because of the episode, we learned that this was meant to be mixed with soda water, but I didn't really want to do that, and I just happened to have this Martinelli's sparkling cider, so I'm gonna mix it with that after I taste it. Obviously, I just want
to redeem the deposit.
Yeah.
It tastes a lot like Jack Daniel's.
Which I have no reference of what tastes like, but yes.
Okay, well, you're not the only one here.
Jack Daniels, that's like a little north of where I live.
So the place that makes... Okay, if anybody comes to Arizona, the place where I got this, Rock Springs Village? I thought it was cafe. Well, Rock Springs. This is like an off on the side of the road pie shop with... They have this Jack Daniel's pecan pie. It's amazing. I literally I went there and bought a slice, and then after I ate it, I went back and bought two entire pies. Anyway, so do you guys want to talk about Dagashi Kashi first, or
sure?
That's what I figured would be easiest.
So I'll transition into the Dagashi Kashi with my Dagashi from up north that I was previewing earlier. Caramel. They have them on 2 for $4 deal at our store, so I bought some. So all I gotta say is that, well, no, not all I gotta say, but to start things off, I rewatched season 1 to lead up to it because I wasn't as fresh as you guys, obviously. Did you guys watch season 1 again?
Yeah,
No.
well,
And I'll just say this.
again.
When I first watched the first episode of Dagashi Kashi season 2, I was like, what did we like about this? I really was like, I remember having fond memories of this show, and this is friggin' awful.
I think we swapped positions because
then episode 2, I was like, oh, there it is. So I'm just saying, like, I did enjoy it.
Because before, when you guys watched it, because I didn't watch it right at that time, but I had seen the show like the year before when it aired, and I was like in the more, I don't know about saying cynical, but I was like, yeah, it was good, it was fun, but like you don't really get this this depth to it or whatever because it's an episodic candy show.
Yeah.
And they had these like little strings at the beginning, like, oh my gosh, Hotaru's so pretty. Oh, you like her or whatever. But they never go through with that. But season 2 in a nutshell is, I don't want to say the opposite of season 1, but it kind of had everything that I was actually looking for because it took a focus away from the episodic, this is a Dagashi. This is what
I feel like they kind of ran out of candy.
They still have candy highlight.
No, I mean, like they ran out of candy to do interesting episodic things with, so they had to start getting creative with the actual story. Or maybe the anime did so much better than they expected that they're like, well, maybe we should just focus on the characters now.
Maybe because, but the thing is, they focused on the characters obviously, and they actually developed some sort of, like you were talking about the conflict thing. They added conflict and it made it a lot more interesting to me. Like, don't get me wrong, it was fun watching all the whatever the exaggerations, the stories of how they came up with these candies and stuff, but it lacked some depth. And this plot was able to intertwine the fun of the show with giving it something to look forward to and seeing how it resolves, I guess you could say. And as someone who works at a convenience store, when the convenience store opened up, I'm like, oh no, you're not missing out, dude. There's so much stuff we get that does not sell, like the cakes that were way overpriced. As soon as I saw them, I'm like, yeah, no one's gonna buy that. But it's also just a lot of these items don't have that much profit margin. It's to bring in other people and attract them. So what is it? Actually, trailing back a bit, what I was going to say is that rewatching season 1, I had a lot more fun than I remember the first time. So, like, it's still, like I was saying before, didn't give you this whole journey, this depth. But I laughed a lot more than I remember the first time. So now back to season 2, it was done by a different studio, clearly, and the color palette was a bit off, but I mean, other than that, it was pretty decent. So what was the conflict again? Oh yeah, I loved how there was this crushing reality of the store actually going under. It was a turn you didn't really expect because they kept on joking about, oh, this isn't profitable, whatever. We're gonna go.
They never have any like real customers.
And then they actually like are on the verge of going out of business. And
then they brought in his comic book thing, his manga thing, like out of nowhere.
That too. They actually explored it instead of just passing.
Well, they always keep saying that they're doing bad. But
but they didn't focus on it at all. And then when they did, it's like, oh shit, it's tomorrow.
And the thing is, I also like is how it pretty much brought out the part of I'm already forgetting his name. What's
Kokonotsu?
his name? Yeah, Kokonotsu. It brought out the side of him that he didn't want to bring up, which was the guy who's actually really good with Dagashi and all that stuff, and he stepped up to essentially become the owner. But then once he was the owner, Hotaru was gone. As I said, disappearance of Hotaru Suzumiya arc, which, like, of course you wanted Hotaru to be there, but it was almost essential, and you still... Like, it still was entertaining for me and all that. If anything, it was getting rid of the episodic Dagashi stuff that would have probably actually interrupted the flow of things, which for a half-length episode series is actually kind of something you don't want. Which, speaking of the pacing, I thought it was excellent how every episode, when it started, it instantly got right into it. It wasn't just whatever, establishing things and then getting to, oh, you're eating a candy. It was just like point A, point B, done.
For me, it was still episodic, but as pointed out, the main character, Kokonotsu, was more challenged this time. Like AC said, episode 1 seemed off, then episode 2 seemed to be normal. What they did there was they introduced a midpoint of the second season at episode 1, then episode 2 continued right from season 1.
I don't even remember.
Along the way, something happened to Yo.
It was essentially like he came back and the place shop was a mess, and then I think it like that was a flash forward, and then it went back to when he was in school for a bit and then wasn't at the store. Right.
Well, the store, what happened to Yo was that, I'm not going to say what the event was unless the other two say it, but there was a storm that happened that kind of wrecked up the place a little bit. But
it was also that business sucked.
Yo not being there, well, they always say business sucked. But for Kokonotsu, we see him be challenged. He ends up hiring a new hire.
I really like that, surprisingly.
Me too. I enjoyed the character. She is a lady with experience, but at the same time, she is
like bad habits and no
confidence. She is somewhat helpless that you can see the two working together.
Yeah.
With her, he's able to figure out different ways to expand the store, as well as before she was introduced, there's a convenience store that gets introduced that opens in the town.
Competition.
Unfortunately, or fortunately for him, it's right across the riverbed. At that point, what I liked when I see those two kind of competing but not really competing, is you see the big box store versus the specialty store. Both can harm each other, but both can help each other, as the big box might have stuff that's expensive, as the specialty store is more catered to the area, which is something I see normally with like different places of Walmart, Kroger, or if you really want to go into smaller grocery stores, Hometown. Even though that they technically have the same products, they'll have different qualities from different brands. One aspect I kind of like was the convenience store had these specialized cakes. The main character, Coconuts, saw it and noticed that it's too high for the area, which sadly for the big box, they had to cancel it because, well,
rotted.
Pretty much got rotted and couldn't match the supply and demand for it, so they had to swap to a catering strategy, which it works in areas, but it's not as liquid of a product as they would hope. Cover that.
I got the tweets. You want me to go first on them?
Go ahead. Do it. How does AC feel?
Fine.
Okay.
My my cold is progressing though. So let's see. He said, I still had some laughs as the characters were still likable. The introduction of the convenience store demonstrated the ups and downs to both big box and specialty stores in a way that makes both able to exist. The Dandy Candy Man pitches are still here and enjoyable like season 1. When Kokonotsu manages the store while Yo is gone, he gets a new hire. Ultimately, the new hit is there to cover Coconut's leaving for school as he experiences. I think we've pretty much.
I can't believe it's spelled higher with hit.
Yeah, that's all right. I think
That's one is
in the late game we can see the parallels to Comic Party season 1 as Coconut supplies for a mangaka chapter submission event.
I'm not sure if you're reading or if you're skimming.
I'm reading. I was reading FDNM telling Takasu how the chocolate was. The music is the same energized J-pop that's hard to stop. I've noticed that the ending isn't so synced as they want to cover as much content per episode. I've noticed that at the last of the credits name the show as the store. Okay. What do you mean by
like
that?
what you said, the stores, like at the very last scene of the credits before it fades to black, you'll see the store's name and with the number 2 instead of Dagashi Kashi 2.
Oh, okay. Because
I thought was strange.
when I first saw the store, it blew my mind because when I was watching it in the first time, because it's Shi Ka Da, right? And so I was thinking, oh, that's right. In Japanese, they read right to left, so it's Da Ga Shi. But I was realizing because Ka and Ga are the same symbol, with tick marks. So I didn't put it together until this season. I'm like, oh no, it's Shikada Dagashi, right? It's the name of their last name, right? It's not the same. It would be Shigada if it was backwards, written right to left. So yeah, that was interesting how they handled that for the ending theme. And then you said, I think you already covered this about it being with a new studio. And then we move on to Takunomi, unless you want
to. So thinking about it now, really simply, is that season 2, there was like an insane amount of development just straight up because it's like stores on the rocks, whatever. Then he cleans up the store, hires a new person, gets them acquainted, and all this other stuff. It's like so much progresses. They add new services like the delivery and have a new site. Like so much happens.
What's funny about it is that he shouldn't have had money to hire a new hire.
God knows how they even had money to begin with.
Yeah.
I think it's a situation where the person's technically fine because they're at their savings level, but they say that they're poor because they're not at a higher range that they want to be. For that case, it's not explained, so I'm kind of speculating.
They never showed anybody in the damn store. That's what I was talking about. They had like one episode where the kids showed up and she made them super balls.
Oh yeah. I think she bartered to trade free room and board for work.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, so probably that's how they were able to afford it, is that she just needed a place to live at the time. But you would expect her to need food and stuff too, and pay bills and whatnot. But
actually, thinking about it from Old Man's comment, the nostalgia trip for Japanese people, I realized at a certain point that no, I realized it in Takunomi, but this obviously applies to Dagashi Kashi as well, is that once they had the kahula, or whatever the hell it's pronounced. Kahlua, yeah, I don't drink. As soon as I saw that, I'm like, I recognize that. Oh, God. And they were explaining it in detail, like, oh, my God, this is how you should have it, blah, blah. I was like, man, this show would really suck if I was Japanese. Like, because if you're familiar with, like, this is Nestle water. Nestle was found.
This is Nestle water. They pay $1 for every 100 gallons they take out of the California reservoir.
This is Cadbury's Caramilk bar. They How do they get the caramel inside the chocolate?
Well, as somebody who
Vernon
has drank, I found the Kahlua episode really interesting, and I actually really would have bought some because I've always wanted to try Kahlua. I've always had Bailey's instead, but Kahlua has caffeine in it. So, and I'm not ever drinking I'm off of it. I'm going to try to stay off of it the entire rest of the year, if not the rest of my life.
You just put Vernon's into your drink.
Say what? I did. I put Verner's ginger ale.
You dare put Verner's ginger ale and not Buffalo Rock like my local brew would have?
I don't give a shit what your local brew would have.
Are you talking about a brew of ginger ale?
Yes.
I don't even know what the hell Verner's ginger ale is.
I made some alcoholic ginger ale.
Yeah, ginger ale. You gotta get Canada Dry, man.
Well,
that's still the weak stuff.
Literally, we invented ginger ale.
The reason I got Verner's is because it has a much more significant bite to it than the other ones, and I thought that it was gonna. I wanted to get the one with the most bite that I could get from my store because it's going in whiskey.
If you want one with the most bite, you should have got some Buffalo Rock.
Okay, well, they don't sell Buffalo Rock in my place, so I don't know what you want from me. Do you want to send me some Buffalo Rock?
I've been trying to figure out how to send you some Buffalo Rock as a surprise, but they don't ship it. Or I would have gotten you some.
But yeah, this is like thinking about it. If they made a show like this for any like local environment or whatever, it's like the most Japanophile thing you could ever watch. Some of these anime when they have slice of life and they're just eating or whatever. Like I don't know. It's like I can imagine how Japanese people could enjoy it. But
I think that the weirdest thing about Dagashi Kashi is the fact that Hotaru is like this jewel-eyed vixen. You know, like she's just this. She oozes sexy, right? Compared to all the other characters who look like country bumpkins. You know what I mean? Doesn't she just like? It's funny because in Takunomi, the
you mean out of all two characters?
Well, out of Saya and Yo, and especially out of Saya for sure. But I'm just saying that when you look at Michiru in Takunomi, she's talking constantly about wanting to become a Tokyoite. Hotaru like exudes like Harajuku Tokyoite. You know, like she's got all this fancy dress and she's really confident and she's wearing high heels everywhere she goes.
Actually,
and then you see Saya and she just looks like this country bumpkin who's hopelessly in love with coconuts, right?
It's funny you say that because thinking of it now, when I was in high school, like I grown up on a farm. I'm technically still on a farm, but we got rid of the cattle. Like I just said it, I'm a farm boy. And then when people found out in high school, they're like, what? Are you serious? You look like more city than half the city kids in here. Because still see all these people that want to be country wearing plaid and stuff. And they're just from the city. So I'm like, I guess so. So I'm essentially the Hotaru of my country bumpkin.
Did I ever tell you the story about when I went to Egypt?
You went to Egypt.
I went to Egypt the week of 9/11. My parents had bought a tour, and so my mom took my brother to Israel at one point when we were growing up, and I didn't get to go. So she planned another trip for me to go to Egypt, and we took my best friend at the time. And then 9/11 happened, and they weren't gonna refund our tour, so we had to go. So we flew to Egypt. And what's really funny is before we got to Egypt, before 9/11 even happened, my mom took us to the 99-cent store because she said her rationale was that we needed to have clothing to blend in. We didn't want to stand out with our fancy Quicksilver clothes, right? Or whatever. So we had to get clothing to blend in with plain clothing. We just bought the shirts that had no logos on.
I'm guessing where this is going.
So we went to Egypt, and then the moment we got into the tour van, they said, "Oh, by the way, we're sending you home on the next flight." And basically, the tour company was total assholes, and they just wouldn't give people refunds unless you went. And once you got there, then they're like, "Yeah, it's too dangerous. We can't keep you here. But guess what? We're going to give you a refund for being troopers and actually flying here, right?" So then we went walking around Egypt that night. And we were the
A Night in
assholes with
Egypt.
no we were the assholes with no logos while everybody else had the newest thing.
That's what I was expecting.
We stuck out like a poor thumb. That's a good Freudian slip. We stuck out like a sore thumb as the poorest people in Egypt.
What I like about Hotaru is when she goes after something with her confidence, it's always like a goal. She has to get something.
Her energy.
Along with that, with her delusional Coke bottom eyes.
She had the most look-at-able eyes.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody else had like the little
Fish
dot
eyes. They had fish eyes.
Yeah.
And I noticed that the
dead
CG goldfish that they had in Saya's shop,
season 1,
looked very much like they had just gotten the same exact model and stuff from season 1, even though they had changed the companies or whatever.
I thought it looked a bit different, actually.
I didn't rewatch season 1, so I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, it's more fresh for me.
Well, can't really say too much that I haven't already said for season 1. I still enjoyed it. Seeing them go review over a steam-powered toy boat was interesting.
Yeah, that was the boat that they had in Ponyo.
Really?
With the candle. Remember the candle-operated boat that he uses in Ponyo? Well,
Pony Canyon?
I'll let the comments rake you over the coals for that one.
So, yeah.
Good.
I was gonna say, so overall for season 2, like in episode 1, I don't think I was as this is bad or whatever that you guys had for your reactions, but I was like, maybe this isn't gonna be what I thought it was, which it technically wasn't, but because it was half-length episodes, I've had a bit lower expectations going in after I saw start episode 1. I'm losing my brain now because it's late.
I was going to say, did you mean episode 1?
Well, technically, they were still the same length segments, just not 2 per episode.
I mean, I guess. So you're basically saying there's 6 episodes then?
Okay, regardless,
anyway,
his point still holds true to what he's trying to say.
All right, so my expectations were a lot lower, but I came out impressed with how much I actually liked season 2. And in fact, I was like, damn, I want season 3 now. And I was a lot more satisfied with season 2, like at the end of it, than season 1, because they went through something, they accomplished something while maintaining that fun. Yeah, well, they had that fun factor that they had in the first season. So I applaud it. That's all I can really say. And I do recommend it for the recommendation segment we should have at the start. I just got shivered from being drunk. Didn't you?
It's very cold out here. My insides are now warmer than my outsides because of the alcohol.
It must be colder than up here.
Dude, it is freezing. Damn it, we're demonetized again. Are you kidding me?
You always find that out in the watch club.
I know, right? It's like we get demonetized on every single podcast. And then when I request manual review, okay, get this. I was gonna tweet this, but I didn't. I just never got around to it. I got an email from YouTube about the last podcast, which was 8 hours long. That after manual review, they deemed it to be appropriate for ads. So an 8-hour-long podcast got manually reviewed, but my minute and a half videos are still demonetized.
Okay, I get what you mean now.
Hey, YouTube, watch my 8 hours. Is it worth it? Now.
And they definitely didn't watch all 8 hours because some of the articles we talked about were probably demonetized worthy. But they told me that they did it all anyway. All right, so how cold is it for me? When I got back from Christmas, it was 27 degrees here, which is below freezing for Fahrenheit.
Right now it's -5 Celsius. It's actually not that cold compared to the other days recently.
It's not that cold. It's only below zero. I'm gonna check what it is right now. It's only 48 right now. 48 for me.
Yeah, it's been something like that
recently.
So
anyway, so do you guys have anything more you want to say about Dagashi Kashi?
I'm done for Dagashi Kashi. So
can we talk about the far superior Takunomi? No, I don't know. I'm just kidding. Let me ask you this: who was best girl? Chat, tell me.
Yeah.
Nobody in the chat
respond and respond.
I don't even know, dude.
Well, okay, so there were 4 characters. There was Kai Makoto, I think her name was.
I was about to say, how do you even remember their names?
I forget this character. This is my least favorite character. It's funny because you just saw a silent voice, right?
I just what?
You saw a silent voice recently?
Yes.
The main character guy, his mom, she's like a hairdresser, right?
Yes.
So every time they try to give a character that hip hairstyle, they always look like the worst character, right? So they gave this character the hip hairstyle, and she looks freaking ridiculous, right? Am I wrong?
I don't know, it just looks like long blonde hair to me.
Well, but like with the way it's cut with like the bangs and like she's got a short haircut. She's got a short haircut, but it's a long mullet, you know?
Oh, that's what you mean.
Yeah,
I didn't really see it that way, but I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so I just got to say, Michiru was voiced by Simmons.
She sounded great.
She's amazing, is she not?
Yeah, she was the best in the show.
She was a newcomer to the scene when she voiced Chio Sakura in Monthly Girls Nozaki-kun, and I've loved her ever since. Like, she's just such a great talent for it.
Girls having their Nozaki-kuns every month, am I right? I mean, what?
My favorite character was Makoto, followed so closely that it might as well be a tie by Michiru, personally.
I thought Makoto was pretty good as well, except she got like virtually no screen time in an already short series.
Well, go ahead and read my tweets.
All right. Hey, my package with 200 pieces mini hairbands was shipped.
There you go.
My wife bought my daughter some hairbands. Okay, here's your tweets. Takunomi. Watching Takunomi. Watch 4 ladies in their 20s come home after enduring the dread of white-collar job, school, or city errands to enjoy a beer pitched in a similar way. To enjoy a beer pitched in a similar way as Dagashi Kashi, but with some serving lessons, while being adorable. The show is better than the 90s sitcom Friends, to which I'll say probably all anime is, with each girl being either a relatable quirky turkey or reminds you of someone you might know. The one I remember the most is now Kiriyama. Is that the blonde hair girl?
Yep.
Wow. So she is a starshine of fun with Moxie to boot. So she was your favorite character?
She is my favorite character.
Which one?
The blonde.
The blonde.
The blonde girl. I gotta say, I really liked, real quick, I just want to mention this while I'm thinking about it. I really liked the way that they drew the character's eyes in this.
Oh yeah.
I need a picture.
Michiru's eyes, the 4 or the 3 colors they chose to illustrate it, like the iris, was a real good choice of color that really complemented well. So you said watching Takunomi, I see a silhouette of a calorie queen. Yeah, this was young Hotaru. Although you called her Hitaru, that's all right. We won't give you shit for that. When I saw this, it made my day. Yeah, I mean, that was... I wanted a bigger cameo. I wanted some of the Takunomi characters to cross into Dagashi Kashi Season 2 as well, which I didn't notice.
Wait, so they did have... Okay.
Yeah. So watching Takunomi next, you said, oh, because so you shared this because they shared a time slot. So what I'm guessing happened is that because they were only half-hour episodes or whatever,
They shared. Okay.
But they ended up showing, instead of showing 2 episodes of Dagashi Kashi, basically, they instead showed Dagashi Kashi and Takunomi in that half-hour time slot, right? I'm not going to lie, I don't drink and got slightly lost on why a carbonation needs to breathe in a drink with some other terms, but to be honest with you, I didn't get most of that either.
Okay.
The 4 coma origins do show and are applied positively. I would actually not mind having a collection of this manga. Personally.
Same here.
The characters are charming and enjoyable, and the pace is at a steady tempo, and the music
Neutral.
doesn't have. Okay.
N means neutral.
N means okay. So that was the plus. Is that okay? The neutral
Yeah,
is
those are the
real conflict, and the minus. You know, it does have conflict. It's just not conflict you care about, right? The conflict. There was a lot of conflict, like Makoto and what was her
I
name?
can't find a job. I never really understood that thing because she had a job at that one point. I don't know.
Well, I think she was a student still. Like she was still a student.
She's a student still.
Although she was older than Michiru.
Yeah. I think Michiru just went straight to work somehow, or she. How in the world did she get?
Maybe she didn't. Well, she went to a startup company, so maybe she just didn't go to secondary school. Am I drunk yet? No, not even close. The music is mediocre, and it expects you to know the topic. Okay.
Well,
yeah,
I mean,
it was interesting. Stoically detoxing.
to be fair, though, music in like 90% of slice of life shows are pretty mediocre and just kind of filler.
One thing that did impress.
Empress.
They did a segment on Japanese business bar etiquette. That was the one where they talked about pouring the beer with 2 hands and face the label up.
Yeah, I was amazed when I saw that scene. Sadly, it was the concluding episode, but I didn't expect to see that in this series at all.
I was thinking they were way too focused on the beer aspect and not the actual interview aspect, which is probably the point. But
so since I didn't show my tweets from Dagashi Kashi, I did mention that. Well, first of all, I said Hotaru is like the girl from Shimonetta if Shimonetta were instead of Fate series, to which I was referring specifically to her outfit and like the high heels and like the length, like just model type body she has in this series. But also the fact that for some reason she makes me think of the gray-haired girl from Shimonetta, which I haven't seen, so I don't know. Maybe it was totally
Shimonetta when they cry.
Sadly, that voice actress died.
In Japanese, Monica Rial is still alive.
The Japanese voice actor died in Shimonetta.
For Anna.
I haven't watched Shimonetta yet. You guys are speaking.
I was wondering what you meant by Fate series.
I said, wow, this show is taking some bold turns. First, they ditched the jewel-eyed vixen Hotaru for a few episodes, and now they're taking their Dagashi trivia shtick and applying it to coding languages. And then, thank you, Otakaso, for just always being on the ball with these amazing responses here. Java, script! Just such a funny thing they did in this show. That entire sequence, by the way, with them updating the website, and they were like rolling on the floor laughing. It just says we sell Dagashi! That was pretty funny.
And then they set it up to, like, make it look really sexualized, like they're selling her or what.
So funny, like we also have toys. You know?
I just thought, like, for that one part where it's like, oh, the cursor like drags around behind it. Like, I obviously don't know coding or JavaScript or anything, but is that something that you can just do on the fly for a website? Because I don't know any websites that use something
like that. Yeah, that you can apply using HTML, I believe.
It was like a bit during the intro of that sequence that I was like, okay, there's only so much I can believe that you can just casually do on JavaScript for your site.
Though, like 90s websites, that was a thing. Like you could do that where you had the sparkling text behind it, or the sparkling trail. So then when I got to Takunomi, I said, go ahead.
Then again, what they did make was like verbatim a 90s website. It didn't go that advanced.
That was real. I loved that. It was a good nostalgia trip. So I said, I know it's a show about drinking, but honestly, I just want to eat the food from Takunomi because they rendered it in such a way. I mean, I'm not really a fan of okra or tofu, but this looks really.
They make
yummy.
it look good.
Yeah, they made it look good. And then I said, I can get behind the water physics in this opening. And then this was my favorite sequence before the second sequence. Planning on drinking a bit at home today? Yes. Care to join me? And then she's just like, yes, absolutely. She buys like the whole stock pretty much. Yeah. And then my favorite part in the series was this scene when Michiru walks in on Kaie and sees her. She's actually like, this is what Michiru saw, was this like sexy pose, but actually she's like reaching into her cup. And she's like, and her lingerie was so sexy. My underwear still has a ribbon cat on it, like some little kid. So I felt embarrassed. And then I thought this was so funny. Makoto had the same shirt. By the way, soon to be available on stealthweeb.com. Will be this shirt design because it's going to be a really easy one to make.
Okay, so is it just because I've watched so many freaking ecchi harems that like I've seen that joke before, so I didn't find it as funny? Like the whole, oh, they're exaggerating their pose that they're as and stuff like that.
It's not about it being funny. It was the cuteness of the character acknowledging, because they had that thing about her. These are adult crumbs, right? Where she's biting into the thing and it would drop on her chest versus her lap. That was a great.
Believe it or not, I have seen those two scenes happen in front of me in real life.
And then this, you've seen this scene happen in real life where you walk in on somebody changing?
Well, quite the opposite. They decided to change in the living room.
Oh, yeah.
So, now, okay, this second picture, I only have one problem with this. If you look at the cheese on the top,
they didn't take off the wax.
Yeah, they didn't take the wax off. Are they that drunk?
Yeah. I think I even noticed that. I was like, come on, take off that wax. Stop it, my CD. No.
It's not inedible.
Yeah.
And if you are that drunk. So I said Lunchable Desu because I thought she had asked the first time I watched it, I thought she asked for ham, cheese, and cracker, but it's actually cream cheese is what she said, and she's pointing to this. This is ham. It's just thinly sliced like sashimi.
Wait, I thought it was that really fatty stuff. Bruschetta?
Prosciutto.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that because my wife is Italian and they eat that all the time. And then I had mentioned that watch out for Kai. She's a predator just like someone else I know, which is a reference to something you guys will only get.
That was an adorable scene.
That was what?
Not the bottom. The top one was an adorable scene.
Yeah, well, wait till my Yuri on Ice first impressions video comes out. And that's it for me. I think we already went through yours, right? Yeah, so we're good. So I can stop.
There's one question at the end I wasn't being silly. I really didn't understand. Why was she embarrassed on getting loungewear for 50% off? Over here, it's like a trophy thing to brag about.
Okay, because you live in the country bumpkin area like she's from, and she is under the impression that Tokyoites spend thousands of dollars on their clothes, and that getting it 50% off makes her less of a Tokyoite, which was her entire goal.
Oh.
I'm guessing.
Okay. I have a big-ish comment on Takunomi.
I'm going to take a leak real quick. I'll be right back.
Okay, so essentially, comparing Dagashi and Takunomi, it's like in Dagashi, they had all these fancy little whatever candies. They're all uniquely shaped and composed of different things and whatever. And that's fine. Then in Takunomi, it's like, let me pour this liquid into a glass and consume it. Like, it didn't have the same spark as Dagashi Kashi for me. And it kind of just seemed like, I don't know. It felt a lot more monotonous that they're sitting in the exact same location and taking a swig, like the exact same thing. Like, the most I felt was like when they were like, oh, pour this sparkling water and this juice or whatever into it. And now it's like, oh my God, it looks so good. But yeah, otherwise, like every single, it could be because I don't drink, but a lot of it just kind of went over my head because it's like, I don't know, it doesn't seem that appealing to just see someone pouring something into a glass. You're not like let's put it this way, if you're watching Food Wars and you see all that beautiful food they make, you're like, oh man, I'm hungry. But when you see just a colored liquid in a glass, it's hard to get appetized over. I don't know how to describe it. It's just I had some disconnect that made it harder to enjoy for that reason.
I know well, as AC went over my tweets, I know exactly how you feel. If I was to compare the two of them together, both are adorable, both are enjoyable. I would have to lean towards the Dagashi Kashi 2 because there was more plot, there was more conflict to resolve.
I want to say there was also a bit more personality because it's like each individual candy had its own story sometimes, and they'd even have these exaggerated little, like that whistling candy, like how they made it an actual character and stuff. But in this, it's just like they sat around in the exact same location, and it's like, oh yeah, here, there's this type of beer, Ibisu beer. Oh my god, I was just like, I don't care that you're plugging this beer like 50 times. Just
I can't wait. I can't wait till Reki Kawahara gets his fingers wet in writing the Yuri fan fiction about Hotaru Michiru. By the way, this artwork was done by the artist who did the manga for Takunomi, I believe. They drew Hotaru. That's why I put that as the whatchamacallit. And special thanks to Reese for providing me with the amazing stitched together artwork, including Dagashi Kashi Season 2 and Takunomi, so I didn't have to do this myself. Thank you, Reese. You're a friend of the podcast, and we appreciate you.
So we came along without realizing it. We came across a lot of coincidental stuff.
yeah.
Originally, I mentioned I requested Takunomi to review because New Year's was up, and I didn't know these other two people would have families and stuff to visit. I was wrong. So decided to do this because, as AC stated before, have like a sweet, have like a, what's the podcast title?
Alcoholic Sugar Rush.
An alcoholic sugar rush.
I didn't name that. Reese
like
did.
Well,
But it was a good name.
Good name. So you have that going on, kind of relate back to the first time we did this. Then I learned that both of these aired at the same time on the same half hour. And then Hitoru makes a cameo in Takunomi. Oof. So there's a lot of small coincidences that worked out.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Go ahead if you had something to say.
I'm kind of surprised Jack Daniels wasn't highlighted. I thought it was one of the
Season
bigger
2. I bet you it will. In fact, there's a movie called Shark Skin Man and Pea Chip Girl.
That sounds amazing.
It's right here. It is with one of my favorite actors.
Tak Sakaguchi.
No, actually, it's Tadanobu Asano, but good guess. Shin-chan. Sherlock Holmes. Here it is. Found it. Right. So it's called Shark Skin Man and Pea Chip Girl. And in this movie, they have a sequence where, if I remember correctly, if it is this movie, there's a bar in Japan that imports Jack Daniels, and like he gives it to a girl, and she's like, "Wow, that's really good." And they're like, "Yeah, we can start selling this." And it's a weird plot point. I'm like, "You guys aren't already selling Jack Daniels?" It's like the staple whiskey. But yeah, it would be. I think it would be really fun to see that in the next in the next season. And then if there's a Wild Turkey episode, which has, I think it's 101 proof. It's like ridiculously high amount of alcohol in it, and it tastes friggin' horrible. I'd love to see a way to actually tolerate that drink. Although they do have my actual favorite drink, which is Wild Turkey American Honey, which has way less alcohol content in it, is a honey flavored version that's much smoother.
I was thinking when they got to the... Actually, before they got to that point, I was thinking, is there anything they're going to drink that they don't like? Because I forget which character. It's like they're new drinking, or they're getting all these brand new drinks. It's like not every person likes every single alcoholic drink, but they finally got to the wine, and it's like, yeah, I don't really like it. It's all sour or whatever. I'm like, okay,
yeah.
fair enough.
And then they bring out the ginger ale, which is why I bought this.
Did they? Because I must have been like out of it when they brought that up.
Yeah, they mixed it with ginger ale, and I gotta say, okay, so you guys are making great points. When I ran to the bathroom real quick, I heard you guys talking about how
pouring a drink.
How they get like all hyped up about this stuff, and how it's like it's just adding one ingredient. Oh, it totally changed. They're hyping it up way more than it actually is. But
and it got
as somebody
me not
who's
hyped at all.
As somebody who's actually had
I was gonna
red wine and
ask
stuff
for,
before, even though it probably doesn't actually taste as amazing as they're making it out to be, I was actually hyped to try red wine with ginger ale. You know, because rosé is really good, but red wine is pretty crappy. It's very bitter and kind of gross. But I was getting kind of hyped to try it, and I'm really looking forward to it because my wife and we're trying to wean my daughter off of breast milk.
We're trying to wean her off of wine.
We're trying to wean her off of breast milk because my wife has been breastfeeding for like a year and a half now, and my wife hasn't had any drop of alcohol for almost 2.5 years because there's the 9-month gestational period and all that stuff. So I was telling my wife, as soon as she's not giving our daughter milk that she creates with her own body, we should rewatch this show because I think she would really enjoy like the Kahlua episode and whatnot. And also, I'll just say, I just opened up the other cup noodles here, and the lid part that you open up is way better on non-Maruchan cup noodles because the other two I had were Maruchan versus Nishin's cup noodle. Anyway, I'm gonna get my hot water.
I have only one more thing that I particularly need to say is like, so I was in Lishansky's situation where it's like, I don't currently own it, but the thing is I don't want to pay full price, obviously, for it on Amazon.ca to actually get it in time. So I only had 7 episodes dubbed, and then everything past that I watched subbed. So when I switched to sub, it did... it grabbed my attention more, but at a certain point, I'm not going to say it's because I was bored, but I just kind of got out of it. So I kind of like drifted off and wasn't paying full attention. I was just kind of like looking at what they were doing and not actually processing the subtitles. And I found it could just be because it was subbed at that point, but it was, I'm not going to say dragging on, but it just kept going. And I wasn't really on the edge of my seat thinking, wow, I'm having so much fun. Like, it was okay.
I agree with what you're saying, because when I posted or tweeted it was at a tempo, it was kind of like a half and half. It did speed up, but it did kind of slow and savor it. I guess similar to how you would drink alcohol, but I would not know that.
I love how you phrase that, how you drink an alcohol.
It's on the internet.
There you go. Now, one of the things that got me is this is another show that's super pastel. What color are apparently Blu-ray subtitles? Apparently solid white.
Actually, on High Dive, you can select which color you want.
Oh, thank God. I was about to ask that. I don't understand why it's the default white color for Blu-ray. It's as if they'd never seen Austin Powers and Austin Powers Goldmember with the shiitake mushroom scene.
Actually,
they should always at least have a stroke around the text, in my opinion.
Oh,
yeah.
I know that at least Crunchyroll uses a stroke, but I prefer the white because the yellow really just blares out and kind of interrupts the picture, even though subtitles obviously.
If you use a pale yellow, it's the best of both worlds.
Maybe, but I haven't experienced that. I just get the Sentai blocky DVD yellow, or I get the other.
I watched this on I didn't actually open this yet. I watched it on my computer because I was working on stuff while I was watching the shows. And the download that I got had hard-coded subs on the signs. It was just like an English dub only version, I think, or whatever. And I was really disappointed. I think Sentai's known for that, though, for hard coding the sign subtitles.
I don't think so.
Because I didn't have a raw version of it. Because if I wanted to, do a review on it in the future, I wanted to have the footage anyway, just so I could talk about it in the future at some point if I wanted to. And I was disappointed to see that. But mainly, I just wanted to be able to watch it in VLC player picture-in-picture while I was working on shirt designs. So,
to clarify another point, I did enjoy all 4 girls. The blonde one, which I tweeted about, stood out to me because I've seen
the energy.
Aside from seeing the energy, I know a lot of people who are exactly like her and are very sweet. But regarding friends, why I said that is because it's a group of people living together with technically low-wage jobs that they can make a career out of.
It's the only way they could afford that place.
And that booze.
True.
Yeah.
And they drink. And the best part about this, there's no goddamn Chandler to ruin the situation.
All right.
However, I do miss Joey. So,
ooh,
he had a spin-off show.
I remember a second part to what I was saying about my attention or whatever to it. I think part of it also was mainly due to how this is. I want to say it's more like Dagashi Kashi season 1, where they didn't have some overarching. I mean, they did in Dagashi Kashi, but they didn't have like something to tug you along. It was just kind of like, okay, what's gonna happen this episode? I didn't really have something to look forward to, so that's probably the main reason why I wasn't so engaged or like invested. Yeah, and regarding the girls, blonde girl, I think the reason. Like, I didn't hate her or anything, but I've seen her copy and paste, like, loud, drunk, whatever, that type of character in other anime. So she didn't, like, particularly stick out. I was hoping she'd have more individuality. Like, she did have the whole fashion designer thing, but I think the couple times where they did...
anywhere with that. Well, they kind of did with Michio needing help.
They didn't really go whole deep into that.
Yeah.
But the thing is, anytime you did see her fashion design, she was like wearing guys' clothes or something.
She never put on anything fashionable.
It was like she wasn't into the heart of what she was actually doing. Now, regarding the other girl,
she says she's fashionable, but she's in fashion. But when you see her work, she's just a sales clerk.
So I have a couple other things that I didn't share screenshot-wise that I'll share with you now that I realized I should have brought up earlier because it has to do with Dagashi Kashi. Is this a JoJo reference?
Yes.
Hold on.
Actually, they didn't show enough of their jobs in general, so they just felt like they had no existence.
Yeah. That's why it's straight justice or straight juice. No,
I was gonna say what?
Always better to be straight about something in the end.
I remember that.
There, maybe you'll run across this, but there's one scene where she was listening to another story of a coworker, and her boss and the now supervisor boss at the time was acting like a drunken slug. Had his jacket over his head, like in Beavis and Butthead when Beavis turns in the Great Cornholio and says that he's going to be a turtle, and she reads that
she overthinks into that story, and she reenacts it in front of the boss, and the boss has no idea what's going on.
So I forgot about this scene where they, in the dub, horribly butcher the pronunciation of Arabica. The Arabica coffee.
Okay, I just remembered, like, I think this had to do with my only tweet I made on the show, but it's like,
oh, did you tweet about the show? I didn't see it.
Kahlua? What the hell? Kahlua. So the thing is, look how detailed they're going in with this. Like, if you sit down with your friends, do you go, Kahlua is, hey, go back. Go back. I was reading that.
There's no Kahlua here. Oh, good. Kahlua. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, so it's like, if I'm sitting down with you having a drink of Kahlua or whatever, do you ever go like, oh, Kahlua is distilled liquor made from sugarcane blended with Arabica beans? And
I think
like it would be like if we sat down
were talking.
This Nestle water is made for these slave labor kids in Malaysia, and it's naturally sourced from their sewers. That sounds so robotic. Like
being drunk in history.
I am human. Look,
if we were talking about something that we actually were passionate about, like anime, instead of booze, then yeah, I think we would talk like this. Like, hey, did you know that this guy originally started his career writing hentai scripts or something? I think you would actually.
Here, I think of the flow being more like this. Hey, here, have a drink of this. Oh wow, that's fantastic. Does this have Arabica bean in it? Oh yeah, it's locally sourced from Malaysia, where they have the sewer coffee beans. Yeah, how'd you know? Like, see what I mean? That seems so much more natural. And
Arabica beans come from Mexico, by the way. Just FYI for everybody who's listening. They don't come from Malaysia sewers. That's a different kind of bean. By the way, this is the whiskey I was drinking. Although my whiskey didn't have the turtle shell.
That reminds me of another thing. It looks like CG. But it was really well done the way that they didn't tween it. They just kind of like positioned it as if they drew it, I guess. But
there was a 3D department listed in the credits I saw.
They were pretty nicely modeled because you saw these little like dimples on that one ball they had and stuff. I was like, oh, that's pretty nice.
That Kahlua ball almost looks like it was rotoscoped in.
No, a couple of them were. This is a 3D model because it's got the stroke, which is a rendered outline. But yeah, a lot of them were just. Oh, by the way, I was really curious. So this doesn't actually say sake; it says seshu, which is Japanese. So sake in Japanese is actually
sake.
The Japanese word, the Japanese word for alcohol is sake. So actual sake it's actually the Japanese word for liquor is sake.
Is that kind of like saying vodka, even though that means water?
Yeah, that means water in German, or I mean in Russian. but sake is actually the Japanese word for liquor, and so it's called like Nihon Seshu or something is the actual way to say sake. But this says se. And I'm assuming this is shu, but this is a kanji or like an old-fashioned kana that I've never seen before and could not find. I spent like an hour looking for it online.
The guy on the right has the top of it.
Yeah. But I'm just saying, like I looked it up. It's a stroke across, stroke down to the side, and then a little tick mark. I couldn't find it.
Can I address this?
And then I was addressing. I may or may not be watching.
Hunter x Hunter.
Hunter, trying to get caught up before the 30th.
Can I address this comment real quick? How old it says there's a meme that all American money has traces of cocaine and Canadian money has traces of maple flavor. So when we turn to polymer money, I don't know. I think it's specifically $100 bills, but it's like they have this scent of maple to them. And it honestly, like, if you smell it, it smells like maple syrup. But yeah, that's kind of actually built into it. Maybe there is a meme of that, but that's a literal actual thing, old man.
That's fine. So I was gonna say that this doesn't taste like Goku or Naruto, but pretty good. I'll give them
Well,
that.
have you actually tasted a Goku or Naruto?
You know, I haven't, but given the chance, I might. Maybe it'll be like Toriko, and I'll.
You don't
gain
think
their
it
power.
tastes like their salty sweat? You don't taste that. Are you putting that whiskey in your ramen?
Back to Takunomi. One scene.
No, I'm not.
One scene I really enjoyed or learned a lot from was, as you point out, that sake is how to prepare it, because I didn't know.
Yeah, that really blew me away too.
So,
What
I
did?
never knew
sake
how they heated it up.
cooked or not cooked when you get it?
Well, you can have cold sake, but if you're going to heat it up, they were saying that you boil the water first, and then you put it in. What do they put it in to keep it? They put like a. Did they put paper towels or something around it? What did they put around it?
Was it a double boiler?
Maybe they just dipped it in just to the height where it would be affected by it wouldn't spill over or whatever. But yeah, it was really interesting because I've had a lot of hot sake at like sushi restaurants, which is sublime. It's a great experience to actually drink some hot sake at a sushi place. But I never guessed how they made it. And that was an interesting episode.
Yeah.
To your point.
Other than that, I would recommend this show, but I would recommend it if you're like having a downer day to watch.
Yeah, instead of drinking, just stimulate drinking.
I will say, if you're planning on drinking and you're don't know what anime to watch, go ahead and watch it because it's really good. Although I will say that I think that this caters weirdly to the same kind of thing as Hotaru does in terms of like the sexiness factor, but with like the lolly-ish character who is over 20. They made sure to let us know that every episode. But
wait, they're over 20.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, didn't they? Now my brain's having a freaking.
Yeah, they're over 20.
I could have sworn. Was I thinking of that one flashback they had that it's like, oh, she was Makoto was like 16 and then her sister was older or something? I don't know.
Yes.
Because I was thinking, wasn't one of them like they verbally said they were younger than 20? I don't know. I'm on crack. Doesn't matter.
You're thinking about the older sister being ignored for the younger sister when it comes to modeling and stuff like that.
I
really liked it. I thought Makoto was great. Juliette Simmons as Michiru was great. I really liked these characters. I really liked the show. It was very cute, and I hope that there's a season 2.
Counterfeiters will have to dip the money in maple syrup.
Oh man.
Otaku, so it's
Great
19.
observation.
19.
You guys want to talk about this?
I can give my final thought, then talk about it.
Go ahead, give your final thought.
My final thought is, like you guys said, if you are a drinker and you are in the drinking mood, this is probably for you. As someone who doesn't drink, it didn't really turn me on to wanting to drink. So maybe if you're not, like me, an abstainer, then you might be missing out a bit on what I don't know, some enjoyment factor, but I mean, it's not bad. You can watch it if you have some time and feel like, I don't know, watching something, but I wasn't really impressed with it, and the lack of...
You'll get through it in 2 hours if you skip the opening and ending.
That's true. It's short enough that you honestly won't be like missing part of your life because of it. But it's like, it was hard. It lacked some sort of drive for me, and it was just kind of like, okay, they didn't incorporate their workplace either. They were just kind of like 4 individuals, and then they drank every episode with.
They incorporated Michiru's a little bit.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like everything's just a little bit, but then what do you expect from a half-length episode series? But yeah, that's it. It's recommended depending on, you know, whatever the circumstances. But anyway, we can move on to Hately Complex.
Otaku's asking how much the Centauri whiskey was, and I think I've got the receipt. Here.
Oh wow, Otaku. So you're saying when I was 18, I could go to your province and then not drink?
Oh no, this is just for the.
It's free $75 windshield crack.
I read that it was $60, but I think it was $40 at my place because I had the store discount or whatever. To answer your question,
Store discount.
yeah, like in the United States, they have this thing where you get. Damn it! Got the hiccups from drinking too fast. Ironically, it's from drinking the soup broth too fast. Hold on. But they have a thing where you give them your phone number and then they just track all the crap you buy, and give you coupons and shit.
So, like, I don't know how it works in the States or if it's a stately thing, but at least in Ontario, all the liquor is regulated, so you literally can't have a different price store to store. It all has to be the same. So when you say,
yeah. Well.
So when you say, "Oh, I got like $20 off or something," it's like, "What? What?"
Over in the States, we have weird tax rules for selling liquor.
You guys also allow your people to display cigarettes in front of the counter or whatever. Or sorry, behind the counter.
Yeah, behind the counter, yeah.
Well, used to we had like vending machines for that, then that got illegal.
One thing I hate about Arizona, I will say, is that people smoke everywhere compared to California. And also the drivers are absolutely insane.
Over in my neck of the woods, you still have places that are considered dry counties. You can't sell alcohol, even though they'll go to the next city over, buy the alcohol, and then come back.
That is the dumbest law ever. That you can't sell alcohol after midnight or whatever. It's like, do people not buy ahead of time?
Oh my god!
Can't have alcohol when Sunday school's in session.
So
why does that matter?
Every Sunday, it was actually up until just this December or last December. It was like every Sunday we have to close the liquor at 6. I don't know why. It's the God's day, but 6 o'clock, any time before then's fine.
Well,
and like you said, do people not plan ahead of time? They don't. As someone who works at a convenience store / liquor store, they freaking don't. They all come in last minute, and after we close, we get 50 calls.
You only see the people who are unprepared. Everybody else is prepared. They don't need to come in because they're prepared.
Yeah, but we get like 5. We literally had this thing called Sunday Night Bingo. We made a sheet of all the things they could potentially say, like liquor's not open, silent walkout, cursing, like all these different things. Oh, it's open at this other store. But that's over now, so it's open till we're open, essentially.
What I hate for like the dry counties that don't want to sell the alcohol. I also understand why I say this, that you can still run a place without it, but without certain alcohol sales, you chase away potential restaurants that people really would like to have in the general area. But anyway,
like BJ's and other restaurants I can't think about top of my head.
You're drunk. Go home.
I do have a BJ's in my town. I just really wish we had a Cheesecake Factory.
That place sounds like
Cheddars.
You know, I've been to a Cheesecake Factory like once, and it's kind of a letdown because most of the food is actually not cheesecake. It's like spaghetti. What are you talking about? Give me some cheesecake.
Okay, let's wrap this thing up.
Yeah, let's wrap it up. So let's talk about Lovely Complex. Next podcast. Where did I put that? There it is.
Next podcast is Lovely Complex, a story of a giraffe falling in love with a mouse.
And there's also a live action movie. And I'll just say that I started watching it. And if you wanted to not buy it, that's okay.
I was going to say, I'm not going to watch that.
I'll watch it because I bought it and it's here somewhere. Probably right there.
I'm gonna spend pretty much the whole next couple of days binging Hunter x Hunter to try to get caught up before the movie. Maybe you
How
can't.
many eps do we have with this? 24?
Alcohol. It seems long.
24.
24 plus the
episodes.
live action movie. I'll just say that maybe my opinion will change by the time we get there, but so far the two main characters are the least likable characters in the show. All right. Anyway, guys, thank you for tuning in. If chat has any questions to ask, go for it. Oh, also, to prep you, since I realized that we didn't exactly give you fair warning on this one, the podcast after this one, we're watching Keijo. Okay. The votes were in. It was pretty much unanimous. My wife admitted to voting for Keijo. Even
Really?
so, yeah. So we're watching
But wait, we
Keijo.
still have a poll up.
That poll doesn't mean anything now because it's already too late for them to vote on it. So anyway,
for Mecha March Madness.
for Mecha March, yeah, I guess I can give you that. Well, we still have time on that one before
We should change Mecha Mark and Mecha Mark. Whoa.
Who's drunk here?
To March.
Beware of the mighty Mark as he is mechanized with
To
full
Monster Madness.
power.
Let's just steal it from AVGN. Monster
So
Madness.
currently there are for Mecha March. Here, I'll screen share so you guys know I'm not lying. Currently for Mecha March, Escaflowne is winning, followed by a tie between Bokurano and Captain Earth. So if you guys want to vote on this, I will. That's not how you do it. Share. Can I just copy the link? No,
I
not
forgot
there.
about my amazing drawing.
Here, is there a way to do this? Okay, hold on. I'll stop sharing and find it, and I'll put it in the chat before we end. I need to save post. Are you serious? Why is this so difficult? It shouldn't be this difficult.
Because it's life. Life is always difficult.
Unbelievable. What?
Oh yeah, also comment if you like the light changes behind me.
Share in a private message. I'll send it to Otakuso, and then I'll copy it from there so I can send it to you guys. There we go. And here it goes in the chat. You're getting it right now. Make sure to vote on this if you haven't already voted.
Boom.
And then it's Bokurano just got another vote, so that means that Escaflowne and Bokurano are tied. Now, I'm just gonna say though, if they're tied, we're doing both of them on this case.
What?
Podcast.
No, not for the same podcast. Mega March lasts all month. We'll do Escaflowne and then Bokurano. But I'm saying if Bokurano and Captain Earth stay tied, it'll be Escaflowne. Well, in this case, it'll be the next. If all three of them tie, then we'll do a poll on the next podcast that covers all three of them, and we'll take the two highest ones. Highest one will go first. Second highest one will go second.
To state this now, which dub of Escaflowne? The Funimation or
optional, because we're not. The thing is, we haven't in the past said you must watch the dub of Takunomi, right? So why would we discriminate now?
We're only discussing the dub of Ghost Stories. Also, in case you didn't notice, somebody added Lagrange was added by John Shane. So if you guys wanted to vote on that and you didn't notice that was added, go for it. I don't have Lagrange. I don't plan on buying it right now. Kind of trying to save money. Maybe if I get sales on my new shirt endeavor, I will, but who knows? Anyway, if we're good, then I guess we'll wrap things up. Thank you guys for watching.
See you then.
And we'll see you. Actually, I should probably give you the date. That's what I usually do. Watch me stall for some more watch time. The next one will be on not the 31st. February 7th. All right. So we'll see you guys then. Have a good one.